Hey, peace and love. This is your brother Garfield here from the Brother Garfield podcast. Of course, Dagger Squad for life. Shout out to all the Dagger Squad folks and who consistent and keep it real. Shout out to Mika One. She's gonna jump in the building. Shout out to my Captain Tazaria, man, my brother, my big bro in California right now doing the damn thing. Shout out to James Corvus, Brandon Dennis, always a listener, Donald Florney, and we're gonna get into a lot of stuff today. All right. What do you think about the Kamala Harris controversy? First and foremost, before we get into anything, last week I brought attention to the community about a gentleman by the name of Marcellus Williams. And Marcellus Williams, to me, this is a case of being black. A crime was committed and they blamed him. They found him. And I believe within my heart, they may have killed the wrong person. All right. But this is him right here. Let's check it out. Let's do a recap.
Marcellus Williams, a man who's set to be executed in 4 days. Now, I have a problem. One of my followers just sent me this information, so I did hours of research, and I witnessed something that I've never seen before. The prosecutors, the people who put people in jail, came out and said, hey, he might not have done it. Can we just give him life in prison instead? They were denied. The family of the victim, he supposedly came out and said, hey, don't do it. And they were ignored. But why? Well, the answer is no one knows. But the story gets a little crazier than that. See, this isn't the first time he was supposed to be executed. Back in 2015, in the last minute, the governor of Missouri, this was in Missouri, by the way, comes out and says, stop. They found new evidence. He really might not have done it. So the governor makes a special council of judges to do an investigation. They said, okay, well, he might not have done it. We're making you a report, governor. The governor says, great. But the governor resigns. A new governor comes in and he says, I don't want to see the report. You guys are all done. And he's going to be executed. So they went to the Supreme Court of Missouri. And the Supreme Court of Missouri said, let's just go through with it anyway. So the prosecutors came out and they did their own investigation, and they said, wow, he really might not have done it. The trial was a mess, and I'm going to be frank here, racist. 11 white jurors and 1 black juror were selected in Missouri. A black juror was rejected because his hair was kind of messy and unkempt. He didn't look trustworthy. And most importantly, the DNA on the weapon did not match his. So the prosecutors go over to his team. They said, let's talk it out. What if we just give him a plea deal, life in prison, which would give everyone time to come together and figure everything out? But in what is being called a bizarre twist, a judge rejects it. He just says, no, we're going to go through with it anyway. Now, all people are asking for is time. They're not asking he walks out. They're just asking for time. And it would be one thing if his team was asking for this to be stopped, but if prosecutors, if representatives, if people, if the victims' families are asking for a little more time, then I think it warrants that. Now, 4 days is not a long time, so where do we go from here? Well, as many people as possible needs to be aware of this, because bringing attention on an issue does a lot more than people may think. Governors, prosecutors, the Supreme Court, they all work for you. So again, in 4 days, the fate of a man is decided. So really, I just thought you should know, especially the people of Missouri, what some of your employees have decided to do to Marcellus Williams. This is Marcellus Williams, a man who's set to be executed.
So for those who don't know, he did get a lot of process, but my heart goes out to this brother. I don't know if he did it, but I don't see why the prosecution is saying, hey, let's delay this. And the judge just say, you know what, F it, boom, 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 boom. Let's just kill this guy. Is it just wickedness? You see, and I was on Clubhouse and nobody was on Clubhouse talking about it. I've just been so disappointed with these brothers who are Israelites. Nobody, and they might say, hey, I never knew about it. So that might be the excuse. But I'm just saying, where is the public outcry? This is something that shouldn't happen. This is 2024. This is not 1901. Come on, family. What is going on? This is sad. And I mean, it really, it does. I had to just step back and say, you know what? That could have been me. That could have been Garfield. That could have been you. That could have been my son. That could have been any one of us. So when Kendrick Lamar said not like us, I'm like, what is he talking about? Is he talking, and when people like to play that not like us, not like us? once you step outside in the public, family, you look up anybody. I'm telling you, you look up anybody. You look just like me, just like you. Oh man, shout out to Mika in the building. I love you, sis. I got something for you, sis. I found a gene in Black Americans that directly connects them to West and Central Africans. I found a gene in white folks that connect them to Europeans that Black folks don't have. And oh man, there goes my man in the building. We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about it another time. But yeah, man, we're gonna talk about that. Got my brother Unc in the building, community of skeptics. No, I'm gonna show you in private because I got you. Because you deal with the science. You a nursey nurse. So we got you. But my heart goes out to Marcellus Williams. And you should be paying attention to this. You should be like, wow, this could be anybody, man. Anybody. But anyway, let me the first brother that came onto the channel today, he said, what do you think about the Kamala Harris controversy? I don't know what the controversy is, because when it comes to politics, a lot of people play games. We pick sides. We listen to people like Tariq Nasheed, Umar Johnson, and these people who don't know anything, and they'll say, hey, we're going to have a point of view based off of the people who we like. So the Kamala Harris, so what I did was this morning, I Googled Kamala Harris to see if there was any controversy. Now look at this. Look at when I Google searched her. Look at what comes up. This is what came up, right? I'm going to show the whole screen. I'm going to show the whole screen, right? I just Googled Kamala Harris. And then I'm going to put controversy beside her right now. I'll see what pops up. Janet Jackson, misinformation, and the responsibility of celebrity. What Janet Jackson really said about Kamala. Whoopi go back for a little grace for Janet Jackson. While her record as California prosecutor. Why Kamala Harris approach to capital gains generated so much controversy. So nothing basically came up. I think I have an idea what he's talking about. But I want the brother to, I don't want to read his mind. I want him to tell me if he's still in the chat, if the brother is still in the chat, to tell me what controversy. Because one of the main things, people might make videos and all that stuff about different things on Instagram. And I do a lot of stuff on Instagram. I get news report, lawyer reports, and all that stuff. And let's take a look at some of these things that people do say about Kamala Harris, because it's kind of crazy. But let's take a look at something that's very important. The options, we have two. We don't have the two greatest options. It's just that we have the lesser of two evils. And what happened is, when you have to vote, sometimes you go with your gut. Now, if reparations is your thing, Donald Trump, don't vote for Donald Trump. Don't vote for Kamala Harris. But according to Trump, Kamala Harris supports reparations. I don't know if y'all know that. He said she supports, which she has in the past. Matter of fact, let me slow down a little bit with my ADHD self for a little bit. And let me go to Haven Bullets page for a second. I want y'all to check out something that they said about Kamala Harris. All right. Shout out to Haven Bullets. You know, he has his issues from the past with my peoples, but let's take a look at what Haven Bullets is talking about in recent times. If he's, let me see right here. Let me see what is he talking about. Let me see. Okay, here we go. Hold on one second. Let me go to videos. Hold on. All right, so this is a 4-minute video. Check this out for 1 second before I get into Kamala Harris. So we're gonna go through a lot today. That many innocent people have been imprisoned unjustly. Well, duh, but let's not pretend that many innocent people have been imprisoned unjustly. Yeah, a lot of people deserve to be there. And by the way, the gentleman was already in jail for a crime that he committed. But let's take a look at this right here. Haven Bullets made a video, said Tariq Nasheed and Yvette Carnell are silenced as Donald Trump uses reparations to attack Kamala Harris. Now look at
someone say like I'm going to comment again from the new channel in the comment section because for some reason the link is not coming up. But anyway, make sure you go subscribe to that new channel. But anyway, let's get into this. What is Donald Trump attacking Kamala about now? Kamala's Project 2025. What does it say here? What does that say? You see it, right? Taxpayer-funded reparations. He's using the fact that Kamala has come out and has been in support of reparations in the past as a line of attack against her. See, this is what people don't understand. The whole reparations talk was just a ploy to destroy Kamala Harris. Just like when Barack Obama was running for president. They ain't never talk about reparations before. Barack Obama started running for president. Now everybody got 101 reparations questions. Why? As a line of attack to hopefully destroy him. Fortunately for us, Barack Obama was too smart for that. And plus, he had no record of ever supporting reparations or even talking about it favorably, as far as I know. That same cannot be said for Kamala Harris. You do know Kamala Harris supported reparations when she was in the Senate, right? You do know Kamala Harris has gone on the record saying that she supports reparations multiple times, right? You do know that by you clowns who keep asking her about it, it's actually doing the Republicans' bidding. You do know that, right? Like, you don't ask a presidential candidate to come out and support reparations, especially a black presidential candidate. All that pro-reparations talk will cost Kamala votes and could cause her to lose votes that she otherwise would have. Because as you can see right here, what does it say? Reparations stoke racial resentment, and Kamala has backed it to the hilt. This is the issue. People are attacking Kamala all over for her support for reparations. They're attacking her. This might actually cost her so many votes that even if you did get a bunch of black people to come out and vote, she still might lose.
This might backfire on Donald Trump if he's trying to get the black vote. So you're saying that she supports reparations is a bad thing. Now, this shows the hypocrisy with Tariq Nasheed, all those people who say, hey, she don't support reparations, so don't vote for her. So you're going to vote for Trump, who don't support it at all. Yo, I'm telling y'all, man, we crazy as a community, yo. We crazy.
This is where we're at now. And why are we here? Because of you goofies. You are so stupid. Like, y'all didn't know that Yvette Carnell was an agent. Y'all didn't know Tariq is a grifter who doesn't know anything about politics. He tricked you. Not only is this being used as a line of attack against her, this is going to ensure that other politicians stay clear away from reparations. They're going to be purposely more antagonistic to reparations than they ever been before, because they see that being pro-reparations can only hurt you. Because not only are you going to lose a bunch of votes, you're not going to gain any votes. All these people on the internet talking anti-Kamala are the same people screaming about reparations. So if being pro-reparations can't get them to support you or to support Kamala, then nothing can. So you might as well be anti it. So candidates who probably would have been quiet about it, where they wasn't pro or anti, are going to have to be anti. Because that seems the only thing that can actually help you on this issue with the voter base, the actual voter base. Remember, that's why that whole don't vote stuff is stupid. Because if you don't vote, you don't count. Only voters count in a democracy. This is why Republicans are always trying to suppress the voters. They are always trying to unroll people and have all these schemes to make sure there's less and less people who can vote, because you don't matter if you don't vote or if you can't vote. But anyway, I'm going to end this video here. Like, share, subscribe, drop me a comment, tell me what you think. This is what I'm talking about. And y'all sitting around here promoting Trump and supporting Trump, thinking that that's going to help y'all get reparations. path of least intelligence. And on that note,
I wouldn't push reparations if I was her. Politically, it's not a good move. It's not. I wouldn't do that. All I'm saying is, what is your option? What is your option, though? Is Kamala worse than this guy? This is all I'm saying, though. Let's take a look down memory lane and think about
Donald Trump left office with the lowest approval rating of any president ever. But some people now seem to be suffering from amnesia. Let me jog your memory. Here are the 10 worst things about the Trump presidency, in no particular order. Number 1, Trump fueled division and sparked a record uptick in hate crimes. Number 2, murder went way up under Trump. He presided over the largest ever single-year increase in homicides in 2020. Now, a number of factors might have contributed to that, but a big one is number 3. Gun sales broke records under Trump, who has bragged about how he did nothing.
We did nothing
To restrict guns as president, in spite of, number 4, under Trump, America suffered more than 1,700 mass shootings. Number 5, Trump said there were
very fine people
among the neo-Nazis in Charlottesville.
Jews will not replace us.
I'm halfway to 10. If you think I'm missing something big, well, just leave it in the comments. Number 6, Trump allied himself with the Proud Boys, a violent hate group who helped orchestrate the January 6th Capitol attack.
Proud Boys, stand back and stand by.
Number 7, Trump's not wrong when he says
I got rid of Roe v. Wade.
it's entirely because of Trump's judicial appointments that 1 in 3 American women of childbearing age now lives in states with abortion bans. Number 8, one of Trump's Supreme Court justices was Brett Kavanaugh, a man accused of sexual assault by multiple women. Number 9, Trump's White House interfered in the FBI's investigation of Brett Kavanaugh's alleged sexual assaults. And now, number 10, Trump has been convicted of committing 34 felonies while in office. The criminally false business filings he got convicted for in New York, all of them were committed while he was president. I'm sorry, did I say the 10 worst things about the Trump presidency? No, I meant 15. Number 11, Trump's failed pandemic response is estimated to have led to hundreds of thousands of needless deaths. By the time Trump left office, roughly 3,000 Americans were dying of COVID every day. That's a 9/11 scale mass casualty event every single day. How did Trump screw up so badly? Number 12, Trump's White House discarded the pandemic response playbook that had been assembled by the Obama administration. Number 13, Trump disbanded the National Security Council's pandemic response team. Number 14, Trump repeatedly lied about the danger of COVID, saying it was no worse than the flu, or it would go away on its own.
Because of all we've done, the risk to the American people remains very low.
A lot of people think that goes away in April with the heat.
It's going to disappear. One day, it's like a miracle. It will disappear.
But behind closed doors, Trump admitted he knew COVID was deadly.
This is deadly stuff.
Number 15, Trump promoted fake COVID cures like hydroxychloroquine and even injecting people with disinfectants.
Injection inside or almost a cleaning.
After Trump's disinfectant remarks, poison control centers received a spike in emergency calls. That's 15 things. Should I keep going? Okay, I'll keep going. The 20 worst things about the Trump presidency. Number 16, Trump presided over a net loss of 2.9 million American jobs, the worst recorded jobs numbers of any president in U.S. history. Number 17, Trump profited off the presidency, making an estimated $160 million from foreign countries while he was president. Number 18, Trump also billed the Secret Service over $1 million for the privilege of staying at his golf clubs and other Trump properties while they protected him. That's your money. Number 19, Trump caused the longest government shutdown in U.S. history when he didn't get funding for his border wall, which he said Mexico was going to pay for.
I'm not going to pay for that wall.
Number 20, under Trump, the national debt increased by about 40%, more than in any other four-year presidential term, largely because of his tax cuts for the rich and big corporations. You didn't really think I was stopping at 20, did you? We're going to 25. Number 21, Trump separated more than 5,000 children from their parents at the border with no plan to ever reunite them, putting babies in cages. Number 22, the Muslim ban. Yes, Trump really did try to ban Muslims from entering the country. Number 23, Trump sparked international outrage by moving the American embassy in Israel to Jerusalem while closing the U.S. Palestine office. Number 24, Trump tasked his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, with drafting a potential Middle East peace plan with zero Palestinian input. Number 25, and finally, Trump recognized Israel's occupation of the Golan Heights, which is considered illegal under international law. So, there you have it, folks. The 25 worst... Wait a minute. Did I mention the impeachments? We've got to do the impeachments. Okay, let's go to 30. Number 26, Trump broke the law by trying to withhold nearly $400 million of U.S. aid for Ukraine in an effort to extort a personal political favor from Ukraine's President Zelensky. Trump wanted Zelensky to interfere in the 2020 election by announcing an investigation into the Bidens. Delaying this aid to Ukraine weakened Ukraine and strengthened Russia. Number 27, Trump personally attacked and ruined the careers of everyone who stood in the way of his illegal Ukraine scheme, including Ambassador Marie Yovanovitch and Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman. Number 28, to cover up the scheme, Trump ordered the White House and State Department to defy congressional subpoenas.
We're fighting all the subpoenas.
Number 29, for these reasons, on December 18th, 2019, Trump became the third U.S. president to be impeached. He was charged with abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. Number 30, even while he was being investigated for trying to get Ukraine to interfere in the U.S. election, Trump publicly called for China to interfere in the election.
China should start an investigation into the Bidens.
So, those are the 30.
What about the other impeachments and trying to end American democracy? There was also a pandemic and whatever.
Yep.
All right, so let's just repeat.
Okay, I'll go to 35. Number 31, long before Election Day, Trump started making false claims that the election would be rigged.
It will be a rigged election.
Number 32, after losing, Trump falsely claimed the election was stolen, even though his own inner circle, including his campaign manager, White House lawyers, and his own Justice Department and Attorney General told him it was not.
The claims of fraud were bullshit.
Number 33, Trump kept telling his big lie even after more than 60 legal challenges to the election were struck down in court, many by Trump-appointed judges. Number 34, Trump ordered the Department of Justice to falsely claim that the election was corrupt. Number 35, Trump and his allies used threats to pressure state leaders in Arizona and Georgia to falsify the election results. We may go to 40. Is that okay? 40? Number 36, when none of the previous schemes worked, Trump and his allies produced fake electoral votes cast by fake electors in multiple swing states.
We're electors.
They're electors. Yeah, the electors are already here. They've been checked in.
Trump's former White House chief of staff and Rudy Giuliani are among the many members of his inner circle who have been criminally indicted for this scheme. Number 37, Trump tried to bully Vice President Pence into obstructing the certification of the election.
If Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election.
Number 38, Trump invited a mob to the Capitol on January 6 with his, quote, "Be there, will be wild" tweet. Number 39, sworn testimony alleges that when Trump was warned that members of the crowd were carrying deadly weapons, he ordered security metal detectors to be taken down. Number 40, knowing the crowd had deadly weapons, he ordered them to go to the Capitol and
fight like hell.
Number 41, yes, I know, bear with me, I've got to go on. Trump betrayed his oath to defend the nation by doing nothing to stop the January 6th violence. Instead, according to witness testimony, he sat and watched TV for hours. Number 42, on January 13th, 2021, Trump became the only president ever to be impeached twice. This time, he was charged with incitement of insurrection. It was a bipartisan vote. Number 43, the majority of senators, 57 out of 100, voted to convict Trump, including 7 Republican senators. So that's the 2 impeachments and the big lie. But wait. We haven't dealt with Russia, right? We're going to 50, all right? We're going to 50. Number 44, Trump publicly sided with Putin over the U.S. intelligence community in denying Russia's interference in the 2016 election. Number 45, in a likely obstruction of justice, Trump pressured then FBI Director James Comey to stop the FBI's investigation into Trump's national security advisor, Michael Flynn. This was documented in the Mueller report. Number 46, when Comey didn't bend to Trump's will, Trump fired him. Number 47, Trump tried to shut down the Mueller investigation by ordering White House counsel Don McGahn to fire Mueller. McGahn refused because that would be criminal obstruction of justice. Number 48, Trump ordered his staff not to turn over emails showing Don Jr. had set up a meeting at Trump Tower before the 2016 election with representatives of the Russian government. Number 49, Trump convinced Michael Cohen to lie to Congress about Trump's plans to build a Trump Tower in Moscow, and Cohen served prison time for lying to Congress. Number 50, Trump was not charged for criminal obstruction of justice because it's the Justice Department's policy not to indict a sitting president. But more than 1,000 former federal prosecutors who served under both Republicans and Democrats signed a letter declaring there was more than enough evidence to prosecute Trump. So those are the 50 worst things about the Trump presidency. Now, I could go on, and I will. The 75 worst things about the Trump presidency. Number 51, Trump said he'd hire only the best people.
The best people.
All right, that's enough of that. Hold on, I got another video here of Trump. Let's check.
Donald Trump left office with the lowest approval rating of any president.
Okay, that's the same thing. Did you know? I'll be looking at these videos and saving them because some of these internet videos, they're very, some of them are very informative. That was the dude used to work for the what you call it, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. All right. Now let's look at Kamala Harris right here. Here's a video about Kamala Harris. I thought was funny, but check this out. But if you're, whether you vote for Kamala, I'm not voting for the presidency, so I don't really care who's the president. I vote for local elections. I don't even vote for mayor. I vote for local elections, city councils, people within my community, and so forth. I'm more of a community guy because the presidency is just a big flim flam for me. Both parties control. We have no third party to try and win. When Ross Perot ran for president, I think in 92, that was a good 92 or 96. That was a good time to vote third party. But I don't know what these people are doing. All right. But let's check this out.
Man, hell no, I ain't vote for no Kamala Harris for president. That lady, what has that lady ever did for black people? Watch this. What has Kamala Harris ever did for black people?
Kamala Harris has undertaken several initiatives and actions that have aimed to benefit Black Americans, both as a U.S. Senator and as Vice President. As a U.S. Senator, advocating for criminal justice reform. First Step Act. Harris supported the bipartisan First Step Act, which aimed to reform the criminal justice system, including reducing mandatory minimum sentences for nonviolent drug offenses, which disproportionately affect Black communities. Anti-lynching legislation. Harris co-sponsored the Justice for Victims of Lynching Act, which aimed to make lynching a federal hate crime. Justice in Policing Act. Harris co-authored this comprehensive police reform bill, which includes measures to ban chokeholds, establish a national database of police misconduct, and end qualified immunity for law enforcement officers. Harris introduced the LIFT, Livable Incomes for Families Today, the Middle Class Act, which proposed a tax credit that would benefit low and middle income families, including many Black families. Rent Relief Act. Harris introduced legislation aimed at providing rent relief to families spending more than 30% of their income on rent, benefiting many Black Americans facing housing affordability issues. As Vice President, Harris has supported and advocated for measures within the American Rescue Plan, which included significant funding for Black-owned businesses, expanded the child tax credit, and provided direct financial support to families disproportionately affected by the pandemic, including Black Americans. Harris has championed the Black Maternal Health Momnibus Act, which addresses the Black maternal health crisis through investments in social determinants of health, funding for community-based organizations, and improvements in data collection and research. Harris has been a vocal advocate for the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and the For the People Act, aimed at protecting and expanding voting rights, particularly for communities of color. Harris has worked to secure increased funding for historically Black colleges and universities, HBCUs, recognizing their critical role in providing education and opportunities for Black students. These efforts reflect her ongoing commitment to addressing issues that disproportionately impact Black Americans.
All right. And also,
this is crazy.
I gotta put this story out. I'm gonna show you how people work, how they wicked, and how election run. This reminds me of Jamaica so much, man. How they put a fake letter out. Look at this. Look at this right here, family. Check this out.
A woman in Bala Cynwyd, which is right near where I live, received a fake letter telling her that she had already been chosen to house migrants under a non-existent Biden-Harris program. And the person who lives next to her is a friend of mine. She sent me a copy of the letter. This is it. This is the letter that was sent to the woman in the news article. And this person's neighbor took a picture of it and sent it to me yesterday, the day before this news article actually dropped. And at the very top, it says it was sent from the Pennsylvania Congressional Office of Immigration Affairs, which does not exist. And the address is just an intersection in front of the state capitol in Harrisburg. And it says at the very top, you have been selected as a Wayward Steward exchange home for homeless immigrants and victims of foreign wars, that their house was assessed. They can house up to 5 refugees ranging from ages 1 month to 90 years of age. And these people were selected at random according to USCA 12-B, written into law by President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. That law does not exist, not a thing. And then it says you should expect these people to show up at your house on December 2nd, stamped right there. It says that they're going to have a stipend of $80 a week to feed these migrants. And if you have any questions, please call this number, which has since been disconnected. We are 39 days out from the election, and it is clear that the people who want Trump and other Republican politicians to win will do whatever it takes, including falsifying information and creating fear about immigrants.
All right, before we go into any other storylines, I'm just going to play some clips, but let me say this for anybody who wants to join the live. I don't give a damn who wins the election. I'm not voting for Kamala, and I'm not voting for Trump. But if I had to vote, I definitely would vote for Kamala more than Trump. That guy is one of the worst things that ever happened to America. And if you can't see that, I don't know what to tell you. And you can't, exactly, Mika, you can't satisfy Black people. You can't satisfy them. I always say this, one of the main problems with America and American Blacks, I'm not an FBA, I'm not an ADOS, I'm not a freedman by Lord Abba, but watch this. I have children who are born here, but watch this, family. American Blacks or African Americans have never accepted being American. Let's talk to your friends and family and say, I'm not, everybody's arguing about an identity. I'm not an African American, I'm an Israelite. Oh, Jesse Jackson, the white man, made that up. I'm not this. Call me this, call me that. You don't even know who we are. I'm a Moor. I'm a Hebrew Israelite. I'm a Nation of Islam. I'm all of that stuff. They don't consider themselves Americans in the argument of Americans. So whenever somebody do a policy, they want a policy specifically for Black Americans. They want a policy for Black people. They want purposes that. Are you an American? I'm an American citizen. Everybody asks me all the time, are you an American, Garfield? Hell yeah, I'm American. I was born in Jamaica, but I'm an American citizen. That don't mean I'm ADOS. I don't want no reparations. I don't care about all of that. What I do care about is the fact that we don't see the programs and don't that. That's a small community. They can't speak for us. We Americans, you sound crazy. I don't know what you're talking. I don't know who you're talking to. All right. What's up, chef friend? All right. So anyway, let me look. Let's listen to Mark Cuban, right? Mark Cuban is a quote unquote a European, a white guy. Raymond Boys, I'm an American. No, I'm not doubting if you're an American. I'm not doubting, but everybody's fighting for who they are. I'm a Hebrew Israelite. I don't vote. I'm a Nation of Islam. I don't vote. I'm a Moor. I don't vote. I'm a this. I don't vote. If you just listen to the conversations, I ain't worried about that. All right. Even if I'm lost, okay. At least we can be lost. I can be lost and be respectful. All right. Anybody wants to jump on and have this conversation? I'm going through all these stories. Cardi B and Offset. Cardi B and Offset remind me of the Israelites and the Christians arguing. I'm telling you. Cardi B, and it might sound crazy, but hey, it is what it is. Listen to this guy right here, Mark Cuban, a very successful businessman. Listen to this conversation.
He's ripped off. I can't even tell you how many people, right? People I know, right? That he's ripped off.
I mean, there's been a lot of alleged issues with contractors.
No, I'm telling you about, I'm telling you people I know, right? He like Barbara Corcoran, she said something about this from Shark Tank, right?
Mm-hmm.
He hired her or asked her to sell a bunch of condos in a new building that he put up. And she did. Sold everything she asked. He offered her $4 million. He wouldn't pay her. She had to sue him just to get her money.
But how does somebody benefit by behaving like that? Like
when that's the only way you know? I mean, he was born rich, right? He's never had to find his, Damon John.
Oh, yeah. He's always had good hair, dude. Rich people always have clean hair, I remember.
I don't know about that, but Trump University, Trump Foundation, Trump Soho, just example after example where he ripped off hard-working Americans again and again and again. And to think all of a sudden he just changed who he is, just not the case. Like, look what he's doing fucking now, right? A mint silver coin. If you're a billionaire, right? All of a sudden you just made $1 billion. So you took your company public, you put $1 billion in the bank. Mm-hmm. Are you going to be selling silver medallion coins?
What do they look like?
Does it matter?
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
You know what I'm talking? It's just.
Is it like so? Oh, you mean like one of those
commemorative coins?
Oh, commemorative
coins.
Right,
he's selling sneakers.
Oh, that's gangster, bro.
But why, if you're rich, selling sneakers, right?
Because
NFTs?
Donald also has he has a very.
Look at this shit.
Those
right?
All right.
He's ripped off. I can't even tell you how many people, right? People I know, right? That he's ripped off.
I mean, there's been a lot of alleged issues with contractors.
No, I'm telling you about, I'm telling you people I know, right? He like Barbara Corcoran, she said something about this from Shark Tank, right?
Mm-hmm.
He hired her or asked her to sell a bunch of condos in a new building that he put up. And she did. Sold everything she asked. He offered her $4 million. He wouldn't pay her. She had to sue him just to get her money.
But how does somebody benefit by behaving like that? Like
when that's the only way you know? I mean, he was born rich, right? He's never had to find his, Damon John.
Oh, yeah. He's always had good hair, dude. Rich people always have clean hair, I remember.
I don't know about that, but Trump University, Trump Foundation, Trump Soho, just example after example where he ripped off hard-working Americans again and again and again. And to think all of a sudden he just changed who he is, just not the case. Like, look what he's doing fucking now, right? A mint silver coin. If you're a billionaire, right? All of a sudden you just made $1 billion. So you took your company public, you put $1 billion in the bank. Mm-hmm. Are you going to be selling silver medallion coins?
What do they look like?
Does it matter?
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
All right. Let's get to what's going on with Mr. Mayor Eric Adams, by the way. This is just way out there, man. And I remember I don't know if y'all know. I know Truth Story probably knows Eric Adams from the 100 Black Men in Police Force. I know about him from back then in the 90s. And this was always a progressive dude who was against police brutality, whatever. He was against stop and frisk. Now when he became mayor, he implemented back stop and frisk. So now let me say this to everybody. And this is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a pattern with Diddy. I'm seeing a pattern with Bill Cosby. I'm seeing a pattern with R. Kelly. I'm seeing a pattern. All these behaviors are behaviors that we see, and when we implement it for ourselves, now we're getting locked up for it. And I'm not supporting the behavior. I'm not supporting the behavior by Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby putting pills in women and sexually assaulting them while they're asleep, or rape, date, drugs, and all this stuff that was allegedly happening in the 70s and early 80s, and Bill Cosby was supposedly doing all this crazy, freaky stuff. He didn't learn this on his own. He didn't make up this idea. This is what he saw. Diddy doing all these sexual parties. As a matter of fact, I support Diddy so much. I'm gonna tell y'all this right now. I don't even like Sean Puffy Combs. I don't like him as a rapper. I don't even care for him. But let's look at this right there. If he has a perversion, why is he getting locked up? We gonna talk about this today. The link is pinned. Let's get on here and we're gonna talk about this. Because I'm gonna be on for like 8 hours. This is the only time I go live on Sunday mornings, right through the football game. The Jets is on at 1 o'clock. So y'all know I'm gonna be on all day long. But listen to this. I don't support none of this nasty behavior by R. Kelly. I don't even listen to R. Kelly music because of what he was alleged to. Puffy, all of them. Listen, they are nasty, disgusting behavior. But the point is, if he's transporting and doing drugs, where did he learn this behavior from? And why did all these folks that go to the party accept it? Me and my brother was having a conversation last night. I ain't going to call his name. And I said, the reason why they're mad, because he's probably have videos or tapes of people who are higher up than him is blackmailing them or something. I'm not a conspiracy guy. But think about it for a second. Why would you really want to lock up Puff Daddy? Because one, the guy who is the prosecuting attorney is trying to do what? Boom, 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 boom. No, I don't listen to Shaka Amos, and I don't talk to Shaka Amos at all. Ever since he disrespected Mika, you can't disrespect Mika and expect me to be your friend after that. You know, he called her a bitch and all that stuff. So I don't F with Shaka Amos at all. All right, if you're talking to me. All right. So this is what I'm saying though, family. That DA, we gonna look at this. I don't know what y'all want to talk about. We want to deal with the Young Dolph first. I'm done with Kamala for the day. I'm done with Trump. I'm gonna get to my Knicks because I told my friend last night I need Truth Story on the panel so we could talk about these Knicks and those Nets where he got on me 3-4 years ago live on my show. I need to get on him today. So Truth Story, don't hide in the bushes. You're talking in the chat. Jump on so we could get to when I get to the Knicks. Because we're going to talk about these Knicks today. We definitely going to talk about them Knicks. We're going to talk about them Knicks. All right. Anyway, hey, B could have said that doesn't matter. I sound nuts. Hey, listen, you could say it sound nuts all you want. I'm saying, brothers and sisters, the prosecuting attorney, when you're trying to step up in politics, you find a case. Let's listen to what this lawyer said about Puffy. Who y'all want first? Eric Adams or y'all want Puffy first? Let's get Eric Adams out the way first, because he's a funny dude. Eric Adams is a funny dude. Let me go to this guy right.
Salacious details from the Sean Diddy.
Hold on 1 second. Let me go to this guy real quickly here. Let me see something that he has. Eric Adams. Let's listen to what Eric Adams' case is about. Eric Adams, for those who don't know, was the leader or the part of the 100 Black Men in law enforcement. He was the in charge. He was some politician. He turned into politics. Then he became mayor. Popular mayor, not liked. He didn't endorse Harris. So the Democratic Party didn't really like him after that. But at the end of the day, we know he gonna win Harris gonna win New York. So you don't really need a mayor's endorsement. But just for GP, he didn't endorse her, which was a problem. But anyway, I'm not saying that's the reason why. But check this out right here. This is from Simon Investigations. He used to work for the FBI. FBI agent for 26 years. Now he's a licensed private investigator in Florida. Check this out, though, what he said about the whole case with this guy right here.
Following an FBI investigation, the federal grand jury indictment of New York City Mayor Eric Adams has been unsealed, so now I can talk about it and explain the accusations to you. By way of background, Mr. Adams is a former police officer who was elected Brooklyn Borough President in 2014 and later elected to be mayor of the entire city in 2021. An important thing to understand is that foreigners are not permitted to donate to candidates in the USA, which is really what this case is about. Adams is accused of accepting illegal campaign contributions from foreigners wanting favorable treatment. These contributions were allegedly funneled through straw donors, who were Americans, creating the illusion that they were donating their own money. There are also rules about how much any one wealthy person can donate, and New York City bans any contributions from corporations, and both of these rules were apparently circumvented by separate straw donor schemes. The thing about these straw donor schemes is that they only are worth the time and money of the donor if the candidate knows about them, or else the real donor loses the leverage over the politician when asking for special favors later. So the FBI needed to prove not only that these illegal campaign contributions happened, but that the mayor was aware of them. This scheme also cost the taxpayers of New York money, and here's how. New York City has a public fund to match the contributions from small dollar donors, giving less than $2,000. And Adams' mayoral campaign accepted $10 million in tax dollars through these matching programs. Now, the biggest hidden donor to the Adams campaign was a senior diplomat from the nation of Turkey, and I think it's safe to assume that this was done at the behest of the government of Turkey, who wanted special favors from the mayor. And it wasn't just campaign contributions. Adams is accused of accepting free travel on Turkish Airlines to France, Sri Lanka, China, India, Hungary, and Turkey, as well as free rooms at opulent hotels, meals at high-end restaurants, and luxury entertainment. And then Adams allegedly faked his public disclosure paperwork to hide these free gifts. But why on earth was the government of Turkey spending so much time and money to romance the mayor of New York City? Here's why. According to the indictment, in September 2021, the Turkish diplomat told Mayor Adams that it was time for him to repay Turkey for the nation's generosity. They wanted the mayor to approve the opening of a new Turkish consulate building in New York City. That's kind of like an embassy. The building is a 36-story skyscraper that could not pass a fire inspection. The Turks wanted the approval in time for an imminent visit from the Turkish president. And according to the criminal charges, Mayor Adams knew where his bread was buttered and did what he was told by his Turkish paymasters. The mayor intervened, and a fire department official was told that he'd lose his job if he failed to play ball and pass this fire traps inspection, which he did. And that's kind of the heart of the case. Mayor Adams will have his day in court where the government will be forced to rise to its burden of proof, but my expectation is that that won't be difficult, but we'll have to wait and see what happens. And yes, he's allowed to continue being mayor because an indictment is only an accusation, and the mayor is considered innocent until proven guilty in court. Mayor Adams may decide to resign to focus on his criminal defense, and there's probably a way that the city council can impeach and remove him from office, but neither of those things have happened yet. Politically, Adams is in the last year of his term as mayor, and under normal circumstances, he'd run for re-election in November 2025, but I'd be very surprised if that happens, given these pending charges. Like with the P. Diddy case, which is being prosecuted by the same U.S. Attorney's Office, this case probably won't go to trial until late 2025 or early 2026, and it won't be televised. And that's everything I know from reading the court file. Please share your thoughts in the comments, and if you could also share this post with interested friends and follow me for daily crime stories.
Hey, I'm gonna say this, right? I'm gonna say this. This is a situation, right? Let me ask y'all a question. Do you think every politician does what he does? I think every politician does this. Politics is you're getting lobbyists. This is why the reparations movement won't move. Who is lobbying for the people who want reparations? Who is paying a politician money to vote for reparations for black folks? You see why the reparations movement, the people who are at the forefront, makes no sense. The ADOS people, the FBA people, whatever, because you have nobody wetting the palms of these people. This is how politics goes. So when we say we vote for somebody, you vote alone, don't cut it. This is why all these immigrants coming in, I said it 5 years ago and people was mad at me. I said they're trying to replace the black vote with all these immigrants coming in, and they want those 12 million people to be naturalized so that their vote, because those people who come in gonna love the Democrats. The Democrats are thinking 50 to 100 years from now, because they know if they make all these people naturalize and stay in the country, their votes are gonna count. So the more of them coming in, the black vote is gonna be lesser needed, and lesser needed. So your vote is all that you have, while the immigrants who are illegal in the country have people in Mexico paying politicians to vote their way to make them stay in the country. The Democratic, so who is lobbying for reparations for black folks in general? So as a politician, I'm not trying to sway from the argument with Eric Adams. I don't know if he's Jamaican or whatever. Somebody had said in the chat, he's my people. You gonna have to find somebody. You have to find somebody to basically lobby for you as an African American, an FBA, ADOS, freedman, whatever you claim. So you could campaign and say, oh, Kamala don't like reparations, so don't vote for her. So hold on. So you want us to vote for Trump? Really? The crazy man that had all them people January 6th trying to take over the damn government? Y'all ain't got no principles. Y'all just hate on Kamala because she's not FBA or whatever. Which I support. Sheffrin is 1% of the population. So that those people don't even count. The people who go to churches, the 90% of African Americans who support the black church, those are the ones who they are appealing to. They're not appealing to me and you in the conscious community. It's crazy. So who is giving the politicians money to say, hey, we need to push this agenda of reparations? Who is doing it? Tell me, who is the only group that was lobbying was the NAACP. And y'all don't like NAACP because they're a civil rights group. So voting, I'm telling y'all this, it's just the facts. Whether you like to hear what I'm saying is not. Adams is not a coconut. Okay, I don't know. I don't know what Adams is. I really don't care. But I'm just saying, again, this is another situation where this is the same situation. You ever watch Distinguished Gentleman with Eddie Murphy? That's how politics is, about money and hiding the money you get from lobbyists, people who support your campaign. That's what politics is about. This is what politicians have been doing for the last 400 years. Why is it a crime for this specific African-American man? Again, why? How come they didn't get the guy before him? Because he got money and hide it. So now you found a way he hide it, so now you're going to prosecute him. It's crazy. I don't care who people vote for, Kamala or Trump. I don't think Kamala is a much better, sensible choice than that guy. I have never said I deserve reparations here. You see, indigenous black man, this is what, you know what, let me time you out for that too. That's for the stupid statement. Not me. My kids may, I mean, who have children with women who are FB or ADOS, but not me. I'm from Jamaica. You can't do crime and piss people off. But this is my point though. Nobody want to jump on and talk with me about this, man? Y'all the funniest, man. Y'all the funniest. All right, let me get to Young Dolph in a second now. Let me see if I could find a Young Dolph post. All right, so now with Eric Adams, something else about Eric Adams.
This is a lot to read. It's about Diddy. If you don't want to read it all, I'll give you the summary. All
right, hold on. I'm going to hold off on Diddy for 1 second. Hold off on Diddy 1 second. Hold off on Diddy for 1 second. Young Dolph. Hold on. Oh, you know what?
I'm going to tell you the craziest thing about Diddy being locked up.
Hold on 1 second, family. Okay.
This is a lot to read.
Young Dolph. Let's deal with the Young Dolph case. Young Dolph case. Listen to this, what happened with the Young Dolph kid.
So this guy took the stand, admitted to murdering Dolph, and then acknowledged that a lawyer was paid by CMG to defend him for that murder. And then he acknowledged that, yeah, they paid that because I did the murder. Wow. That to me, before you start thinking about criminal charges, that is definitely some very, very strong basis for going after that label on a civil basis. You could definitely take that and try to start piecing together other pieces of the puzzle and then saying that, you know what, they're civilly liable for the murder of Young Dolph. That's what I would be looking at. I haven't seen the rest of this case, but if there's other pieces involved where this guy is saying, I murdered Dolph, they paid for my lawyer, the reason they paid for my lawyer is because I killed him, and then you stack that with a couple other pieces, you definitely have enough to go bring a civil lawsuit and try to prove that they're responsible for the murder. So this guy took the stand, admitted to murdering Dolph, and then acknowledged that a lawyer was paid by CMG to defend him for that murder. And then he acknowledged that, yeah, they paid that because I did the murder. Wow. That to me, before you start thinking about criminal charges, that is definitely some very, very strong basis for going after that label on a civil basis. You could definitely take that and try to start piecing together other pieces of the puzzle and then saying that, you know what, they're civilly liable for the murder of Young Dolph. That's what I would be looking at. I haven't seen the rest of this case, but if there's other pieces involved where this guy is saying, I murdered Dolph, they paid for my lawyer, the reason they paid for my lawyer is because I killed him, and then you stack that with a couple other pieces, you definitely have enough to go bring a civil lawsuit and try to prove that they're responsible for the murder. So this guy took the stand, admitted to murdering.
Yep. Yo, this is some I don't know why people shocked though, but it was already in the streets that the dude was, what you calling it, that he had something to do with it. That's crazy. And yo, I don't know. Listen, I don't know Young Dolph. I'm not into hip hop like that. I don't be listening to the radios. I be on Clubhouse chilling. I just be minding my business. All I'm saying, family, all I'm saying is, yo, can it get any worse for Yo Gotti though? I'm like, come on now. You see, Kwame, mind your business. Who said I don't care if Jamaicans get reparations? Why y'all just gossip and hear shit and don't hear the context of what he's talking about? If I as a Jamaican should get reparations here. I said I don't think Jamaicans should get reparations here. Jamaicans have their own thing in Jamaica. I separate it. Of course Jamaicans should get reparations. Kwame, just shut up, man. Shut up. All right. Let me see what my brother said. Elder Yara said Trump 2024. That's his choice. You see, why are we hating on somebody making a choice to vote for Trump? If he want to make that choice, that's his business. We take this. So they've always said two things you shouldn't argue is religion and politics. People fight over religion and politics. Jamaicans got reparations from a Scottish company, but the people didn't get it. So we can't say Jamaicans got reparations. The government got the money and they decided to build a building with the money. Supposedly, we don't know where that money went. So that's not, the Jamaicans did not get reparations. So let's just be clear about that, Mika. All right. But anyway, with this young Dolph stuff, this is, I don't know. I think they're coming for Yo Gotti next, man. This shit is crazy. Oh, and then on top of it, did y'all see the comment that my brother said earlier? True story. Let me go back to this comment, but he said, how about folks not making entertainers their leaders? That will never stop. That ain't gonna stop, true story. We want to make Diddy a leader. We want to make R. Kelly a leader. I don't know who would make R. Kelly a leader, but I mean, crazy. It's crazy out here. We got to stop this foolishness, man. We got to stop. Yo, all right, let me get back to Eric Adams for a second and listen to what his lawyer. Y'all should follow him, by the way, to Lawyer for Workers. Y'all should follow this dude right here. Check this out, what he said about this.
See, here I thought it was all just luxury airfare, fancy hotels, questionable campaign finance contributions that got our mayor to the very top. But no, he had some sense along the way. Case in point, his lawyer. He just hired Alex Spiro. This is Elon Musk's lawyer. This is Jay-Z's guy. This guy is the one who took the Alec Baldwin criminal charges and tore him to pieces. And he had a great job with a press conference. I like this pick. This is not somebody who's going to go out there and be like, oh, maybe you got it at Costco in bulk. This is a very smart man. This is a very dangerous man in terms of he has a large law firm at his disposal. That law firm is going to have former prosecutors in there, maybe even former judges, people who know the ins and outs of everything. And then at the helm, you have the guy who's just an absolute whiz. So you get the benefit of like a real rock star lawyer, the power of a big law firm. This was a W for Mayor Adams. He's not as dumb as they're trying to make him look. See, here I thought it.
All right. So he got one of the top lawyers. I'm telling you, and then he's going to run for mayor because everybody loves an underdog. In New York, who you going to vote for mayor? They don't want Jermaine Williams because Jermaine Williams is a radical. They don't want that guy to be the mayor. They don't want that guy to be the mayor. The guy who's behind him. Oh, man. I'm telling you, man, P. Diddy is a Jamaican Israelite. Oh, man. I'm telling y'all. Hey, everybody, Sheffrin, everybody does it. How about folks not making entertainers their leaders? No entertainer is my leader. I forbid that talk. My leader was my father, and that's it. My father and my mother were my leaders. Point blank, period. All right, let's look at what we have. Who else we're going to talk about today? We got Diddy. We got Diddy. Y'all want to do Cardi B before Diddy? Let me do Cardi B before Diddy, man. Nah, let's do Diddy for a second. Let's look at the Diddy case for a second and see what's going on with the Diddy case. And we're going to hear from a lawyer and from the guy from the FBI case. I want y'all to check this out about the Diddy case. All right. Hold on one second. Let me find it. Real quickly. Let me go to my saved. I want y'all to listen to this carefully.
I'm going to tell you the craziest thing about Diddy being locked up right now, facing mandatory minimums, the possibility of life in federal prison. Go read the transcript from the bond hearing and listen to what the defense says they believe is the start of the feds looking into P. Diddy. The defense says, my read of it, many months ago, a woman approaches Diddy and says, hey, this is through lawyers. We're going to be releasing a tell-all book about this woman's experience with Diddy over all the years. And it's going to make you look like a monster. And if you don't want that book to get out there, you can buy the exclusive rights to it for $30 million. Catch and kill this book. Diddy's team says no. Woman comes back with a lawyer. We're going to file a civil lawsuit against you because it's not just stuff that makes for good print. These are civil claims that we can bring and we can win millions of dollars. Diddy's team says, okay, bring the lawsuit. They bring the lawsuit, and within like hours, it's settled for, surprise, surprise, $30 million. After those things happened, a line of people came with stories to get their check too. Hey, if she got 30 mil, what can I get off this guy? I was there. I saw this. I heard that. And that then led to a federal investigation. See, people think, oh, somebody's out to get him. He pissed off the wrong person. It's the alcohol company that, nah, you guys got to understand that there's prosecutors out there who want big, sexy cases. They don't fall out of the sky every day. The chance to go after somebody like P. Diddy and put him away for life is like the greatest case you could ever find if you're a prosecutor. And so when a public filing gets released and you read it and you go, wait a second, that law firm is mad thorough. Wait a second, he settled it for 30 million. Wait a second. If all of this is true, then I could probably get some subpoenas. I could probably collect some evidence. I could probably build a case. They start doing it. They raid. A couple months later, they indict. It is very possible that had P. Diddy immediately caught and killed the story by paying the $30 million that he paid eventually anyway, that story never gets public. Nobody ever comes forward, and nobody in the federal government ever bothers to look for the baby oil. I'm going to tell you the craziest thing about Diddy being locked up right now, facing mandatory minimums, the possibility.
For the family, what's up, brother? And please, I'm asking, don't violate my guests, man. Please don't violate my guests. You're a good dude. I know you're trying to live by the laws, the statutes, and the commandments. I respect your religion. I respect what you're trying to do as a man.
It's not a religion. It's not a religion, but go ahead.
Respect. You claim it's a. All right. Well, anyway, continue. You want to get in on this, or you want to bring up something else?
Yeah, I just want to ask a question. What makes you think black people care about celebrities? This is very interesting.
Why do I
care
think
about celebrities?
Because of how. All right. Okay. All right. I ask you a question again.
Do you think my people care about celebrities in general? You brought up R. Kelly.
Who do you call my people?
I'm talking about Black Americans.
All right, Black Americans, yes.
You're a Jamaican. You're a Jamaican, right?
I'm a Jamaican. I'm an American citizen. Yes, my children all are Americans.
Black Americans. You humped on one of our little things. It's cool, but what makes you think that my people in general worship celebrities?
Because if you look at how the world is built in America, as far as the Black American community, you could tell that they crave popularity and people who are popular, the Cardi B's, the Offsets, the P Diddy's. If you look at social media, hold on, bro. Hold on. You gotta let me. Oh, I see what it is. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna respond to you, and then when I'm done, I'll bring you back up. My brother, if you look at social media, for example, if you go to P. Diddy's page, you have millions of people following him. This world is based off of social media now. It's based off of YouTube views. It's based off of TikTok views, based off of Instagram views, based off of Twitter views. That's what the world is built on. People don't watch the news anymore. I don't know if you heard what I said earlier. I said, I don't even know who Young Dolph is. I don't know who he is. And not because I'm a Jamaican. It's because I don't know who he is because I don't listen to the radio. I'm not listening to Hot 97 or Power 105 when I'm in my vehicle. I'm on Clubhouse. I'm on YouTube. I'm on all these different social media platforms. That's what the human beings, that's what takes up all our time. So the people who are watching, you're saying my people, you're on YouTube now with me. You're on social media. So that's what the Black American view is. Whether I'm a Jamaican saying it or you want a Black American to tell you this, it's facts is facts. And the floor is yours. Go ahead, my brother.
That's what's up, man. I think y'all got us, y'all looking at us wrong. We don't care about these celebrities no more. Going forward, we don't give a damn about them. Who do you speak
for? What percentage of people are you speaking for?
The 40, 50, 80 million that's strong here in this nation.
80 million? What 80 million? Where you get that number from?
Where you think? What? You don't know what's going on? You think we've been 12% for what? 100, 200, 300 years? Really? You believe that?
That's a simple question. Where are you getting those numbers from?
Because I know my people.
Oh, you know every 80 million people. All right.
I know enough of them.
Stop for 1 second, Forza family. James Corvus, what's up? You wanted to add in, my brother?
Yeah, it was good, Garfield. I don't know why the brother referred to his people, his woman, as things. But my whole thing is,
what?
Yeah, you did, because you said like, oh, you had one of our little things when he said that he had children.
So what if I said that? What's your point?
My point is that why you referring to our woman as things?
Because that's my thing. We say thing. That's my thing. You don't know what I'm talking about? Because you're not us. Now continue with your spill.
What are you, brother? Seriously.
See, you don't know what's going on.
Are you Hebrew Israelite, brother? Are you Hebrew Israelite?
I'm an Israelite. I'm an American. I'm not an African. Any more questions?
Okay, so now we got okay.
All right, so let me get back to this right here, James. You get the last spill, and let me get something about this case going on. But go ahead, continue. Say your last word, James. James, you want to say something?
Oh no, I'll hold for a minute. My bad.
Right, let me get to this video right here.
This is a lot to read. It's about Diddy. If you don't want to read it all, I'll give you the summary. What this all means is OMFG DIDDY. Tony Busby, one of the nation's best lawyers.
Hold on, a true story and peace and love to you, bro. You wanted to add something real quick, bro?
No. Go ahead. I just
wanted to lose your thought. All right, cool.
And what he does is he takes cases for free. You don't pay him. He'll take your case, and then he's going to go out and investigate it and try to win it for big money. How's he been doing? I think this man has made billions of dollars at this point. I know he's made hundreds of millions. He might be into the B's. And here's what he's saying. He's saying that he represents 50 victims of the freak-offs. And here's where it gets scary hours for Team Diddy. He's saying that it includes minors. He's saying that we expect a group of people seeking justice to grow. He's saying he expects other individuals will be implicated. He's saying there's going to be a press conference next week. He's saying it's up and it's stuck on P. Diddy. If this man Diddy ever even looked at you funny, you can call Tony Busby. Actually, call me. We'll call Tony Busby together. This is very scary because lawyers like Mr. Busby make their money by spending lots of money investigating and uncovering facts and information about powerful individuals like P. Diddy. And so now this guy's on your ass with 50, some minors, and maybe more on the way. It's up and it's stuck. This is a lot to read.
Oh, man. Anybody want to add on to that?
Black culture is entertainment.
Really? Explain that.
What's going on, as I can see right
Yeah,
here?
you're just talking. So,
You saying
how was our culture
what's wrong with you? What's
Hold on a
wrong
second.
with you, dude?
Ford family, you can't be on the panel and don't allow people to speak, bro. You're doing it again.
Okay.
You see, what happened is you fell victim to a lie. And because of that lie, let me finish. You feel that you are better than the average human because you think you are connected to some ancient people that didn't exist. So calm down, because you're not an Israelite. And I'm going to prove it in a second. Let my brother speak. Ha, 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 ha. You see, you feel like you're better. When I was in the NOI in college, I would argue with niggas and laugh in their face. I said, I'm from the Nation of Islam. I could trace back to the tribe of Shabazz. And I had that same laugh you just effing had. Ha, ha, ha. Laughing at my Christian brothers and sisters. But I was the idiot who believed that bullshit that I'm Asiatic black man. I was an idiot. But anyway, true story. Finish your point, brother.
It's not attention. I just said two words. Like I said, black people are entertainment, because this guy who would arguably, or hopefully inarguably, seem not to be from our culture is going around like in some like corner conversation about what's up and all this other stuff to try to be relatable. But at the end of this, people take a step back. For the past year, black men in particular have been holding an L, whether they have been wrong or right. But that's just the facts in media. So like I said, we are entertainment. Who's the source of all the entertainment and news right now? Black men. Black folks in particular, but black men, right? Do you understand now what I mean by black folks are entertainment?
All right, let me get my brother back on. Go ahead and respond, Fourth Family. It's up to you.
I hear you talking. Keep going.
Do you understand now what I meant by black folks are entertainment?
We being used. I get it.
Okay, so what was your contention with my statement?
Because that's not the norm of us, right? Celebrities are a small percentage of us, so they don't represent us at all.
Are you us in entertainment right now?
Wait. Do you understand what I'm telling you?
Are you us in entertainment right now? You're not us.
No, I'm not entertaining you right now at all. This is not
no. What I'm saying is you're not us. Who is the people that are entertainment are black men? Do you understand that? Us isn't out there on the screens. Black men are.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, I got you. No. A lot of them people ain't even us. No, you talking about
Eric Adams is, P. Diddy is, and the others. Eric Adams is born in America.
What else?
Eric Adams' family is from America.
So what if he born in America?
So what are you talking about? That's a Jamaican. Do you understand what you're doing?
Okay, look.
Do you understand that you just lied there?
No, don't talk over.
Let's go through one at a time. Do you understand you just lied there?
About what?
Eric Adams being a Jamaican.
I don't believe it. How am I lying? Because I don't believe he's us. The hell you talking about?
Okay. Do you know anything about his background?
No. I can look at his face.
So I understand where you're coming from.
Hold on. You looked at his face? Nigga, please. What are you talking about, Fourth Family?
Listen, I can look at his face and I can tell by his actions that he's not us. Even if he is us, we don't want him.
Right. Your statement said a lot about where this is coming from. So I get it. I'm not gonna argue with you.
Yeah, we don't want that. We tired of the degeneracy. Right.
Of what? Not understanding, being able to identify even your own people?
No.
Then why can't you identify that this man is a quote unquote?
I won't accept it. I won't accept
Good.
it.
Okay, that's fine. Then you don't
Because
accept your
he's
people.
letting in illegal immigrants, so it has to
Because
be
you
one of your
don't
people.
accept your people.
No, it has to be one of your people.
Yes, he is.
Only an immigrant would allow other immigrants in. That would be you.
Right.
Right?
Because he's not
Yeah.
one. How do you justify what you're talking about?
Anyway, don't let this.
Right. Do
Let's
you
not get stuck
understand
on
he is
this.
not?
Let's
Do you?
go
No.
forward
But it's
with the
important.
conversation.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
confused that this dude is a Hebrew Israelite.
Wait, hold on. It's important because you want people to go off of a lie you just tell and just have this conversation.
I want people to make their own
Because you're
decisions.
going to
Get
tell
caught up in the
what?
mix. They can do
Make
what
up
they
your
want.
own decision. Right. How do we do that? Hey, folks in the chat, go and check Eric Adams' background. I'm pretty sure he has a Wikipedia page.
Time out. Fourth family, are you willing to admit that you're wrong about Adams? You said he was Jamaican. He's not a Jamaican.
If you can prove to me he's not a Jamaican, then I'll admit I'm wrong.
No. Hold on one second.
Jamaicans would have been jumping up and down saying we got a Jamaican mayor.
Beloved. Hold on, beloved. One second. Fourth family, you made the claim he's not. So
I said prove. No. I want to. I don't care. Okay, cool.
Since you don't care, right, I'll get back to you in a second. All right, hold on one second, True. Let me get Sabio in here. Sabio, go ahead, bro.
Yo, what up, man? I just been sitting back listening. It sounds like we got another person that's trying to separate us based off of lookership and trying to, like you said, claim somebody else's heritage. This shit is sad. These niggas need to grow up.
All right. Slave plantation. You got Tom? I know you're probably working.
Yeah, man. I'm here to represent all the slave plantation niggas. I'm just here
King of the
to let y'all
slaves,
know.
baby. You know I was about to put out the APB.
I'm a descendant of them slaves. I'm 100% slave plantation nigga. You can see it in my demeanor. You can see it in my workouts. I'm
You can
one
see it
of
in
them.
your face. You
Okay.
can see it in your face, nigga. We can see it in your face.
I'm 100% slave plantation nigga. All right.
God.
Shout out to the SPNs. That's the new word.
What's
It ain't
SPN? You didn't
CPNs
even
no
tell
more,
me.
nigga. It's SPN.
Slave
that?
plantation, nigga.
SPN.
What's that? SPN. Oh, slave
plantation nigga.
Oh man!
Wow.
Nobody uses that on my channel but Raw Boy. I don't want nobody to hear nobody say that. Nobody said that. SPN. All right, let me get my brother back, Fourth family, so he can respond in all fairness. Go ahead, Fourth, because you interrupted.
We could tell you a nigga about that crooked ass eye. That's all good.
All right, cool. I got you. All right, so listen. So we talked about Diddy for a second, right? What do y'all think? Honestly, I'm not really into it, but I just have a feeling all these parties he's throwing and all these things, he's not the first to do this. He's not the last to do this. But why do you guys feel they're picking on Diddy right now? Why?
Because he's a black American. That's why. They're trying to destroy the black man right now. Because the black man ain't trying to vote. The black man is not trying to vote right. So they're trying to take them all down. But all them celebrities be gay as hell anyway.
Hold on. What family? Wait a second. And by the way, too, he's black American and he's alleged to have taken in some activities you as an Israelite would be opposed.
I mean, shit. We got gays everywhere. It is what it is. All them celebrities be gay. You know that.
All right, but I'm just saying, why do you think they're trying to take Diddy down? What do you think?
I just told you that. They are mad at the actual black man because he's not voting Democrat no more.
Okay.
That's what I think, to be honest with you.
What?
90% of African Americans are still going to vote for Democrat.
That's a lie.
This dude
That's a
smoking
lie.
crack.
Nigga, you was gay too. You was a gay.
Say that again?
This nigga gay too.
You
Ask
ain't
him about Diddy.
Ain't gonna violate Sabio, man. Come on.
Your
man.
mama.
Stop. Nah. We're not gonna do that. Sabio, I'm gonna
It
put you
just
down.
gets weird after a while. Like
We don't need. This is what I'm trying to say to my brother. Fourth family, I'm gonna put you up. You could get off mic. My brother, you claim an identity that you're not.
What's
you
that?
look crazy out here. You claim you're an Israelite. You're not an Israelite. If I ask you to prove
Why?
you're an Israelite right now, show and prove right now. Show and prove you're an Israelite.
I'm circumcised.
You're circumcised.
Hard. So are most white Americans, bro. So is most white people.
So were white people. So were black people.
Listen. I can't help they copied us. I can't help they copied us.
You listen. You're my show. Listen to what I'm telling you, and I'm going to show you. I'm not even going to talk. I'm going to show you that Africans were actually circumcised way before.
Stop lying.
Okay.
Please don't show no penis evidence, please. Bro.
I don't want to see that shit. I'm just telling you. You told me to prove it. I just
weren't
proved.
talking about it. You started it.
He asked me to prove it, and I just
No, he
told him
didn't
I ain't
ask you
showing
nothing
nothing.
about your penis, sir. He asked you how
Listen,
you an Israelite. You
let
said,
that man talk, because you have a fag too.
And Muslims are
You
circumcised
the one
too.
talking about your circumcision. Sick out with what you mean.
Hold on 1 second. Let me deal with him real quick.
This Negro's different.
Actually, I am.
Sus.
I'm not you, motherfucker.
Right. Which is
Why
hetero,
we going
apparently.
there though? Why we going there like we mad? Why you mad though? You in the truth?
I'm not. They mad.
You know most Muslims are circumcised too, right?
I know what's going on.
Right here, bro. Over 6,000 years ago, circumcision. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Look at
I saw this the other day with them faggot ass Africans. What did you show me right here?
What about the faggot ass Israelites? Hold up. You want to
No,
violate?
no. These are faggot ass Africans right here on this picture.
You want to violate Africans? Okay, I got you. I'm gonna do you one even better. I got you right.
I want to kill their African spirit, nigga. That's what I want to do.
That's
what I want to do.
I got you right now. I got you right now.
Yeah, nigga.
Violate Africans? I got you right now. I got you right now. Hold
Put
on.
a real African up here. Use a Jamaican.
Hold on.
Let me talk to a real African so I can break his spirit, nigga.
What's a real
You
African?
sound like you got buck broke. That's the only broke you know about. Damn, homie.
Use a hoe anyway, man.
Right.
Hold
on. I gotta ask this. What's men's obsession with getting on with other men talking about gay stuff?
1 second. Let's look at the screen. You want to talk about faggot ass niggas? What about Abraham? And Abraham said unto his eldest servant of his house that ruled over all that he had put, I pray thee thy hand under my thigh. So you got niggas putting there, and don't interrupt me yet, because I got to show you more examples. I got to show you more. We're going to go to Genesis 47 right now. That's what we're going to go to. Do you put Abraham is having niggas putting their hands under his thighs, and thighs, it's actually a euphemism for fucking balls. You talking about
what do you think that means?
Hold up, nigga. Hold up. Since you want to be a nigga on my platform, I'm going to tell you what it is. So now Abraham got niggas fucking grabbing his balls, and you want to call African faggot ass niggas? I call you Hebrew niggas faggots. How about that part? Let me get into it some more. Let's go to Genesis 47. Since you want to talk about Africans, talk about them niggas that you're trying to claim and be like. 47:29. Let's go to some more shit. When the time drew near for Israel, he called for his son Joseph and said to him, if I have found favor in your eyes, put your hand under my thigh and promise that you will show me kindness. And what the fuck is that? What type of faggot Hebrew shit is that? Since you want to call Africans faggots. What about that part? What about that part? Niggas is on this bullshit, man. Y'all trying to claim an identity. You're not even a part of the fucking culture, and you're trying to disrespect Africans because it sounds cute. This ain't the cute sound cute channel.
Do the etymology of that word thigh in that scripture.
We talking about Diddy.
Don't be a batty boy. Don't do it. Don't get mad over them niggas.
Don't violate.
It's all good.
I told you at the beginning of the show.
Look up the etymology of the thigh in that scripture that you brought up.
Bro, it's talking about.
Look it up for the people. Listen, look it up for the people.
No, you look it up. It's your joint.
I don't have share screen. You brought that shit up.
We've already been over this numerous times, so we are well aware of what he's talking about. Trust me.
So show me so I can learn.
So if he was
educate me.
If he was playing with his thigh, would be better.
Pull it up so I can see it.
I just want to know if you say,
listen, man. I'm not trying to talk to you. I'm not trying to talk. I'm trying to talk to Garfield. Pull up.
Go ahead and pull it up, brother.
I don't have share screen.
Right here, Yerek 24:2 under my thigh, right here. I pray thee thy hand under thy thigh. 32:25 of his thigh. It's a euphemism. That's what it is.
What does it mean, though?
Balls. They don't use balls or vagina in the Bible, brother. They use words that signify. It's called a euphemism. If you put your hands under your thigh, what is a man doing touching under your thigh?
Putting some money under there. Trying to hide something. You don't talk nigga. You talk Jamaican.
It's called the Yarek Oath for a reason. The Yarek Oath has to do with, it's like a secret society. So them niggas wanted niggas to grab their balls. So it's a swore oath of secrecy. So you want to talk about Africans, talk about your fucking fake ass culture you're trying to adopt. That's what you need to talk about. You want to come at Africans. Come at your culture.
Yo, Garfield, why them niggas was playing with foreskins, bro?
Yeah, why they playing with foreskins too? Why they need to play
Trying to be African. I guess they was trying to be African.
I am an African-rooted nigga. That's the
You
point.
was a fake African. You was a fake African, nigga.
You could call me fake African all you want. I know where I'm from. No problem.
They tell you that you a fake African too.
So what? You a fake Israelite. You an identity thief. How about that?
All right, let's get past this. Come on.
I said,
Let's
prove
get.
you're an Israelite.
Why are you so mad? I done rubbed you the wrong way.
I'm giving you the
Stop
same
bitching
thing
out.
you trying to give my
Come
audience,
on.
and I still love you though. You still my bro.
You my people too, but you fucked up. You wrong.
Watch this. Prove you're an Israelite right now.
I done already told you. What the hell you mean? Prove I'm. What the fuck? I'm gonna pop up in your house?
Never said it.
Nigga. Prove you're an Israelite. You faking the funk. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I do you one better. I do you one better. I got nothing to prove to a fucking Jamaican.
Okay, here you go. Run. All right. Who up? Go ahead, Q.
Nah, this crazy, son. It's Sunday morning shenanigans, B. I don't know what son talk about, but back to Mayor Adams and shit, and Diddy. Yeah, that's it's looking crazy right now. But I mean, like they're still taking accountability for the actions. Like I think Diddy is on one side of the fence. I ain't throwing the black man flag in front of Diddy. I can't do it. He's a black man, but I can't do it. Diddy got a record that's crazy.
Yeah, I think yeah, and I'm gonna say this officially. I don't think Diddy should go to jail for his sexual orgy. I think if he's transporting children, like what Dr. York did, that's a whole nother scenario. I can't defend that. Whatever
Why you put that on that man's name? He didn't do that. That's not even in this indictment.
Yo, fourth family. It is in his indictment. I just played the
transporting
video.
Kids.
Bro, let me play this over for you. All right.
We're talking about Diddy, son. You just saying that you ain't want to talk, so hold on, boy. So yeah,
I said I didn't want to talk to your hoe ass. Go ahead, Garfield.
Hold on, Q. Yo, bro,
who is this nigga?
Stop disrespecting people on the panel, bro. At the beginning, we could have a conversation as men.
I've been cooked you. You don't remember me?
Oh, you faking the funk. You say you're an Israelite, so you think you better than everybody else. That's
not true.
Yes, you do. This is how you talk to people. If we are your brothers, why you gotta come with that energy? Ain't nobody trying.
I never said you were my brothers.
All right then. All right. So forget about it. All I'm saying is don't disrespect nobody on my panel. And that's
I got you.
That's it. You calling people whole ass nigga. You don't know Q Butter from nowhere, bro.
I don't talk to Q Butter. He's a weak.
You ain't gotta do that. What's all of that?
I like what he doing with the kids and stuff like that. Other than that, he weak though. He's trying to latch on to some shit that don't belong to him anyway. Trying to latch on to.
Yo, Garfield, time for this nigga to go.
Yo, Garfield, you're not having this is not productive. Even if you want to have people who have anti-opinions about something, that's cool. But this is just trash, man. Like, what is he talking about?
Yo, some goofy shit.
Right.
Let me.
No. I want to. Hold on. Excuse me, brother slave person.
All right, go ahead.
I want to get back to Garfield here. First of all, if none of the women or whatever the case is wanted to be there, or they got drugged up for the whatever the freak show or whatever it's called, then he need to go to jail.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but you say you don't think you need to
for his sexual
but if that involved you hit some pink cocaine before or whatever, or you can't leave until whatever, then that's you need to go to jail.
And that's also if he using them freak offs as extortion shits. You know what I'm saying? Like, you popped up out of nowhere, Garfield, at a conscious event. You drink some Kool-Aid. Next thing you know, everybody in the party butt ass naked, and you like, what the fuck? They got you with pictures. Diddy walking around taking pictures of everybody, cameras. And he like, look, that's a different situation. Something was wild.
And you know what? What you just spoke on about him using those parties as blackmail and bribery situations. I just watched a video on Outcry Network last night where they were speaking on that, where he would use those situations to get people in compromising situations and then hold those videos, those recordings over people's heads.
Hold on 1 second, guys. 1 second.
Salacious details from the Sean Diddy Combs case, like truckloads of sex toys and baby oil, have captured the public's imagination. But I haven't seen a meaningful explanation of the charges in the case, so let me break it down for you today. This is a federal case, but my former colleagues at the FBI did not investigate it. Instead, it was done by Homeland Security Investigations and is being prosecuted by the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District of New York. That means Manhattan. The federal grand jury released a 3-count indictment charging Diddy with a racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution. It's important to understand that an indictment is just a finding of probable cause and doesn't mean that he's been found guilty of these accusations. If that happens, it'll happen at a non-televised trial in 2025 or even maybe 2026. The activity alleged in the indictment stretches back to 2008 and claims that Diddy abused, threatened, and coerced women while engaging in sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, obstruction of justice, and other crimes. The charges that the government hit him with are usually reserved for pimps dispatching prostitutes across state lines to service paying clients, but they're being applied to Diddy as the person who hired and imported women for sexual performances and his own wild parties. According to the charges, the parties featured events called freak-offs, where Diddy would have these women perform lewd sex shows for Diddy and his guests. This wouldn't normally be a crime, but when the women resisted his demands, Diddy got violent with the girls, allegedly using force and intimidation to make them perform. There's also a drug element where the freak-off contestants were given illegal narcotics to get them in the right headspace for these sex events. He was also financially supporting some of these women and threatened to cut them off unless they did what he said. A lot of this was done by intermediaries from his entourage, many of whom are cooperating with the government. Compounding Diddy's problems are allegations of a cover-up. Once the federal investigation was underway, Diddy and his crew went into damage control mode, threatening the women to keep their mouths shut or lie to federal agents, which is no bueno. And that's pretty much the charges and what the government will have to prove at the trial. As of now, Diddy is being held in a federal jail in Manhattan awaiting that trial. You see, the allegations of witness intimidation contributed to the judge's decision to hold him awaiting trial, along with the fact that he has enough money to spend the rest of his life kicking it in Bali or somewhere else without an extradition treaty, making him a perceived flight risk. Mark my words, I wouldn't be surprised to find the issue of pretrial detention to be revisited and his attorneys to find some accommodation for supervised release awaiting that trial. So in summary, this case is really about a rich guy using money and force and intimidation to compel women to put on wild sex shows for he and his buddies. That's it. Will he be found guilty? Hell if I know. The prosecutors in the Southern District of New York are the best in the country, but Diddy will no doubt put together a legal dream team to force the government to rise to their burden of proof while poking holes in the government's case and undermining the credibility of the witnesses. So we'll just have to wait and find out what happens. But again, there's not going to be any resolution to this until 2025 or 2026 when the trial actually happens in New York City. And that's the deal. Let me know what you think about this case in the comments, and then follow me for daily crime stories.
All right.
Admit that you were wrong, saying they were sex trafficking under minors.
Yeah, that's one of the
You were wrong. No, you just played this for a reason. Come on now, man. Admit you was wrong, nigga.
But Garfield, my question is this: Do you?
No, Garfield, stop talking. Admit you was wrong.
Yo, who the fuck? Yo, here's a question for anybody on the panel. Do any of you guys know the full indictment yet?
I read the whole 14-page indictment.
Oh yeah, so the full indictment is out. Really? Okay.
Yeah, it's a 14-page indictment.
Yeah, so they're not gonna add no. So they're not gonna add no more to the case. You saying right?
Well,
there's no other people. So it's the full indictment out, chat.
No.
They told you that they're still investigating, right? Am I wrong?
No, they're still investigating.
Yeah, they can have a superseding indictment with more people, but as of now, we only have the 14-page indictment. Nowhere in that indictment says anything about molestation.
No, all right. I'm not talking about that part. I'm talking about more. We don't even know all of the charges yet. Is what I'm getting at.
We do.
Correct.
Here's
my little spin because I haven't heard nobody add this part yet. Or if there are other parties, right? Because there could be other parties if it's RICO, right? Is that correct or am I off?
Yeah, it's RICO.
Okay, so Rob, here's the next one. Hear me out. So if that's the case, and here's my little conspiracy part, y'all. And Justin got the charges for all that as well. You see, that's starting to come up again. If they didn't say, well, he gonna be added as part of this organization and enterprise. Remember, he just supposedly drugged the girl on the boat and all that. Will it can they put Justin in this? Is that crazy, Rob, or anybody else?
Nah, it's not crazy, but it's just the shit. Like, if you read like the first part of the indictment, they don't mention her name, but it's talking about Cassie.
Cassie. Yeah.
So this whole thing is off of Cassie shit, and Cassie
So
has a
far.
Yeah. No, it's not. It's other
The whole
shit.
indictment is about Cassie.
So
The
when you
whole,
start
the
reading the
arson charge
indictment,
and everything.
Yeah, the whole
yeah,
indictment starts from Cassie.
when you start reading the indictment, they start talking about there's others and with others. They're not naming these others. So there's some other people that's supposed to be getting charged with this nigga with this
Right.
this enterprise.
Okay.
Now, but
Yeah.
here's the thing that this lawyer just said. This chick Cassie is almost the only thing that saves this chick is that video. However, prior to the video, my nigga, she was threatening this nigga with a book, talking about give me 30 million, nigga, and I'll shut the
Hold on.
fuck up.
Can other women be added? It's not just Cassie.
Yes, other women is gonna
Right.
be
So
added,
we don't
but
know
no.
fully who he's up against.
No,
Is what
what I'm saying is that women are popping out of the blue now. Somebody else just came out. Another person just came out. They all just popping up. They just want the bag.
But they're looking for civil suits.
But
so was
Cassie
Cassie.
But wait a minute. Wait, hold on. Wait. Cassie is a civil suit.
Right.
Listen. Her case, that shit, the time has expired to even convict a nigga on this shit. That's what is weird to me. Like, yo, my nigga, why is this even in here? You can't bring this up. The time expired for the said crime. You can't
And
charge
let's
him
be
for that.
real. That video, like his lawyer said, the most that could be is a misdemeanor
Wait,
domestic
but you're
violence case.
saying that like that's all he's up against when they telling you it could, the people you talking about that we know and the ones that we don't know could be added to this same case. Yes?
Yeah, we put it like this. We're not going to know, and I'm not putting it past the nigga that he didn't bribe niggas with that bull. We just don't know that until we see it. I don't know. All I'm saying is that
you don't even know all of the charges yet.
All I'm saying is this. I just think about when we were kids, right? And we would have parties, hooky parties. This nigga bring the liquor. This nigga go get the chicks that we know that be, you know what I'm saying, smuts, and all this other shit. Nigga, that's what that is.
All right, and if you tell Shorty, wait, hold on.
I'm just saying, I'm gonna be done right now.
True story. Can I ask a question?
No,
he's in trouble.
You can ask
I'm done right now. He's in trouble for partying like the white man that he learned from.
Facts. Nobody's
That's why he in
disputing that.
trouble.
Nobody disputing that. Go ahead, Kwame. Yeah, but I gotta figure this out because we're saying that we don't even know fully what he's up against. You talking about it's just Cassie? It's not. They telling you straight up.
Is it logical to have? Is it logical to hire sex workers and then to force them to have sex on something?
Yes, you can do that legally, right? But at any time, and we don't know the cases of it, but that chick said, I want to go, you can't go, you're not getting your ticket, blah, 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 you incapacitated. That's all that, unfortunately,
they're claiming these are
they're
claiming these are sex workers. That's their occupation to have sex for money.
Okay.
So if he's flying them out and they're talking about he's paying for them, paying for their flights, their hotels, and he's constipating these women. How can I don't understand the logic if he's paying for them and they already and this
if you say even
consensual.
If you fly me, listen, hold on. Even if you said this scenario you're talking about, the chick say, okay, you're gonna fly me out for the weekend, blah 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 blah, and she come on Friday and on Saturday morning she like, yo, I'm out, and you be like, yo, you ain't going nowhere. Now you could have a charge. Sorry, that's how the game go. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
it's as simple as that.
I don't
it's as simple as that.
I don't think they're going nowhere.
But we're talking about just one instance when they tell you we're still looking for more people and blah 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 blah. We ain't go through all the tapes yet. We don't know even what he's up against, and people talking like it's just Cassie and getting beat up in the hallway.
But
if he paid these women for consensual sex, how could he force? How could he force
indictment when you're saying it could be with all this fancy stuff superseding indictments or whatever, right?
Yeah, but
that's what I'm saying.
It's all Cassie, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
For now is what I'm trying to tell you. That's not what he going to try with Puffy.
But if the whole indictment is based off a civil case, how much more evidence could they produce?
Good God, the man Damian Williams stood up there and told you we still going. We ain't even told y'all the whole thing.
Guys, give me a second, guys. Everybody mute up for 1 second. Let me just run through it real quickly, right? It's an article from Forbes magazine, and it's like a timeline. I'm gonna just run through it real quick. Cassie Venture files a suit because remember there was this whole thing about they have this new law where you have a certain time period to file for sexual assault. So he started, a lot of stuff started popping up. November 16th last year, she filed a suit alleging he raped her in 2018. The $30 million suit is settled the day after it was filed, November 17th. An anonymous plaintiff accuses Combs and singer-songwriter Aaron Hall of raping her and a friend in 1990, 1991. November 23rd, Joy Dickinson Neal alleges in a lawsuit he drugged her, sexually assaulted her, and secretly recorded the assault while she was in college, 1991. Combs is hit with another sexual suit in December, accusing the rapper of drugging and participating in a gang rape sometime in 2003 when the accuser was 17 years old. This one is the one with the whole underage stuff. In February, producer Rodney Little Rod Jones sues the rapper in New York in February and alleges he was subjected to unwanted advances by associates of Diddy at his direction and was forced to engage in relations with sex workers he hired. In a set of widely covered allegations, Jones says in the lawsuit that Combs regularly hosted sex trafficking parties with underage women and illegal drugs, and implies record label executives who look the other way financially benefit from access to celebrities and dignitaries like the British Royal Prince Harry, who is not accused of any wrongdoing or of attending parties himself. So this was probably one of the few that had the whole sex trafficking thing with underage women and drugs and all that stuff. Then you go to May 19th, Cassie Venture, Combs' ex-girlfriend, speaks out after CNN obtained a 2016 video of when he was beating on her or whatever. Then another lawsuit came up, 22nd, the 24th, the 29th. Federal investigators may bring Combs' accusers to testify before a grand jury. So this is when he started like intimidating people and talking to people and all that stuff. Then he's arrested September 16th, being indicted by a grand jury. A federal court Manhattan unseals charges against Combs for racketeering, sex trafficking, and transporters engaged in prostitution, alleging he abused, threatened, coerced women and others around him to fulfill sexual desires. Conceal his comment. Go ahead, my brother.
So we're gonna go slow, and I think the majority of the panel could say this firsthand. Do you know about the Southern District of New York, brother?
Is the best in the country, and they get it in. Yep. I'm very familiar.
So with that, I'm surprised you coconuts ain't standing up more. You don't know your heroes. Q-Buddy, you a coconut too. That's my home right there. Yo, check this out. Did you know what Damian Williams did?
Yo, everybody from Brooklyn not a coconut, man.
You sound like a half one anyway. Yo, Garfield, do you understand what Damian Williams has done this year alone?
Don't worry, true story in Dominican.
Oh shit. Nah, Rob Warner is SBF.
Oh,
right? Sam Bankman-Fried, 25 billion or whatever he had. That's Damian Williams. Got he down. Now, the same time he did Diddy and put this out, now you got Adams. Do you really think that office is gonna risk? Every camera in the world is on this Southern District of New York, right? Just this week alone from these two. Do y'all not remember, especially y'all that's all supposed to be crime syndicate niggas? They stood up there with that piece of paper with the scratched off guns just because, like, oh, remember, we just gonna put this here just in case, y'all. And by the way, we gonna find some pink cocaine when we knocked you too. Like all this other stuff. Like, that don't add up. Oh, those are just low stuff. He could just beat that scratched off serial number with the ratchet. Like, yo, what? Come on.
It's a misdemeanor. They were dismantled.
Misdemeanor. Fuck is you talking? But yo, that's all. Like,
guns were unoperable.
That's not New York. That's in Cali, not Cali. I think it's in Miami.
My man, do you think they will hold the chart up like it's the episode of The Wire and put that there? Like, we ain't at least got you on that. Now we gonna go from there and go up. You gonna go sit down? Period. How far you want to play this out? Ain't nobody talking about that ratchet.
They wasn't together.
What the yo, son? What are you talking about? The Southern District of New York went and told the whole world we got one of the biggest black entertainers on the planet. We're going to go ahead with this. The same office that's what? 90+% conviction. And one of the things, besides all the baby oil that we talking about, oh yeah, these scratched off ratchets right here, you at least going to go sit down. How far you want to play with this?
True.
Like, yo, come on, y'all. Why y'all thinking this? Like,
this for Q.
Toast.
Watch this. His son made a song about having them ratchets. His son made a song about it, having them in
don't even have the full thing out yet. And they like, yo, all right, we just gonna play. Yeah, I know how this game go. Here go 5 here, here go 10 here. So you gonna have something. Otherwise, you're gonna come and try to negotiate. And we already got you. We didn't even tell you the videos and all this stuff with wild stuff we don't know nothing about. This is the Southern District of New York, yo. They just took down a nigga who was worth $25 billion. Going after the mayor of the biggest city in New York at the same time.
Hold on. Shout out to Irv Gotti who beat them niggas. What you got for that, nigga?
All right, smart guy, Garfield, pull up your screen and pull up conviction rate for the Southern District of New York.
You don't care, nigga.
Yeah, nigga. What? SBF had 25 billion. Puff going to start selling every crib, hotel, Justin, sneaker collection, everything. You know it, Rob Bourne.
Yeah, that nigga going down, son.
Come on, y'all. Sorry, man. Just be proud of Garfield that a coconut did it and people can say a black man did it. And hey, maybe we should take a step back. That in these couple of years.
Hold on. You requested this. Look at what you said. Right. The conviction rate of the Southern District is over 95% of all cases.
95.
Guilty.
95.
And they just convicted a man worth billions, a young man, whatever, and they're going after the mayor of New York City at the same time. Do you think this is just like, we're going to do this to get some TV time? But what I'm saying, though, look, black folks, if we take a step back, and it's all fascinating no matter where you sit on what they're doing, but look at all these black lawyers that are coming to the forefront these past couple years. That's something to acknowledge, right? Letitia James is head, I think, attorney general. You got, Keisha Booty and Fannie Willis and all the other dude who just got Trump convicted and all this other stuff. That might be something to look at. Like, I'm trying to find some like bright lights and all this, but granted, they prosecute a lot of niggas, but still, huh?
And they're going after Trump.
They got Trump. Trump got convicted by a black man. I mean, it was the prosecutor, black man. That's a fact.
All puffy prosecutors are 5 white women, bro.
What you talking about? Damian Williams is a straight up coconut.
Yo, that shit is crazy, bro.
He's finished, Rob Warren. Why you playing this game,
I'm just speaking about it, bro. Like, nigga, I don't care what happened to him. I'm just saying.
That nigga toast, y'all. If you think
what evidence you relying on to say that Diddy's
hey, yo, you want to know what, yo? Hey, yo, Garfield, this is his moment. He just couldn't wait to shoot at Harlem, bro.
Facts.
This is what he been waiting for, bro.
Big facts.
This is what he been waiting for.
Harlem hold this L.
Want to shoot Harlem some more? Look at this video right here.
None bigger than black leaders.
And it's just a fight, right?
Let me state now. Let's deal with the facts. Let's go to the record. Tonight, we want to deal with the records and the facts.
Please do it.
On this program, your program, you heard me, you have me on tape defending this man. Recently, even after the shenanigans with him and the other soldiers. That's a lot of crap. Now, look, brother, you have your time. That's a lot of crap. Brother, and I got it.
Get him.
One of the few.
Harlem has been pushed down today, man. They're coming at Harlem, man. Hard body. Go ahead, man. Go ahead, Truth Story.
Bye. Rob Warren was, slave.
When he says coconut, he's talking about Jamaicans, y'all. That's his way of
I'm not being disrespectful.
That's his thing.
When people get offended, I'll stop saying it because people starting to get real emotional about that. Whatever, coconuts. But yeah, Rob Warren, hold this L, brother. I'm glad we can say this on national TV. Q Butter, who else from Brooklyn on here? Kwame, we don't really take you down with us, so Q Butter's only other Brooklynite. We got one over Harlem, baby. And he could go either way and turn up like his daddy and be generational snitching. Shout out to Nicky Barnes.
Hey, yo, son, you know what I think, son? I think he gonna hang up, bro.
Nah, they're not gonna let
kill himself, bro.
Then they gonna start a record label. Him and Suge gonna start a record label.
You think he gonna do the Epstein, Rob Bourne?
Yo,
I think he's gonna become a super informant.
Yeah, it's in his blood, Harlemese.
Well, they did say he's gonna testify. The niggas say he's gonna testify, and the lawyer said it's gonna be a story of love, hate, and all that. Niggas ain't trying to hear that shit.
Dan is gonna look like he committed suicide because everybody he about to snitch on, he's about to run him up. Like,
about to?
Son, he about to die, son.
Kevin Lyles just retired for nothing.
Son, everybody started dropping their flag, bro.
Right,
why
what are you
all
talking
these
about?
niggas? Yo, why all these people just started dropping their flags, son?
Because it's coincidental, apparently. What you mean?
Did Jay-Z go to hide it?
Q Butter, nah, look at panel. if they say that we got all these videos and phones, and do you think they don't already know? I'm trying to understand where we at here. Of course, it'd be nice if he go on the stand and tell, but you think the people don't already?
You don't think they sensationalizing the whole thing?
Of course they are, man. What are you talking about? Duh. I just said black people entertainment, and dude want to argue with me. Yes, they sensationalize it.
So if it come out these sex workers were consensual, then what? If they took part in the drugs and they took part in having sex with multiple people, then what?
It don't matter. They don't got nothing to do.
Then we still have a
RICO, bro.
hold on, here you go. Then we still have a superseding indictment, and we don't even know the full extent of it. So that might be one down. Now what? Do you know everything that he gonna be charged for? No.
I'm just relying on the 14-page indictment that they already put out.
Right, and the same dude who told you we are not done yet. That dude, the dude with the 95% conviction rate. So I mean, we're not even done yet, y'all. Hey, look at these guns down here, but we'll let that go. Hey, want to see some baby oil?
Guns with serial numbers.
Hey, we might have Justin sitting right next to him, y'all. But don't worry about that. Am I off? They said it's a criminal enterprise, and his son just got a charge for the same thing on Puffy Boat. Are you not looking at what they doing to him?
When did his son get charged?
A couple weeks ago.
He got charged by what county or what district?
Who? The son?
Yeah, what
it
county or
doesn't matter if they said
it doesn't matter.
Okay, hold on. If they said that his daddy had a criminal enterprise all over the place and the money was paid for the boat like we know it was in the party, Kwame, what are you talking about, bro? This is life and death. You don't think his son is right there? He got to now take this into consideration, my nigga.
Yo, the criminal enterprise. That RICO charge is different. Irv ain't had no RICO charge. Irv had money laundering. RICO, that's a different animal right there, son.
So what his son did for that thing on that boat, whether trivial or not, is part of the indictments. God is gonna be just so we gonna all right. You want to dance, puff, and take this to trial? Like, yo, all right, then your son gonna be sitting right next to you, and y'all looking for whether Jay-Z gonna walk in the courtroom. No, his son is on line right there. Blood.
No, my whole
nobody
thing
see that. Am I making this up? Did that not happen to his son on the boat recently?
I got the indictment right here. I'm looking at the indictment.
Hey, yo,
bro, if it comes out these sex workers are consensual and the drugs are consensual, and do you think Diddy should go to jail for having sex orgies?
Wait, if they say what? I'll answer. What'd you say? If they say the drugs are consensual, what?
And the sex was consensual, like these sex workers was paid, they know exactly what they came in for, and they had sex. And they had sex with multiple people.
That's illegal in New York.
Wait, hold on. We can let it go. Okay, yes. And if at any point any one of them can prove, hey, A, you drugged me, or B, wait, hold on. Let me answer your question now. And I came on Friday and I wanted to leave Friday night. You told me I couldn't leave. Nigga, that's a charge. That's all they got to say, whether you paid me to come or not. If you told me I'm staying from Friday to Sunday and I want to leave Friday night and you tell me no, nigga, that's a charge. Whether you pay me or not. What the fuck is kidnapping?
You're holding me against my will.
Nah, but you gotta remember in New York, it's automatic. You fly some strippers or some prostitutes from another state to New York for a freak off. That's a charge by itself.
Not New York though. It's California and Miami.
The feds gonna look at what state when you go into the violence.
State border, that's
is something in New York. That's why they charged him. It's a criminal. It's a RICO charge. It is something in New York. That's how New York can file a case.
If you got somebody, if you sending somebody out of state to go bring prostitutes to New York,
like say if you put a chick in an Uber from New Jersey to New York, that's considered sex trafficking.
That's sex trafficking. Yeah.
Yes.
Now, if you have somebody go do that for you in multiple states, now you understand. Now you're racketeering. They're gonna.
And if we found a scratched-off gun involved in this whole scheme,
but the gun that's not a felony. If you have guns in your house and they
hold up, with scratched-off serial numbers, Kwame, shut
man.
Kwame, go put some scratch-off cereal in your house right now. Go ahead. I call the cops and say,
wait, Rob Boy, you've been locked up before, correct?
Yo, what the hell is this? Ask a prisoner?
No.
Out of here,
I've never been
man.
a prisoner in my life.
Fuck out of here.
What you talking
you
about,
bugging,
man?
yo.
What I
Yo,
got
let me go ask my man who been locked up. Yo, get out of here.
What I'm saying is not a felony. If the guns is unoperable, they cannot charge you for a felony. It's a misdemeanor.
What?
It's scratched off. It has nothing to do whether it was
Time out. What state you live in, Kwame?
Huh?
What state do you live in?
A state of insane.
I live in Queens. I'm in New York.
Nigga, you out your goddamn mind.
Out your mind.
They didn't say
my man did
inoperable.
7 years just for a damn joint, and when it was actually loaded.
I'm telling you the law. If you have a gun that cannot fire, it's not a firearm.
Kwame, that's not the
It's
charge.
9
They didn't
months.
say
It might get less
inoperable, bro.
time.
They said scratched off serial. That's two different things.
They did not say the guns were right. They said they were scratched off serial numbers. Where did you hear inoperable gun?
Yo, my dude got caught in a car with a gun that wasn't even operable, and they still got the nigga. They still got him. They put the shit back together and gave him 9 months. So I don't know what you talking about, Kwame. This is New York, bro. Lil Wayne did time here in New York for that gun shit that they caught him with.
Yeah, that's
count free transportation to engage.
A gun in your house and that's unoperable is different than you having a concealed weapon on the street, bro.
He never
It's
said
a scratched off serial number. It's a RICO indictment. It's a weapon of intimidation and violence. Plus, it's illegally scratched off. What are you talking about, man? It's a RICO charge, and y'all got guns.
Kwame. Once
the
the
drug
serial
dealers
number,
in this. Maybe that'll help you understand more.
Once the serial number is scratched off, son,
it's a felony.
And they say you got a criminal enterprise. Now you got a scratched off gun, and they saying it's violence and intimidation in the case. I ain't go to nobody's law school. It's you niggas that watch the YN Power all day.
You
and act like you don't know what's going on.
I don't even watch that shit.
Hold on, everybody, time
I know more about the law than this nigga.
Time out. Hey, yo, brother, easy on Power, my nigga.
I never seen one episode of none of that.
Because you a weirdo.
That's a fact.
You're weird, son. You're weird.
That's a fact.
Anybody that don't watch
Never
Power is weird.
Never seen Power, Empire, Snowfall, none of it.
None of it.
You Negroes and your ghetto obsession, all you gotta do is go outside your door and see it. You want to sit around and eat popcorn and watch it.
Right.
Right.
You guys
Why
are
you
sick.
saying right? Why you saying right?
You guys
for?
are sick.
Why you saying right for, bro?
Because it's true. Why do I need to watch that shit on TV? And I can walk down I can go over to the 1100 neighborhood and see all that shit going on.
You guys are watching a bunch of urban snuff films making 50 billion.
You better watch out with Dirk over there in Missouri, man. That nigga crazy, man.
Missouri crazy as hell. St. Louis wild.
Wild if you're a black man in Missouri right now. It's open season.
Open season. They man.
Yes, Bobo money.
You don't need a license to buy a gun in St. Louis.
I gotta get true story, man. True story.
Yes, sir.
My Knicks is on the rise.
Here we go. Let's get.
I want to say that when Durant and they got the tall dude from the Knicks and Kyrie Irving. I remember 4 years ago I was embarrassed by you. You came on here and said the Knicks are done. Fact. What do you got to say for your Nets right now? Because I know you're really not a Nets fan, but because it has Brooklyn in front of it, you became automatically like Brooklyn. So now, what do you got to say? We even got your man, Mikal Bridges.
Hey, yo, bro.
Go ahead, Rob. You want to answer?
Hold on. Danny, let me take care of this.
Don't say it.
I don't like you, Brooklyn nigga.
You holler, nigga. Get out of here. Hold on. Let me take you off the screen.
Yo, Rob Warren, I promise you could come back, but just let me say this, brother, because I got answers for you. I want to say congratulations because you guys have improved a lot. You still did not. Wait, let me finish, please. I swear I won't take that long. You guys have still not apologized to Bernard King from 1984.
Oh, you trying to
hold on. So I don't care what you do. Thirdly, let me get to the more current situations. You got your quote unquote center to go to the chip when the team he was just on had to go get another center because this soft 3-point shooting ass looking like a nut in the all. Do you remember this goofy in the All-Star game? He was a laughingstock. Now you good. Kareem, he was on the same team. They had to go get another center, Rudy Gobert, because he's so tissue soft. Plus, he was out, 30, 40 games here and there. You are delusional. A Knicks fan now with 58 wins, yes, and getting bumped again in the playoffs by the Pacers. Go ahead.
You know what?
Yo,
Yeah,
fun fact, true story, and went to junior high school with Bernard King.
Hey, let me say this to you.
Stupid.
Let me say this to you real quick, bro. We got Mikael Bridges, Mr. Iron Man. We got Anobi, another dude that get injured every now and then. We got the greatest point guard in the game right now, Jalen Brunson. We got, hold on, let me finish. We got the greatest three-point shooting center in the history of the NBA, history of a 40%. Let me say this to you real carefully, bro. The Knicks are on the rise. We going for the chip. You can't stop it. I'm just saying, where is your Brooklyn Nets at?
Okay, that's a fair question. Fair question. My Brooklyn Nets are sitting around. What we're doing is a strategic play to acquire stock because we're going to position ourselves just perfectly to get Cooper Flag next year. And yes, the savior for Brooklyn will be a white boy who plays at Duke. So we're going to start there. And then you'll see what happens, brother. You, on the other hand, will be praying that Jalen Brunson don't sprain his ankle.
Stop that bullshit.
Yeah, or whatever you're gonna be doing, that Jalen Brunson don't sprain his ankle.
A con dance.
Or Kareem, what's his name? Don't think that he now got the green light because you know Thibodeau gonna want his ass down low to do all that. You think this soft dude gonna guard Giannis? No. You think he's gonna guard Jokic? Anunoby's gonna guard Giannis? Are you crazy?
Yeah, of course. Have you seen his records against Giannis?
He hasn't played. He get hurt for half the season. That's your whole team is injury prone.
All right. Hey, you know what? Let's move on from football, from basketball. I'm sorry.
The Giants got jerked. We could start there. Yes, jerked.
Let me tell you this right now. You a Giants fan too.
They got jerked.
I'm a New York fan by default. So I can't even run. But I'm gonna say this: Daniel Jones paying him that $40 million made me want to go play quarterback. And you know this Jamaican shit.
Don't worry about Garfield. Once again, we're positioning ourselves greatly to get who? SS, the savior, Shador Sanders, and maybe Travis Hunter will both be on the Giants. Shador is our new quarterback. Book it. Watch.
Oh man, that's
Watch. Deion's son is going to be the new quarterback of the Giants. Don't worry about it.
You said you wanted to try out for quarterback, Garfield?
He said G Onyx. Did he just say G Onyx?
Who?
You can't, by the way, you can't cuss out true story, by the way. You can't go word for word.
Wait, could you let my man Slave Plantation go?
You gotta give it up though, because we got Brunson, we got Hart, we got Anunoby, we got.
You're gonna miss DiVincenzo though.
This is the best Josh Hart ever seen in his career.
We got the soft dude shooting all the threes from the outside.
Right, but that's the thing. So now you got pick and pops, and he just want to shoot threes, and like the big man ain't getting no work. That's what I'm saying. He kind of soft. So you better hope that who's the other boy, Robinson, could play some, so they can move him over to the 4. But then that gets weird because then you got OG playing at 3, and all he do is shoot side 3-pointers. He ain't got near moves. None.
Yeah, he got moves. He got moves.
OG Anunoby ain't got no moves.
Got moves. Trust me.
He 3 and D. He 3 and D. They call OG Anunoby 3 and D.
Got a few moves. I watch all the games, man. I'm there with my Knicks, the whole 82 games. So plus the playoffs. So
who's guarding Porzingis?
Porzingis, Cat gonna guard him.
Right.
Nobody could guard. By the way, nobody can guard Porzingis per se.
Yes, that's a lie. Wembanyama. Wembanyama is probably gonna average 50 this year, yo.
Damn. Rob trolling. Look at Rob trolling in the chat. Rob said New York will never claim the New Jersey Nets for a transfer.
First of all, they were the New York Knicks, and shout out to Dr. J, the legend who played. Shout out to Albert King.
Everybody left when we started talking sports here. Everybody left out the damn chat. Let me get back. Hey, I'm gonna kick all of y'all off, man.
Now, let's talk about Jesus. Jesus played for the Nets.
Hold on, let me get Shezmo. Shezmo, say what you got to say real quick. Go ahead. Shezmo.
Peace. I'm here.
Hurry up.
Not to get off the sports topic, but I did want to chime in.
At least speak fast and not the slow talking, please. Not the slow talking. Shezmo. Let's go.
Okay, my thoughts on the black man, in the
P. Diddy.
Yeah, P. Diddy and Donald Trump and
Adams. Donald Trump and Diddy.
Well, pause on that, whatever. But when it comes down to the European looking bad, I'm talking about Donald Trump. I'm gonna look at they got put us out there, or put the black man out there to make him look bad. And I think Diddy might have something to do. He was suing some big company,
Diageo.
And when it comes down to power and control, I mean, that's when you get to those levels. That's what happens. And that district that in New York seems to be always the one that comes with it. So
why you got, and it's a Jamaican guy too? Why the Jamaicans coming at these black Americans, man, taking them to court?
That's a good question.
What's going on with that, man?
Garfield, you answer.
Money. That's money.
That bullshit.
And even with, I just think that Mayor Adams probably is not doing something that they want him to do.
Yo, he did something illegal, bro.
They just some haters. That's
all of them do.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Chesmo, he took money from the Turkish government. It's like a pay for play type shit. So you're saying they should.
How many politicians take money from
Kwame, come on, man. Chesmo, are you saying they should ignore what he did with the Turkish people and look the other way and say forget the charges? Is that what you're saying?
That is not what I'm saying. I'm just saying.
What are you really saying then?
I'm really saying look at the big picture and they pick and choose the ones that they want to go.
You know what I noticed? Why is it that people always try to go the conspiracy route? And I'm not saying there's no conspiracy here. I'm just saying, why are we going all in on this conspiracy route when the person is doing wrong? Puffy did wrong, bro. They found guns in his house.
You never heard the saying, just because you're paranoid don't mean nobody watching you?
Hold on, Fort family. You have Puffy with guns in his house. You have women making civil charges of these things, documenting them. You heard what the lawyer said. He said the Cassie case, when the federal government heard it, because remember, there was a guy on camera 5 years ago who testified in front of the cops that all the shit that you're hearing today, he said it to all of them, and they said he was lying.
Yeah,
Hold on. So now, Cassie, when she did the civil lawsuit, she did it on purpose because that forced them to pay her. He didn't want that in public. So the prosecutors, when you remember when you find a civil lawsuit, they're reading it to see if there's potentially criminal charges. They're reading it and say, yo, if we get some people to testify to this, we got a case against this dude. And Puffy is a high profile guy. So why
they just doing OJ in reverse?
Hold on, family. So the point I'm trying to make to Chesmo, I'm only talking to Chesmo right now, that should they ignore these things and let it slide?
Look, I don't have a dog in either fight. Whether
I'm asking you,
involved,
should they ignore all that
money? She got her money, and the feds picked it up. I don't have a dog. If you're wrong and you put yourself out there, it's like this: if you give somebody some ammunition, be expected that they might take a shot at you.
Of course, white or black, because that Jamaican dude, he ain't playing. Williams is not playing. He's coming for y'all. White or black.
We're coming for y'all too, though, Garfield. You don't realize that, do you?
As far as this is concerned, Garfield, and you know this, like Brooklyn politics is different. There's 3 million people in Brooklyn, and the Brooklyn borough president has to deal with all the different nationalities that live in that borough. And Eric Adams did not and does not have the support amongst black people in this town like people might even think. So them relationships and all, look when the charges go back to. They go back to when he was Brooklyn borough president, not when he started as mayor. And the whole thing is like, you gotta grease palms, and yes, everybody say this, but this different.
Talking about Adams?
Yeah. Like
he was a corrupt cop, wasn't he?
Well,
he always been a nothing. He always been a nothing.
So it was like he was the dude that they would always put out when, of course, something crazy would happen. But it was more that he was the face of stop and frisk. So he was, the cops need to do all this and do all that. So when the Jump Out Boys is doing all that, he was the main face in front pushing it. And so he never, like, nobody asked him.
They think we stupid, huh? They really do, huh?
Nobody in New York and the black folks really mess with Eric Adams like that, is what I'm saying. So the support that you would think that you would get,
up until he tried to put them immigrants in that building. After that, he fell.
No, what I'm saying, even before the immigrants, nobody was whispering. Mayor Adams did the right thing, and he did, and Q will tell you this. He did start helping. He was giving money to black folks, no question. Like
That's a
niggas in
lie.
the hood
Where the
was
money at? Give
dude,
me some.
local organizations in Brooklyn and the 5 boroughs were getting, black ones were getting money for programs from Mayor Adams. That's a fact. Q will tell you, Q hates him just as much as I do, but that's the fact. He was giving some money up. Is this why this indictment on it? Nah, dude. This is New York politics about this. And look at this. Put it this way. Remember his assistant got bagged a few months ago before that? Is it coincidental that the police chief just resigned? How about the school's chancellor? How about the head of the fire department? How about the other associate mayor that just resigned?
Yo, the nigga had his phone and changed his password, and then the girl, his assistant, tried to run into the bathroom, and erase, I think, Signal or Telegram.
Did you see the paperwork? And
yeah, bro, I saw this shit.
The paperwork got all the transcripts of him saying how to hide the money. I put the money. I left some money on the desk in the envelope, paying for the. Dev showed it, Q, for paying for the tickets to Turkey. They got all that shit. It showed
all that shit, bro. And the thing is about the situation is everybody around him is dropping like flies. So he already knew they were coming for him, because you remember he went to DC for a conference, and the minute they raided one of his assistants' houses, he came back to New York. They gave him but they gave him enough time to put a rope around his neck, because while they're tapping him and doing all this different stuff and watching his phones and all that stuff, he's making all these moves, and they know what he's doing. So they actually indicted him the right time, because they had everybody around him, and the people who they arrested, they are going to testify against him. So this is not a game, Shezmo. This is real life. This is not Power or some Law and Order episode. This is real life. He's going down. He can't get away from this. He got the best lawyer, though, to get him off. But at the end of the day,
Adams?
Yeah, Adams. Yeah. He got
okay, question once again. What is the conviction rate of the Southern District of New York? Like, what are you talking? Just because he the mayor? Oh, no, he got to still use his own bread to fight them charges. He's not using the city's dollar for them charges. The case isn't against the city. Oh, no, this is something that you was doing, Jack. So you using your bread to pay for that lawyer.
What's the difference between him taking money from Turkey and other politicians taking money from AIPAC or Israel?
Good question. They do it enough so they don't get caught.
No, that remember, lobbying is legal. See, this is what's so corrupt about the system.
And they're not black.
Paying money. Hold on, Kwame.
No, they not.
Giving people money is legal. You have a legal way to lobby. It's a career. You could lobby and give people money legally. You can. So when Turkey do it, remember, Turkey is a foreign country. That's a total different scenario. And we know about AIPAC, and AIPAC, remember, U.S. congressmen are part of the Knesset in Israel. So Israel is like a part of America in a sense. So I mean,
but Turkey is part of NATO. It's a NATO ally. So
that has nothing. Are you listening to me? Turkey.
Yeah, they just white people, man.
Turkey is a foreign country, and if you're taking money from that foreign country and you're hiding it, you're now working for that country like an agent for that country. That's what you're doing. That's illegal. If you can't, I don't know
Israel the only. Is Israel the only country in America that have a lobbyist group, or other countries have a lobbyist?
It wasn't a lobbying, bro. Brooklyn alone has it. You got to get money from the Chinese. You got to get money from the Indians. You got to get money from the Spanish. You got to get every group is in Brooklyn. I'm not saying just because.
Nah, they opened up an embassy for the bread. That's what they're saying. They was able to bribe him to open up an embassy. That's what makes it different. Like that's a whole real estate bribe.
And go around the fire codes. Yeah, they was about to put up a building that could burn up, and they didn't even have the fire codes in there. That's what they was trying to.
Got the fire commissioner fired. The white boy.
They let them get away with murder here, man.
That's why the fire commissioner's about. Didn't the fire commissioner leave too?
The fire commissioner.
He's out.
No, Hartenstein is gone too. I wanted to save that when Garfield jumped out the window. Hartenstein is gone. Go ahead.
Yep. Good point. AB said if
I was Garfield, you don't realize we clean the house.
Cleaning what house? What house are you cleaning, my brother?
This house.
What house?
Like my people in general, right? We kind of starting to rebel against the system now.
Rebel how? You're making that up.
We actually just looking at for what it is. We're looking at what's around us, the people that kind of look like us, that ain't us. We're looking at everything right now.
Bro,
this is a very dangerous
the wait
time.
and see program. Is it just wait and see? Y'all just, and I'm not trying to be combative. Is it just a
No, it's not wait and see. It's really like what you want to do type. You know what I mean?
Right. So what are you doing? What is we you talking about doing?
My people. What is the my people doing?
Oh man, we plotting.
So you're waiting and seeing because you're just in plotting mode, right?
No. We just peeping the game right now.
Right. Waiting and seeing.
We testing the water, right? Let me give an example of what I mean, right?
Yeah. You got an example?
It's a lot of my people, right, that's not gonna vote, right? So if they turn on the TV and they say, "Oh, Black Americans voted in Kamala Harris," they're gonna realize that this shit is rigged. You know what I'm saying?
And they're just gonna be what other years? Are they gonna do anything about that?
Yes.
What they gonna do? That's what I'm asking.
We're gonna flip the script.
What does that mean, sir?
They gonna pray. They gonna pray. True story, and they gonna pray to that Canaanite deity they waiting on.
We're gonna pray that you straight.
Wait, hold on, bro. Now
seriously,
not seriously. What does flip the script mean? What does that mean?
Meaning, well, we're gonna start taking back our power, right? Because once they realize that all this is rigged, right, they're gonna realize that what they can use their power to do something else.
So, what are they gonna do?
What you wilding for, Garfield? You don't know about this? Use a Jamaican. Chill out.
What are they gonna do though? Are they just gonna be able to just see like?
I ain't gonna say everything. I'm just saying like, yeah, the world gonna see it. That's all I can say.
So the world, right? So the whole world is waiting and seeing. I said wait and see, right?
So the whole world is waiting on us. Would you agree?
They waiting on the crowds to clap, the crowds to part.
The whole world is waiting on us. Would you agree?
Waiting on you for what?
What?
Where?
Right.
To make a change in the situation that's going on.
What?
No, the world is changing around you. You don't see that?
Oh, you lost.
You're sitting, waiting, and seeing, but the world is changing.
Tesla is definitely waiting for black people.
Right, but you're waiting.
Tesla can't even survive in the wintertime. What's you talking
about? Yo, so wait, Garfield, you don't think it's no Israelis giving money under the table to no politicians?
Man, where do we find where do these niggas come from?
All right. Anyway, I need to get back to my regular program. Who are the Israelites today? And Jabari versus the Christians. I think we discussed.
Jabari is weak. Hey, Jabari weak nowadays, ain't he?
Well, he got hype now.
He's a weak.
All right. Okay. All right. Calm down, my brother. Get excited when you hear Jabari's name. One more thing.
When you talk about bitches, I get excited. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, talk about the Israelites and Christians.
And he's a Jamaican too, I think. He's Jamaican like you, right?
Cardi and Offset is just like talking about the Christians and Israelites. So don't get it twisted. It's the same topic, different levels. That's all it is. All right, let me get to this family. Thank y'all for jumping on. Let me kick all of y'all off. All right. Peace and love to y'all, man. King J, True Story, I'll kick you off too. Peace and love to you. You can come back later. Shesmo, talk to you later. King J, you didn't get to talk. Go ahead. Say what you gotta say. King J.
Oh no, go ahead and close on out. I'm watching football like you. Go ahead.
All right, cool. Let me put this video on, and y'all could chat. Tell me when to stop when y'all want me to stop. We're gonna talk about Jabari and his many flaws in coming at the Christian church. All right. Now this is the one about Easter, the Kemetic origins of Easter by Jabari.
To going on. While was in the building, the real American, Mr. Phil Fox. We got Byron Wash in the building. What's going on, B? Good to see you here.
All right.
And let's go for it.
Okay, action. You ready?
Yep.
Physically, I mean, I'm coming there intellectually and scholarly and historically in a minute. Stay tuned. So where does this ash come from? Where does the Lenten idea that there's this 40-day period where you are supposed to give up something in commemoration for the death, the crucifixion?
Oh, sorry.
Virtually everyone will say that. But I want you to know that the early Christians had lots of issues with Lent and Ash Wednesday. Listen to what John Cassian, who was an early Christian monk and author, listen to what he says in the 4th century of the Common Era. Listen to what he says in the 4th century of the Common Era. He says, it ought to be known that observance of Lent did not exist as long as the primitive church retained its perfection unbroken. And this was translated in a book by Jazzy B. Verlag called The Sacred Writings of John Cassian in 2012. So this early Christian father is saying that now that we see Lent being a prominent item in a prominent occurrence in the Christian tradition, it is occurring because the church has gone astray. He says it did not exist as long as the primitive church retained its perfection unbroken.
You can stop there. All right. So he's saying that this early Christian monk this quote is an actual critique, right, of the Lenten season. So as per my custom, let me share my screen. Right.
Oh man.
So where am I? All right. So this is the quote. Try to make it a little bigger for you guys, right? And the quote says, "It ought to be known that the observance of Lent did not exist as long as the primitive church retained its perfection unbroken." Right, John Cassian, the Sacred Writings of John Cassian. He is saying that somehow Cassian here is somehow critiquing Lent, like that he has a issue with it, right? Well, of course, you know, I too have this book.
Imagine
right?
that.
Hey, you know, it happens sometimes, right?
Right.
Oh, and by the way, the author is not Jazzy B. Verlag. That's the publisher,
Womp,
right?
womp.
So, because he likes to do that, right? So I figure I give him a little bit of his he
Right.
likes to quibble. So I'm gonna quibble,
Bazinga.
right? So let's read a little bit of this, the Sacred Writings that he shared that one quote from, right? And actually, CMB, if you could read this part for us, please.
For sure. All right, let's see. Chapter 30 of the origin and beginning of Lent. Howbeit, you should know that as long as the primitive church retained its perfection unbroken, this observance of Lent did not exist.
All right,
For
stop.
they were not,
That's the quote, right?
That's
the
the
quote.
quote.
Let's keep
Yes.
going. Let's keep reading.
Yeah, imagine that, right? Context, buddy. For they were not bound by the requirements of this order, nor by any legal enactments, nor confined in the very narrow limits of the fast, as the fast embraced equally the whole year round.
Continue.
But when the multitude of believers began day by day to decline from that apostolic fervor, and took after its own wealth, and not to portion it out for the good of all the faithful in accordance with the arrangement of the apostles, but having an eye to their own private expenses, tried not only to keep it, but actually to increase it, not content with following the example of Ananias and Sapphira. Then it seemed good to all the priests that men who were hampered by worldly cares and almost ignorant, if I may say so, of abstinence and contrition, should be recalled to the pious duty by a fast canonically enjoined, and be constrained by the necessity of paying the legal tithes.
Does it sound like Mr. Cassian is against the Lenten season?
Not at all.
He's actually saying the church is a little wobbly right now, so it's probably really good if we do it.
Right.
That's what he's saying. We're a little shaky. So some of the brethren are a little shaky. They're not as sacrificial as they used to be. So this is actually a good thing.
Oh man.
You know, it's like you know, I mean, what do you think of that?
This, I mean,
well, actually, let me continue. Let's continue.
Okay. Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
Finish. I'm sorry.
All right. As this would, yeah, there you go. So it'll be certainly good for the weak, brethren.
It'll be good for them.
All right.
All right.
It could not do any harm to the perfect who were living under the grace of the gospel, but by their voluntary devotion going beyond the law, so as to succeed in attaining to the blessedness which the apostle speaks of. Quote, for sin shall not have dominion over you, for ye are not under the law, but under grace. End quote. For of a truth, sin cannot exercise.
Hey, you see, that's that Paul stuff. Go beyond the law.
Liberty of grace. Now,
that's crazy.
What you say, bro? Talk on that. Say that again.
He said, "Go beyond the law. Now you under grace." See, this is how that Paul stuff came into play.
I got you. I actually might agree with you right there. You may be right on that point. All right, let me finish playing this part.
He is right on that.
Yeah. Anybody want to jump in? Just get off mic for when I'm dealing with this Jabari segment. All right, because it's not that serious. All right, but go ahead. Let me play this video.
That's some preaching right there.
So what Cassian is saying is, yeah, this didn't start from the very beginning, right? But because some of the brethren are a little shaky, they're a little wobbly, it's probably good for them to do it. But I'm not gonna be legalistic about it because we're saved by grace and not by works.
Imagine that.
That's what he's saying.
Wow.
I mean, yeah. Thoughts? CMB?
Grand opening, grand closing. Thanks for coming out, everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. And like I said, that's one of the things that I think a lot of people in the conscious community do. A lot of our Hebrew Israelite friends do. Not a monolith. We have to specify that, whatever the case is. But sometimes, especially the one Westers, in our experience anyway, in these apologetic streets, they have a nasty habit of not reading context. Like it's just not a thing, right? Whereas it could be and should be. But then again, if you did it like that, you probably wouldn't be holding on to this bad doctrine right here. So,
and what's sad, it's not that 4 chapters later you figure it out. No, if he would have just kept reading after that quote, like the next few sentences would have got him straight.
Right.
But no.
Yeah, quote mining's for the birds, kids. Don't do it. So
yeah, man, it's bad. So okay, how do you put a someone must come right after that. So
okay, so
all right, keep playing.
All right, we on it.
Did you hear that? And it's not just John Cassian. He's not the only one that makes this comment. How about St. Athanasius, Bishop of Alexandria? By the way, I would love to talk to you more about Athanasius. He is important. He is a very important character in early Christianity. And he lives in the 3rd century.
Montu, you want to say something, bro? Or sis? I don't know who it is. Montu Angola. What's up? Montu Angola. What's up?
Nah, it's Kwame. I'm gonna wait.
Oh, okay. All right. Cool. No problem.
Of the Common Era. This is before Cassian. He says, "But I have further deemed it highly necessary and very urgent to make known your modesty. For I have written this to each one, that thou shouldest proclaim the fast of 40 days to the brethren, and persuade them to fast, to the end that, while all the world is fasting, we who are in Egypt should not become a laughingstock as the only people who do not fast, but take pleasure in those days." Listen to what he's saying. He's saying, how about you get Christians to do this because everybody else is doing it?
Hey, you can stop it there.
How about you get Christians?
Nah,
So
basically, he
he's
just said the
saying
Africans
that
are not doing what
Athanasius
everybody
is
else is
saying
doing.
Let the video
That's
finish,
it.
brother. Let the video finish first.
It's a long video. It's an hour long. All right.
You know what? Anybody free to chime in during this video. If you want me to make a point, say go off, you start the video. This part is free for all. So if Ford family want to come in, or Kwame, King J, Savior,
I'm just kind of interested. Why Jabari why he liking all these white people like they? I really don't understand them at this point.
I mean, your Bible was written by white people, so why you complaining about?
No, it's not. You know what? If you actually read the Bible,
why we doing this right now? And Kwame, listen. If we're
not
talk
tripping.
Pagan origins of Jabari, don't come in with that Egyptomania bullshit. I don't want to hear it. If you come in,
he just brought up why he relying on white people.
Ain't no white people write no Bible either, man. Stop the nonsense.
Exactly. You better. If you read the Bible, it say my peoples. It talk just like us.
Hold on 1 second. You could say Middle Eastern, or people who don't. Some people might look like us, or darker or lighter. It doesn't matter how they look. But I know we didn't write the Bible. I don't know. I know African Americans or Jamaicans or black folks in general over here. We didn't write it. But the
or
people
West Africans.
Hold on, let me fucking finish. What the fuck is wrong with y'all, man? Just relax. Let the video play. I'll stop it when y'all want me to stop. But let me just make this point about the video. Kwame, you cannot prove white people wrote the Bible. You can't prove it.
It was written in Koine Greek.
Okay.
What that mean, though?
What does that mean?
Where is Greek?
You just
Greek
talking.
Not an Indo-European
Hold on,
language?
Ford family. Okay. Garfield writes in English. Is English an African or quote unquote black language? You're not making no fucking sense, yo. That's why I said let the video play, yo. Just relax. Shit with his stupid Egyptomaniac bullshit, man. Come on, man. Ain't no white man write no Bible, man. White folks may have compiled the books in the 2nd century. We're talking about
they known for thieving.
Hold on. I'm not talking, they didn't write the actual books, but if you look at Irenaeus and Polycarp and Tatian and all these people, these are Europeans. So if that's what you mean in compiling, I agree with that. But as far as writing the actual books, I don't think so. That's just facts. I speak English. English is not a black or African language. Does that mean I'm an Englishman?
English is an Indo-European language, but I get what you're saying.
Oh, yeah. So relax. All right. Let me finish playing this video. All right. And y'all can interrupt, but just tell me to stop. Just tell me when y'all want me to stop the video. Just say stop the video. That's it.
That, hey, guys, the whole world does it. So we should jump on the bandwagon and do it too. Right? That's what he's saying that the quote is saying. In fact, let me blow it up here for you guys. So but I have further deemed it highly necessary and very urgent to make known your modesty. For I have written to this each one that thou shouldest proclaim the fast of 40 days to the brethren and persuade them to fast to the end that while all the world is fasting, we who are in Egypt should not become a laughingstock as the only people who do not fast, but take pleasure in those days. So once again, let's look at some of the context.
Hold on.
Right?
Hey, I'm gonna ask you a question, brother. Man. Garfield, are he saying that the Africans don't have discipline? He said Egyptians, right?
Hold on. Let me rewind it a little bit. All right. Let me try to catch what you're saying.
That the quote is saying. In fact, let me blow it up here for you guys. So but I have further deemed it highly necessary.
What do you mean? The guy Athanasius, what Athanasius is saying, or what BK Apologist is saying?
The quote. Okay, the quote.
Right, so look at the quote. All right. Let me play it and look at the quote. All right.
Sorry, and very urgent to make known your modesty. For I have written to this each one that thou shouldest proclaim the fast of 40 days to the brethren and persuade them to fast to the end that while all the world is fasting, we who are in Egypt should not become a laughingstock as the only people who do not fast, but take pleasure in those days. So
you're talking about Africans, right?
You're talking about the Egyptians. But when you say Egyptians,
aren't those Africans? And don't y'all claim? I mean, don't Africans claim they the Egyptians or whatever?
What do you say, Kwame? Go ahead, Kwame.
Now I'm listening. I was going to ask you,
now,
if Abraham came from Turkey, how could you say they?
Why are we talking about that? You always do this. We're on this topic, man.
All right.
You see, I got ADHD problems. I'll talk about 5 different issues in 10 seconds. That's me. I don't need another person like me on the panel. I got ADHD issues. I can't focus on one issue for long. So now if you come on and want to talk about Abraham and Turkey, like what the hell is going on?
You telling you got a one-track mind. All right.
Oh, man. Now, listen, you asked a good question, and I wouldn't use African in that context. So those people are Egyptian.
Egypt, not Africa? Oh, so Egyptians are not African?
Egypt is Africa in a modern-day context.
So you just white people. You saying there's white people in Egypt saying this?
There's white, black, brown, red. You could be any skin tone in Egypt. I don't believe in race. So
we who are in Egypt, are you saying like the white people saying this, that in Egypt occupying it right at that time?
What Athanasius is saying, we who are in Egypt should not become a laughingstock, because Athanasius was a church father from Egypt. He was from Egypt. You see, it's talking about Bishop of Alexandria.
So are these whites or black? What are they?
We don't know what they are. We don't know.
So I can help get some context to this. For me, he's talking about those people involved in the church specifically, right?
Right. He's talking about the overall church that you can. So what it says. But I have further deemed it highly necessary and very urgent to make known your modesty, for I have written this to each one, that thou shouldest proclaim the fast of 40 days to the brethren and persuade them to fast, to the end that while all the world is fasting, we who are in Egypt should not become a laughingstock as the only people who do not fast but take pleasure in those days. He's just basically trying to encourage them. Say everybody's fasting for the 48 days. We should do it too, because this 40th day is connected to Acts. You remember?
I think you're reading that wrong. They laughing at everybody else that's fasting. They said we don't do that.
So
they ain't trying to fast.
No. Garfield got it right. Garfield got it right. They saying that they don't want to be the ones that don't ain't the only ones who not doing it.
Should not be a laughing stock as the only people who do not fast. Because
exactly.
Do you know why
who do not fast? He said everybody else is fasting but them. They eating. Exactly. They said we take pleasure in not fasting.
We should also fast.
They getting fat. Look, that's white people talk for like, I'm getting fat, nigga. I'm eating good.
All right. So fourth family, you know why they're fasting for 40 days? You the religious guy here. Why? Why are they fasting for 40 days?
Oh, shit, you gotta, it's a spiritual thing for one. Get closer to God by starving yourself.
Go back to Acts 1, bro. Because Jesus stayed on earth for 40 days before he ascended into heaven.
I really don't mess with the New Testament, man. So you might be telling me something I ain't really
my bad. All right, so let's get back to the video. And y'all remember, tell me stop the video when y'all want to talk.
Once again, let's look at some of the context. All right, before that particular quote. So we're gonna look at the Festal Epistles of Athanasius, Bishop of Alexandria, translated from the Syriac with notes and indices by John Henry Parker and J. Rivington. This is from Oxford. All right.
Can I say one more thing as well, too? Just
real
quick. He mentioned that Athanasius was in the 3rd century, right? He's born in 296, so he's like 4, right? By the time the 4th century rolled around. So I don't know why he's trying to make it seem like it was a huge difference, in time away from Athanasius to what was the other guy? Cassian, right? Cassian, yeah. So please don't do that. Just that's not good. But carry on.
Good catch. All right. So this is the letter in question here. To the beloved brother and our fellow laborer in the ministry, Seraphon, right? Or Serapion, right? So who's this to?
Serapion.
Serapion, a brother in the church. This is who this letter is directed to, right? Okay. Thanks be to divine providence for those things which, at all times, it vouchsafes us. Some old school English word. I don't know what it vouchsafes us to us, for it to vouchsafe to us now, also to come to the season of the festival. Having therefore, according to custom, written the letter respecting the festival, have sent it to thee, our beloved, that through all the brethren may also be able to know the day of rejoicing. But because some Melicians, being come from Syria, have boasted that they had received what does not belong to them, I mean that even they were reckoned in the Catholic Church, on this account I have sent unto thee a copy of one letter of our fellow laborers in the ministry, who are of Palestine, that when it reaches thee, thou mayest know the fraud of the pretenders in this matter. For because they boasted.
Damn, can you pause that? He just thought,
man, necessary for me to
talking junk. This is why people talking shit to each other, right? He's saying these fake Palestinians that ain't they shit either. That's crazy as hell.
All right, cool. Let me go back to the video.
The right to the bishops who are in Syria. And immediately those of Palestine sent us a reply, having coincided in the judgment against them in the manner you may learn from the copy, that thou mayest not have occasion to peruse the letters of all the bishops. One after the other, I have sent thee only one, which is of like character with the rest, in order that from it thou mayest know the purport of all of them. I know also that when they are convicted in this matter, they will incur perfect odium at the hands of all men, and thus far concerning the pretenders. But I have further deemed it highly necessary, here comes the quote, and very urgent to make known to your modesty, for I have written this to each one, that thou should have proclaimed the fast of 40 days to the brethren, and persuade them to fast, to that end, while all the world is fasting, we who are in Egypt should not become a laughingstock as the only people who do not fast, but take our pleasure in these days. What's the context? This is an in-house situation. He's talking about the churches.
Yeah, not fasting.
He's talking about how some of the people haven't done it. We don't want to be those guys.
Right.
So I'm sending you this letter, let you know that all the bishops are in agreement that we need to fast, because the Catholic Church, right, which we know that the word Catholic means what?
Universal, my friends.
Universal. Right? The whole world, the whole church, all the churches, we don't want to be the ones left out of the festival. Like, we want to make sure that we are doing it because everybody else, we want to be unified with our brethren, and don't allow these pretenders to make a wedge between us and everyone else.
Right. And that goes to show the earliest church fathers and the patristic era and going into the late fathers and stuff like that, how they intended to have unity. Imagine that Christ is praying, one of his high priestly prayers was for the unity of those who would come after the apostles, right? And so that's what they're doing. They're making sure that they're talking amongst the leadership and saying, hey, listen, guys, we want to make sure that we're all unified in this, right? Because again, human beings, we're all fleshly. From time to time, we can get, things can go sideways and we can be like, oh, we're fasting and they're not. So, I mean, I guess we're better over here or whatever. That shouldn't be that way. But, we're human beings too. So we kind of fall into those waysides. But at the end of the day, they're striving for unity. This is why, the saying goes, in the essentials, unity, in the non-essentials, charity, because we're trying to be like brothers and sisters in Christ. We're all part of the body of Christ, which Christ is the head. But there's some things that might be slightly different, either based on, culture and things of that nature. Some people might like a pipe organ. Some people might like a Hammond. Some people like, hip hop. Some people like, classical or whatever, so it doesn't mean that you have to break fellowship with these things. Right. But in the basics, we're in agreement with. So,
right.
This is,
I'm like, if he's quoting this, the assumption is he has the letter. He's read this. That's the assumption.
Right.
So why is he making this point when you read the context, you clearly see that this is a church issue. It's not about getting along with the world at all. It's getting along with the other churches. That's the issue here.
The world of churches, if you will, right?
Right. So, but continue, sir. Continue playing.
All right. Same spot?
Yep.
Okay.
Christians to celebrate the 40-day fasting period of Lent, because everyone else in the world is already doing this. But why I'm telling you, the words of Athanasius are showing us what we would call today as cultural appropriation. That's what we would call it today. And today we think this is Christian. The early Christians took issue with it. Here goes an article in the Ecclesiastical Observer in 1876, still over 100 years from now. But imagine we've gone to a period from the 3rd century of the Common Era to the 4th century of the Common Era. This is 1500 years later. Listen to what the Ecclesiastical Observer says. By the way, you should know that this is in many ways the paper for the leaders of the Christian tradition during that period. This is what they say about Lent. They say, our state church, like its mother of Rome, is still busy with Lent superstitions. Superstitions! They call it superstitions! Derived from paganism. That festival of the 3rd or 4th century, didn't they tell you that's where it came from? Didn't I show you the early Christian fathers contending with it in the Christian church during that period? Let's continue. That festival of the 3rd or 4th century, now designated Easter, was wildly different for the Easter of the Church of Rome, and was not known as at that time, by that name. It was called Pesach or Passover. And though not an apostolic institution, was very clearly observed by numerous Christians in commemoration of the death and resurrection of the Savior. Now this piece is taking you back straight to Passover, which we've already dealt with. And also saying that, okay, now we're not really doing Passover, now we're doing Easter, that's pagan. I'm telling you that all of the things that are occurring in this period in Judaism and Christianity have a connection to you, dear African, but its origins have been obscured. Let's continue. It was called Pesach or Passover, and though not an apostolic institution, was very early observed by numerous Christians in commemoration of the death and resurrection of
Hey,
the Savior.
Garfield, did he just
It
make
was,
that up?
however, not
Passover means
preceded by a
Passover?
Lent. The 40 days.
Go ahead, my
You
brother.
hear me?
Speak. Go ahead. Teach on it.
Did he say that? Does it say that? It's so small. Did it say Passover means Passover, or he just made that up?
He said that. I don't think that he has any records of that. But Pesach, Pesach mean. Break it down, man. Let the people know. Go ahead.
I'm just listening, man. I'm just asking the question. That's all.
Pesach and Passover is synonymous in a sense. Yeah, it's synonymous.
How you figure?
It says Passover, also called Pesach, is a major Jewish holiday and one of the 3 pilgrimage of festivals.
Pesach. Never heard that before.
Pesach, not Pesach. Pesach.
Okay.
Yeah. In fact, in Acts, it does say Pesach. When Acts 12,
Really?
yeah, Acts 4:12 or Acts 12:4, it does say Pesach. It don't say Easter. It says Passover. It comes out as Pesach in the Greek.
Interesting. Okay.
All right. Oh, I forgot you don't do the New Testament. My bad.
His abstinence of Lent was borrowed from the worship of a Babylonian goddess. The Yazidis, or devil worshippers of Kurdistan, still observe it. By the way, the Yazidis still exist, and the Yazidis are a greatly maligned people who have been attacked. At one point, they were all chased onto a mountain and nearly annihilated, and it was the American troops that went to go save them. You should look at what's going on with the Yazidis now and the rampant rape that's occurring. Anyway, let's continue.
Hey, is Garfield talking about the white Americans or the black
Mexicans
Americans?
observed a Lent.
Say that again, bro.
I said when he's talking, is he talking about the white Americans, the one that saved them, or the black?
I have no idea, bro. Your guess is as good as mine.
Of 40 days, beginning 3 days after the vernal equinox. Wait a minute. Are you telling me that this celebration is connected to the equinox? Vernal being another term for spring? The celebration that we just had last week? This is all connected to the movements of the sun and the stars? Let's continue. In honor of the sun. So he's saying the pagan Mexicans also followed in the sun. And then listen to this last sentence. The Egyptian Lent of 40 days was in commemoration of Osiris. This is the ecclesiastical observer telling you that this is coming from Kemet. The Christian church didn't get
Hey,
this from Mexico.
what is this nigga talking about? Because first he said they just wasn't doing it. Now it came from Osiris. That don't make no sense.
No, he was talking about the Christian Egyptians. But go ahead. Anybody else got a comment?
No, I'm following.
Okay, so by the way,
I'm just following the argument. I'm trying to see. I'm following the argument.
He's saying that, all right, our state church, like its mother of Rome, is still busy with Lent superstitions derived from paganism. That festival of the 3rd or 4th century, now designated Easter, was widely different for the east of the Church of Rome and was not known as that time by that name. It was called Pesach or Passover, and though not an apostolic institution, was very early observed by numerous Christians in commemoration of the death and resurrection of the Savior. So if you look at the records from the 3rd and 4th, this is before listening to BK apologists. This is something that I know for myself. What they observed with the 40th day and Lent, it wasn't something mandatory, but it was because of the 40 days in Acts before he ascended into heaven. So that's where the 40 days come from. It's not from per se. All right.
How does that relate to Osiris, though?
Hold on. It was, however, not preceded by a Lent. The 40 days abstinence of Lent was borrowed from the worship of a Babylonian goddess. The Yazidis or devil worshippers of the courtesans still observe it. Humboldt shows that the pagan Mexicans observe a Lent of 40 days beginning 3 days after the vernal equinox in honor of the sun. The Egyptian Lent of 40 days was in commemoration of Osiris. Okay. Now, if the Egyptians have a quote-unquote Lent, it didn't have any influence on the Christian church, because the Christian church, Jesus was on earth after he resurrected according to the story for 40 days. So that's what they were commemorating. It had nothing to do with Egypt. So now I didn't watch this video yet, but I know this off the top of my head. I know this because I studied this shit. All right. But let me
don't
see.
It kind of shut down the argument, like them running into Egypt.
Exactly,
like they don't.
Exactly.
Come on, man.
But let. By the way,
nah.
Hold on. The article that he's reading though is from 1876, the Ecclesiastic Observer. I don't know who they are.
Interesting how they brought up America. We've been doing this shit over here.
All right, but watch this though. Watch what BK apologist said. I don't know what they're gonna say, but let me hear what he's gonna say.
Right. We're gonna do our best to unpack this. So again, let's read this quote from the Ecclesiastical Observer. Right. Our state church, like its mother of Rome, is still busy with Lent superstitions derived from paganism. That festival of the 3rd and 4th century, now designated Easter, was widely.
By the way, what he's exercising, BK apologist, is a methodology. He's actually reevaluating what Jabari read, because we can't trust Jabari, and nobody should. As a matter of fact, you shouldn't trust any man that brings you information. You need to fact check it yourself. So what I suggest, whenever anyone brings you a source, go three paragraphs before and 3 paragraphs after, so you could get a context of what he's saying. I would go farther than what BK apologist is doing when he goes and read paragraphs before. I would read the paragraphs after, so I could get a full context, because I'm not on anybody's side. I'm not on the Christian side. I'm not the Egyptomaniac side. I'm not on Jabari side. I'm not BK, but I'm on the side of truth, because truth has no friends. And that goes for Truth Story too. He has no friends. All right.
That's why Black Americans ain't got no friends, because we're the truth.
Easter of the Church of Rome, and was not known as that time by that name. By the way, this actually shoots this idea that Easter, that this festival is named after a pagan god.
Right. Ishtar and what's the
right
Ishtar there or whatever.
So he indirectly shoots down that argument.
Oops.
By showing this, right? Because this is 3rd and 4th century. The venerable Bede, who said that this month was named after Easter, comes centuries later.
Mm-hmm.
So he kind of already destroys that argument by mistake. So thank you, Jabari, for that. But anyway, was widely different for the Easter of the Church of Rome, and was not known as that time by that name. It was called Pesach or Passover, and though not an apostolic institution, was very early observed by numerous Christians in commemoration of the death and resurrection of the Savior. It was, however, not preceded by a Lent. The 40 days abstinence of Lent was borrowed from the worship of a Babylonian goddess. The Yazidis, or devil worshippers of Kurdistan, still observe it. Humboldt shows that the pagan Mexicans observed a Lent of 40 days, beginning 3 days after the vernal equinox in honor of the sun. The Egyptian Lent of 40 days was in commemoration of Osiris. So I don't know if anyone needs to know this, but the Ecclesiastical Observer is not an inspired text.
What?
It's shocking.
Not the 67th book? What? No?
Shocking. It's not part of. No, it's not. So, it's not the gospel. This is a commentary on how they perceive this holiday to be.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So we're gonna, look through this. Right. So we're gonna look at this idea. Yes, you want to say something, Steve?
No, I was saying, yeah, let's look at it. But if you give me the opportunity, I just thought it was interesting, man. Jabari, he had a little bit of a preacher cadence right there. I had to write it down. Didn't I show you? I thought he was gonna, high five your neighbor and tell him I showed you. You know what I mean? He had like a little preacher thing going on, man.
So you're saying that he's borrowing from the Black church tradition?
Because it was stolen from the church.
So let's get into it. Let's get into it. So good. So where does the Ecclesiastical Observer get the idea of this Babylonian goddess, right? Coming from the Anglo-Saxon Lincoln, meaning spring, Lent originated in the ancient Babylonian mystery religion. The 40 days abstinence of Lent was directly borrowed from the worshippers of the Babylonian goddess. Among the pagans, this Lent seems to have been indispensable preliminary to the great annual festival in commemoration of the death and resurrection of Tammuz. This is from where, see?
The two Babylons.
This is where they get it from, right? And a lot of us, listen, I had this book growing up too, when I was in my conspiratory phase, and but I want this individual to talk about it. This is Ralph Woodrow, and he wrote something called The Two Babylons, a case study for poor methodology. Okay, and this is what he says. By the way, he's well known because he wrote this book, Babylon Mystery Religion. Is anybody familiar with this book? This book's pretty big too.
Yeah, it is.
It's pretty big too. So, see if you'd be so kind to
I'll gladly
read this.
As a young evangelist, I began to preach on the mixture of paganism with Christianity, and eventually I wrote a book based on Hislop titled Babylon Mystery Religion. In time, my book became quite popular, went through many printings, and was translated into Korean, German, Spanish, Portuguese, and several other languages. Hundreds quoted from it. Some regarded me as an authority on the subject of pagan mixture.
Continue.
Many preferred
my book, Brother Garfield. This shows how they tainted the Bible.
Sometimes the two books were confused with each other, and once I even had the experience of being greeted as Reverend Hislop. As time went on, however, I began to hear rumblings that Hislop was not a reliable historian. I heard this from a history teacher, and then letters from people who heard this perspective expressed on the Bible Answer Man radio program. Even the Worldwide Church of God began to take a second look at the subject. As a result, I realized I needed to go back through Hislop's work, my basic source, and prayerfully check it out. Look at that. Integrity.
Yep.
The subtitle for Hislop's book was, quote, "The Papal Worship Proved to Be the Worship of Nimrod and His Wife," end quote. But yet, when I went to reference works such as the Encyclopedia Britannica, the Americana, the Jewish Encyclopedia, the Catholic Encyclopedia, the World Book Encyclopedia, carefully reading their articles on Nimrod and Semiramis, not one said anything about Nimrod and Semiramis being husband and wife. They did not even live in the same century, nor is there any basis for Semiramis being the mother of Tammuz. I realized those ideas were all Hislop's inventions. While seeking to condemn the paganism of Roman Catholicism, Hislop produced his own myths. I'm going to say that again. While seeking to condemn the paganism of Roman Catholicism, Hislop produced his own myths. By so doing, he theorized that Nimrod, Adonis, Apollo, Attis, Beelzebub, Bacchus, Cupid, Dagon, Hercules, Janus, Linus, Lucifer, Mars, Merodach, Mithra, Moloch, Narcissus, Oannes, Odin, Orion, Osiris, you name it.
What the hell?
Pluto,
Saturn, information.
Typhon, Vulcan, Woden, and Zoroaster were all one and the same. By mixing myths, Hislop supposed that Semiramis was the wife of Nimrod and was the same as Aphrodite, Artemis, Astarte, Aurora, Bellona, Ceres, Diana, Easter, Irene, Iris, Juno, Mylitta, Proserpine, that is, Rhea, Venus, and Vesta. Because Hislop wrote in the mid-1800s, the books he refers to or quotes are now quite old. I made considerable effort to find these old books and to check Hislop's references. Books such as Layard's Nineveh and its Remains, Kitto's Cyclopedia of Biblical Literature, Wilkinson's Ancient Egyptians, and as well as old editions of Pausanias, Pliny, Tacitus, Herodotus, and many more. When I checked his footnote references, in numerous cases, I discovered they do not support his claims. Islam says, for example, that the round wafer used in Roman Catholic Mass came from Egyptian paganism. For this, he cites a statement in Wilkinson's Ancient Egyptians, Volume 5, pages 353 and 365, about the use of a thin round cakes on their altars. When I checked Wilkinson's work, however, he also said that the Egyptians used oval and triangular cakes, folded cakes, cakes shaped like leaves, animals, and a crocodile's head, and so on. Hislop failed to even mention this. And for these and many other reasons, I pulled my own book, Babylon Mystery Religion, out of print.
He did what?
He pulled his own book out of print, despite its popularity. This was not done because I was being threatened in any way or persecuted. This decision was made because of conviction, not compromise. While my original book,
The Most High made him take
valid
that
information,
bullshit out.
I could not, in good conscience, continue to publish a book against pagan mixture, knowing that it contained a mixture itself of misinformation about Babylonian origins. Bars.
So here's a man who did very well for himself, writing a book based on the two Babylons, decided to do the research, check the sources, and they were all found wanting. And because he had integrity, he did not feel good in continuing to make money out of this book that he saw had misinformation. So this Babylonian goddess thing with Lent, not true.
Facts.
Okay.
Look at that.
So he also the Observer also talks about the Yazidis, also spelled Yazidis, right? So this is from the Servant Group International. It says fasting is usually only done for 3 days every December. When's the 40 days of Lent? See, when does that happen?
Oh, around the vernal equinox,
right? And it's 40 days, not 3 days, right?
Facts. Yep.
Okay. Again, this is not a requirement, but something most religions do. It is done in memory of Sultan Easy. Those in, huh?
I was laughing.
Those in higher levels of the religious social strata do fast for 40 days during when? See?
The summer and during the winter. And
right.
Look at that.
So it completely skips when, right? So that's that, right?
It's a joke.
It's and this is from History Hit. So now the Observer talks about pagan Mexicans, but it doesn't say, which pagan Mexicans. So I'm going to talk about the two main quote unquote pagan Mexican groups that we know of. We're going to talk about the Aztecs. It says all members of Aztec society engage in fasting to some extent. The main purpose of an Aztec fast was to abstain from salt and chilies. See, is the main purpose of the Lenten fast to abstain from salt and chilies?
Not here, no.
No. There was no regular exceptions from the fast. Once every 52 years, during the new fire ceremony, some priests would fast for the entire year. That's more than 40 days, yes?
I would say so, yeah. About 365.
Communists also engage in fasting, but less rigorously. So I'm like, again, there is no real connection here. Yeah, it's bad. Then here's another pagan group of Mexicans. One of the most important festivals in which the entire population of this culture participated was the one celebrated in honor of Kukulkan. Shout out to Prince Namor. In the month of Zul.
No love, son.
No love. People bet. People fasted for how many days, see?
5 days, bro.
5 days. At the end of the celebration, the deity descended from his temple. So, again, where's the correlation here?
Aside from the chilies and what was it? Salt. Yeah. Margaritas for you, sir. Unfortunately. Yeah.
So, he also mentions Osiris, that the fast somehow comes from the celebration of Osiris. So I decided to reach out to my good friend David A. Falk, Dr. David. He's a specialist in ancient Egypt and the Bible. He received his PhD from the University of Liverpool in Egyptology. David holds 3 master's degrees. He holds an MDiv degree and an MA in Near Eastern and Biblical Archaeology and Languages from Trinity International University, and a 3rd master's degree in Near and Middle Eastern Civilizations from the University of Toronto. His BA in philosophy is from the University of British Columbia. His research has been focused on 4 primary interrelated areas: the history and rituals of ancient Egypt, the Old Testament and Exodus, chronology, and digital humanities and origins. He's also published the archaeometallurgy, lexicography, ancient warfare, and new religious movements. So he is a scholar, bona fide scholar, right? So I inboxed him. I said, did ancient Egypt celebrate a 40-day fast in honor of Osiris? His response, no. The ancient Egyptians were into feasting, not fasting. May I use this for a show I'm doing? Sure. Just be sure to note that the reason they did not fast was because they were living in 50 kcals of starvation, i.e. the consequences of knife-edge agriculture. Fasting, when you are that close to starvation, can be fatal. Moreover, the Egyptians talk a lot about feasting. I know of no incidents of religious fasting in Egypt.
My Lord.
This is coming from PhD Egyptologist who focuses on Egyptian rituals.
Imagine that.
That's his focus.
Wow. Not playing dress up in Brooklyn? I bet.
No. Tag, see? Oh, man. So.
Oh, my uncle.
So
oh
where do they get this idea that it comes from Osiris? Well, I found this book here called The Mysteries of Osiris, or Ancient Egyptian Initiation. If you could be so kind, to read this for us.
Sure. All right. The celebration of the fast of Lent, like the ancient fasts of Ramadan of the Mohammedans, was thrown out of its proper place by some unknown cause. The fast itself celebrated the passage of the sun from the constellation Aquarius, symbolic of flesh, through the sign of the fishes, which, though actually idolatric, is a proper food for the faithful, quote unquote, of the church, until it enters the constellation of the Lamb, a period of 40 days.
Oh, well, there you go. This is where it comes from.
Right, clearly. Right? I mean, come on.
Right. The passage of the sun from the constellation Aquarius. Very, very Kemetic, right? Very Egyptian, right? Well, Narrow Surdlow is a professor of astronomy and astrophysics at the University of Chicago. He has specialized in the study of the practice of astronomy in antiquity through the 17th century. And this is what he has to say. CMB, we could do the honors.
All right. The modern ideas about the age of Pisces, or the age of Aquarius, is based on the location of the vernal equinox in the regions of the stars of those constellations. But the regions, the borders between those constellations, are a completely modern convention of the International Astronomical Union for the purpose of mapping, and never had any astrological significance. I hope this is helpful, although in truth, what this woman is claiming is so wacky that it is hardly worth answering. So when this woman says that the Christian fish was a symbol of the coming age of Pisces, she is saying something that no one would have ever thought of in antiquity. Because in which constellation of the fixed stars the vernal equinox was located was of no significance and is entirely an idea of modern, I believe, 20th century astrology. Bam.
So this idea of this Lenten 40-day fast happening in the age of Aquarius in ancient Kemetic religion is imaginary.
Right.
Because they didn't even know what that was, the age of Aquarius. Right?
I disagree with that. I disagree with that.
I mean, hey, you know what? It's funny you should say that. You should say that. This is
we
from
just can't be
this is the
saying
Sun,
stuff that
Zeitgeist, and
just
Religion from Albert McHenry. The result of scholarship in the last century is very important to our
we
study.
gotta pause this
So
video.
this point must be made very clearly and forcefully. The system of zodiacal astrology was not in use in the ancient cultures. Mentioned in the film prior to the first millennium BC, when it develops over a period of centuries in Babylon. Thus, to claim the sun's movements through the zodiac were the basis of ancient religion is anachronistic, as the worship of pagan deities mentioned in Zeitgeist preceded the zodiac by centuries, if not millennia. As for Egypt, it was once believed to be the birthplace of the zodiac and astrology. Via who?
Hermes Trismegistus. Dang,
keeps coming up, this guy. But historical research.
This dude's like one of them villains in Inspector Gadget, like Dr. Claw behind everything.
Drat, it's Hermes.
Go ahead.
But historical research has rendered this view untenable. The Egyptians were certainly interested in the heavens, but their mathematics, considerably less sophisticated than its Babylonian counterpart, did not provide the theoretical tools to match the Babylonian skill at predicting events in the night sky. While decans and the Egyptian calendar were later merged into Greco-Babylonian astrology, this did not occur until the Ptolemaic dynasty in the Hellenistic period. The Egyptians never independently devised their own astrology.
Look at that. You mean to tell me the Egyptians depended on Europeans for blending and merging stuff together? Uh-oh.
Who's borrowing from who, right?
Oh, boy, Brother Jabari.
So this is the book.
Good grief.
Right? The Mysteries of Osiris, Ancient Initiation. This is from the author R. Swinburne. Was an American Rosicrucian. He reached the rank of Grand Master in 1905 and became the Supreme Grand Master for Fraternitas Rosicrucis in 1922, serving as such until his death. The Mysteries of Osiris describes itself as setting forth the symbolism, mythology, legends, and parables beginning with the other religious systems of the Egyptians, primarily based on the drama of the heavens, together with the inner or esoteric interpretations as stored in the lesser and greater mysteries throughout the ages, including the present. Here's a close-up of the page that I showed you at the beginning when we talked about this book, right? Dr. R. Swinburne Clymer, Church of Illumination, Supreme Grand Master of International Confederation of Initiates, Supreme Grand Master of Merged Occult Fraternities, comprising of the priests of Itiv, the Rosicrucian Order, the Secret Schools, the Hermetic Brotherhood, Illuminated Americans, Fraternities Roman Crucius, Temple of the Rosy Cross, the Order of the Magi, Sons of Isis and Osiris.
So this is like Jabari's spiritual granddaddy pretty much here, right?
But it's not Kemetic. It's not Kemetic.
Getting more cosplay, you know.
Yes, again.
They played themselves. They definitely played themselves.
Hey, peace and love, peace and love. Let me ask you a question, Kwame. Let me ask you a question.
Yep.
Does Jabari teach that Lent comes from Egypt?
I'm not 100% sure. I haven't heard him get a lecture on it.
They just played the video. What are you talking about? What do you think the video is about? What do you think the video is about? He's saying that they got it from the Egyptians because the Egyptians fasted for 40 days. There's no records of that in Kemet. He made it up.
The Egyptians so you said there's no record of the Egyptian fasting?
No, Egyptians fasting for 40 days.
Well, Jabari might be wrong. Jabari not infallible.
Okay.
What he said about the astrology was incorrect as well, because all Jabari has to say is naphtalion for that. Because
No. No. You're misconstruing. Don't do that. Nobody is denying that people use planetary agents, which we talk like stars and so forth. But as far as astrology, not astronomy, as far as astrology, that developed in the Hellenistic period. And matter of fact, let me give you a source. So that's why when people say people got to be careful with that, and that's how Jabari would have probably got me in a debate and say, "Oh, what do you mean the Egyptians didn't do this?" And then he'd have brought up Naphtaliah, and then Naphtaliah would have beat me up because and he would have said, "Look at what we did as a greatness as far as Egyptians." But the trick is, we got to stop falling for these games when people bring up anything. I'm gonna give y'all a source on this right now too. Hold on 1 second. I'm just give y'all this source real quick.
And was he trying to say that the Christians have no knowledge of astrology?
No, beloved. He wasn't saying that. Because astrology started in the Hellenistic time period. Of course, Christians know about it. Them Jews, as a matter of fact, the Israelite community or the Hebrew community was deep into it with their maps.
I was about to say, don't they have like synagogues with zodiac signs on the floor?
It was deep into that. There was mad deep. You are correct. There was deep into that shit. Hard body. Hold on, let me see if I could find the slide real quick, so I could deal with that foolishness. Yeah, here we go. This is where me and my brother Jabari would differ right here. Bring this on the screen.
But what would you say about the three wise men following the star to?
I got you right now. I got you right now. This is right here. If you look at this video right here, I'll go into it right here.
We see that Jesus, or Heru in this instance, was born on December 25th. You should also understand that in the birth narrative of this divine force, you also see that his birth is heralded by a star in the east and visited by three kings. What are they referring to? They're referring to the fact that, and this is at a different time of the year, because what happens in the Christian myth is they conflate. We see that Jesus, or Heru in this instance, was born on December 20th. We see that Jesus, or Heru in this instance, was born on December 25th. You should also understand that in the birth narrative of this divine force, you also see that his birth is heralded by a star in the east and visited by three kings. What are they referring to? They're referring to the fact that, and this is at a different time of the year, because what happens in the Christian myth is they conflate several stories. But at the story of the Kemetic New Year, they talk about the birth of the sun as well. And you'll actually see that you look at the brightest star in the sky. Europeans today call it Sirius. We call that star Sophenes. It is the brightest star in the sky. And when it aligns with the three stars that are today known as Orion's belt, we call that constellation the constellation of Sahu. It actually points to where the...
All right, let me get into this a little bit. The three kings and the stars in the east. There are no three kings in the birth of Horus, and there are no three kings in the Bible either. Let's just be clear about, let's be clear in my brother Jabari's voice. Let's be clear. If you read Matthew 2 for yourself, to answer my brother King J, now when Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea, in the days of Herod the king, behold, there came wise men from the east. It never said no three. But when we grew up from the east to Jerusalem, saying, where is he that is born King of the Jews? For we have seen his star in the east and are come to worship him. There's no such thing as three kings in the Bible. Again, Dr. Ben taught this. All the elders taught this. There's no three kings in the Bible. And Dr. Vince Bantu debunked and refuted Jabari in that debate, and he still will say it tomorrow. So there's a song when you're in church, we three kings of Oriental. So this is where he grew up in the church. You could tell because that's where we got the three kings from. That's not because it's not mentioned in the biblical text. All right. Now, as far as let's go to astrotheology. Astrotheology is the worship of the stars, the planets, and other heavenly bodies as deities, or the association of deities with heavenly bodies. In anthropological literature, these systems of practice may be referred to as astral cults. The most common instances of this are sun gods and moon gods in polytheistic systems worldwide. Also notable is the association of planets with deities in Babylonian, and hence in Greco-Roman religion. All right. The term astrotheology was first used in the context of 18th to 19th century scholarship, aiming at the discovery of the original religion, particularly primitive monotheism. Astrotheology is in any religious system founded upon the observation of the heavens, and in particular may be monotheistic. More recently, the term astrotheology is used by Jean Ervin, Jordan Maxwell, and Andrew Rotaget in reference to the earliest known forms of religion and nature worship, advocating the entheogen theory of the origin of religion. The revealing the star of Bethlehem. The scholarly work on the star in the east, if it is historical, centers on the conjunction of planets, especially Jupiter and Venus and so forth. All right. But anyway, the 12 disciples do not refer to the 12 constellation of the zodiac. There was this little entity called the 12 tribes of Israel, going back to Jacob and his 12 sons. These stories in Genesis are not astrological in character at all, but rather are explanation of a historical origins of a people. The 12 disciples are chosen by Jesus in Matthew 10, not because he was a stargazer, but because he was attempting to reform and indeed reform Israel. All right. Hold on 1 second. One more video by the great beloved Jabari.
That story is a very, very, very old story. We are actually talking about astrotheology. That's what this story is. Astrotheology. And for people who don't understand that and are offended by it, maybe what you can say is, when I talk about Jesus dying and being reborn on the third day, I'm not saying anything different. My version is a story that is thousands and thousands and thousands of years.
All right, so astrotheology again. We see him working that angle. Now, this is the book that my brother Rawborn put me onto. It's a very old book. It's Egyptian astronomical texts regarding the decans, planets, constellations, and zodiacs by O. Newbauer and Richard Parker. It talks about the zodiac. Zodiacs are not found before the Ptolemaic period, but are frequent from then on. They occur alone or in association with planets, decans, constellations, and various mythological figures. In addition to all these representations mentioned so far, one may find depicted, especially in the Greco-Roman period, various mythological figures such as the four winds and others whose explanations eludes us. So no zodiac in Egypt before the Greek period, not astronomy, I mean astrology. All right, so that's where we get we get it all mixed up. The elephant in astrology's room, and this is from the origins of Jesus, mysticism, confused esoteric and angry polemic. Until the last century, many scholars believed the zodiac had been in use for many millennia and stretched back far into prehistory, as with much dealing with esoteric subjects. This belief solidified during the Renaissance and was based upon the opinions of authors from the Hellenistic period. While no solid evidence existed for such an early date, this belief had been entrenched for many centuries, and it would take archaeological evidence and the pioneering work of scholars who were willing to allow the evidence to speak for itself to reverse the consensus. Once this occurred, the belief in a prehistoric zodiac fell by the wayside. The results of scholarship in the last century into the origins of the zodiac is very important to our study and must be made quite clear. There is no evidence the system of zodiacal astrology was in use prior to the first millennium BC when it developed in Babylon over a period of centuries. There is no evidence there existed a knowledge of precession prior to the last few centuries BC when it was likely discovered by Hipparchus. Thus, any claim that the sun's movement through the zodiac were the basis of ancient religion is completely anachronistic. For example, the cults of some pagan deities mentioned in Zeitgeist preceded the development of the zodiac by centuries, if not millennia. The results of this research presents the elephant in the room for any backers of astrotheology. Unless they can counter the current state of research on this topic, their belief system is completely anachronistic and cannot possibly provide a basis for ancient religion. Moreover, the small amount of time between the development of the zodiac, the discovery of precession, and the first appearance of Christianity means there was no time to develop the elaborate ideas present in astrotheological system. Thus, since that system was irrelevant to early pagan religions, there was no prior precedent using the system for Christianity to mimic. This system from start to finish is completely demolished by the results of historical research. Thus, as we shall see later, those back in astrotheology cannot give a cogent defense for the core of their system. The cuneiform tablets are never addressed. The fact that there is absolutely no evidence the Egyptians used the zodiac until the Ptolemaic era is ignored, and yet they claim expertise even though their ignorance on the topic is almost total. One may assume that most were they even to attempt reading the findings of scholars on the topic since the early 20th century would be incapable of understanding the highly technical details of the relevant research. All right, so let's get back to this video with what you call it. Ford family, what's up? You quiet.
I'm just listening, man. It kind of sounds like they poison our Bible. They poison our book, right? And it sounds like these Egyptian, whatever, commit, whatever the hell they call themselves. They've been using white people shit all along, trying to make it theirs.
So they been using white people? No, you got that backwards, brother. The Egyptians was never using white people stuff.
Astrology. Our book tells us not to look at the stars and stuff like that. It tells us not to, do the tarot cards and zodiac. Our book
What's your book? What's your book?
What's your book? The Bible.
So it's not Greek.
It tells us not to indulge in that kind of stuff. And these white people clearly telling you that they brought this into the mix, but y'all love it though.
So how much of the white people
you're
stuff
Old
the Jews be
Testament?
using?
You're Old Testament Christian?
I'm not a Christian at all.
What are you? An Old Testament Israelite?
I'm just an Israelite.
Question.
Hold on. Before we go anything into that, let me finish with this video. I'll be done with it in like 15 minutes. Let me just finish with this video. Y'all could go into a whole nother topic. All right. I am saying let's finish with this BK apologies because this is very interesting. This is actually everything he brought up, Jabari was wrong on. And I guarantee you, Jabari gonna watch this video and still teach it tomorrow.
Hey, Jabari been weak forever though.
Yeah, that's another conversation. Now look at what this guy put up. Brother Garfield, they lying. How did the pyramids align with the stars? And be careful with that argument. That has nothing to do with astrology. I don't think people understand. They're talking about the 12 zodiac signs. You see, astrology and astronomy is two different things. We got to start understanding this, man. Oh, come on, Jet. So y'all gonna start like that.
I will admit, astrology was imported into Egypt, probably from Babylon or the Greeks.
We're not talking astronomy. We're not talking.
I said astrology. I ain't say astronomy. I said
yeah. No. You're right. You're on point. You're on point, my brother. You're on point. All right. Let's finish this up, and y'all could, when y'all want me to stop, y'all know what to do.
I want him to prove how he's an Israelite because he keep referring to the Torah as his
go back
book.
to the video.
Sorry. Yeah.
And now I want you to go.
Okay.
No, we're going to jump to 1 hour, 29 and 35 seconds.
35. All right, bet. Okay.
Let's go.
How about Palm Sunday when we see this period right before Easter? Right before Easter. Palm Sunday is next week, is it not? No, it's Palm Sunday is this week. Is today Palm Sunday? Today is Palm Sunday. Hey Siri, when is Palm Sunday? Palm Sunday is today. Palm Sunday, I was wondering why I saw so many cars outside for the church on the corner. Palm Sunday is today. How many of you have family members that have gone to church? They don't always go every week, but they went for Palm Sunday because they want to get palm. How many of you have family members that have done that? This is the time that Jesus comes into Jerusalem on the back of a donkey, and the people take palms from the trees and wave it to him. This is all in ceremony. Look at the donkeys here. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but I want you to recognize that in the traditions of Greece primarily, you begin to see that the idea of the donkey is supposed to be the idea of our stubborn animal self. And in fact, in what is known as the Alexamenographeto, you're going to see a donkey who has been crucified. This is death of the body, death of the flesh. Can you see that? This is the Alexamenographeto. The donkey is a symbol of our carnal selves that must die to be reborn in spirit. That's why Jesus is waving a donkey. Why are...
What do you mean by Cosmic is here? Cosmic don't want no smoke with Garfield. And he agrees with me. The issue is Cosmic, he got to left out that Egyptomaniac nonsense. Nobody wants smoke with Garfield. I don't care who it is. I'm not no respecter of no persons. Cosmic is good.
Garfield, don't mention Cosmic saying Kofa. I don't want you to take the video down. He come up here and beat you down.
Bro, stop the foolishness. Stop the cap. Stop the cap. All right? Aligning stars with Orion's belt is there's nobody aligning. There's nothing aligned. The Egyptians didn't align anything with no Orion's belt, man. That's another lie in the conscious community. Stop it. You ain't got no evidence of that. Stop the lies, man. Stop the cap. Oh man,
that's why Jesus is riding a donkey. Why are they waving? By the way, there's a line drawing of what it would look like. Why are they waving palm? Does palm have an origin even earlier in Kemet? Oh, and I meant to mention that when the Greeks got to Kemet, they began to describe the initiation rites. In one story by Apuleius called Metamorphosis, is a description of a man that becomes a donkey, and then as he comes into his higher self, he becomes a human again. So the concept of the donkey being our uncontrollable animal selves is one that was well established during the Greco-Roman period. But I want you to understand that it is established there because of their translation, I'm going to even say appropriation of the Kemetic ideas. And in this story, this person is an initiate in the temple of Ast.
Before they speak, this is something that I was prepared for at the debate. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this right here, the donkey's ass or whatever they want to call it, let me just explain to everybody what's going on here. Metamorphosis is written by a white guy, and they are remixing the Egyptian system, but we don't have no proof that this existed earlier. Why doesn't he bring up something that Egyptians did? Why is he bringing up something? Why is he bringing up some I'm sorry. Why don't he bring something that the Greeks wrote? That's what he needs to bring. Don't bring up something written in the 2nd century, the Common Era, to try to tell us how Egyptians operated. Show us something in the record. I don't know if you guys remember the conversation that me and Smash Rockwell had about December 25th. The issue here is not if December, and by the way, to the records with me and Smash Rockwell, it don't say December 25th in the first place. It says sometime around that time period. But the issue is, where is the Egyptian records? Why are you going to the 2nd century, the Common Era? Why? Why the 2nd century, the Common Era? Why not 4,000 years ago? Why not something within Osiris records? Why are you showing us what the European put in front of us? But let me allow the brother to respond.
Yes, and Vigilant Neighbor says that sometimes this is called the golden ass. Yes. Sometimes this story is called the golden ass. Ass meaning the donkey. Correct. Good answer there, by the way. That's where these ideas come from. And of course, we see the palm. And I want you to recognize that the palm is a symbol of eternity. So when you see Jesus riding into Jerusalem on an ass, you are seeing that he is shedding his human self to become an eternal being of spirit. This is a symbolic story. But you have to understand the ancient symbols in order to understand this story, which absolutely did not occur historically. You stop it here.
All right, brother.
This is rich. This is by far the worst argument he's ever made. So
you made some bad ones, so this is saying a lot.
This is top tier. This is top tier. Oh, so he's saying that Jesus' entry with the palms is basically him transforming from his donkey-based nature into godhood. Here's the problem with that. That's basically detailing a heresy known as adoptionism. Mm. Christians don't believe in that. It's heretical.
Facts.
So then he uses and Nick says it, right? Metamorphosis. It's satire. Mm-hmm. You know, but it mentions, you know, again, the Egyptian mysteries. Now, as a side, if you guys been watching a lot of stuff that I've been doing with Jabari, it's only recently he's been touching on the Egyptian mysteries. I don't know if everybody noticed that.
Mm-hmm.
But he feels pressured now to bring it up because he knows that I've been showing that this is not of Kemet. He's trying to show that it is. Right? By simply just speaking on it, somehow it makes it so. He needs to show the chain of custody of this IP of ancient Kemetic spirituality go from like the Old Kingdom to Hellenistic Egypt and throughout Europe. He has to show us the transmission. He does not. Mm-hmm. Right? But anyway, let's get into the Palm Sunday thing, right?
I was going to ask you real quick. Yes, you said he's been doing it more, so is he trying to manifest it?
I mean, he has to now speak on it because people like me are speaking on it.
Facts.
You know, so he's forced into doing that.
Feelings, BK.
Hey, it is what it is. Stop talking about the Bible, and this won't happen to him. So, all right. So, why do they do that? Why did he put flowers before him? Right? It was usual to strew flowers and branches and to spread carpets and garments in the pathway of conquerors and great princes and others to whom it was intended to show particular honor and respect. In a similar way, Jehu was recognized as king in 2 Kings 9:13. That's why they were doing it.
Of course.
That was the culture of the day to do that.
Right. I mean, y'all seen Coming to America, right? Yeah. But anyway.
Right. They were singing his praises.
Flowers, right?
Right. Right. Hosanna in the highest. Right. They were praising him because he's the king. Mm-hmm. And the Pharisees was like, yo, tell them you guys to shut up. Like, don't say that. Like, no, that's what it is. That's the cultural significance of it.
Amen.
Okay.
Simple.
So he brings up, right, the golden donkey. I'm gonna call it that, right?
Just say the King James donkey. There you go.
King James donkey. Right? So
yeah,
he doesn't tell you the whole story. Now, I'm going to give you the summary. The summary comes from Alpheus and Esoteric Revivals in Ancient, Decadent, in Modern Times by John Wheeler Graham, right? He provides a summary of the book. I'm going to read the summary. Colin, you tell me if this sounds like the entry of Jesus in Jerusalem, right? A brief summary of the novel's plot is in order. The narrator lodges in a house where the wife of the family is a witch, and he begins an affair with the slave girl called Partis. In an attempt to emulate the wife's witchcraft in collaboration with Partis, he accidentally turns himself into a donkey. In this guise, he passes through the hands of a series of abusive owners, including robbers and effeminate priests of the Syrian goddess. He is sold to a baker. The baker anally rapes a man who cuckolds him, and the baker's wife induces a witch to attack her husband supernaturally. Lucius is subsequently sold to a market gardener whom he gets killed, and he ends up in the possession of a wealthy man and teaches him tricks and allows him to have sex with a human woman.
Ugh.
And he's saying this, Christianity is borrowing from this. The triumphal entry in Jerusalem with the palms somehow comes from this.
That's not even a reach. This is beyond gross. One and two, it ain't nothing close to it, like at all. It's not even funny. This is terrible.
I mean,
you said it right. This is the worst argument. Yeah, it's awful.
He is. Well, let me tell you the rest of the story. There's more. He is scheduled to engage in another copulation with a condemned criminal, donkey, but he manages to escape. In the final part of the novel, Book 11, Lucius receives an epiphany from the goddess Isis. We may call this the visitation of Isis. The spell which turned him into a donkey can be reversed if he eats roses. So, at Isis' direction, he attends the festival of the goddess and eats a bunch of roses carried by a priest. He is subsequently initiated into Isis' private mystery cult. Afterwards, he journeys to Rome at the behest of the goddess, where he undergoes 2 further initiations into the cult of Osiris, where the novel ends.
Wow. Wow. And this is supposed to be Jesus, according to
this is where we're ripping off Alpheus.
Right. Wholesale, right?
Wholesale.
That's not bad, bro.
And this is from Aspects of Alpheus, by Whitus Het. There is no automatic assumption then that any narrative by Lucius is intrinsically more credible than any inserted narrative. The separate testamentary status that has sometimes been granted to Book 11, separating it as true religious narrative from the improbable friolities of Books 1 through 10, is, in my view, thoroughly unjustified. Within the framework of the novel itself, there is no reason to expect the material narrated by Lucius to have a different truth status simply because it's more serious subject matter. This in itself might tend to suggest that the narrative of Book 11 is ultimately like that of Books 1 through 10 in purpose, an entertaining fiction.
Well, there you have it, sports fans. Thank God.
It was never meant to illustrate the true comedic religion. It's satire. It's something that people enjoy reading. That's it. Now, he brings up the Elex Meno Graffitio. And somehow he tries to wedge this into the triumphal entry of Jerusalem, right? Completely botches what this is. He's like, oh, it's the carnal man and the base nature of man. No. This is from the University of Chicago. Fronto asserted that the religion, again, context, right? Fronto asserted that the religion of the Christians is foolish, inasmuch as they worship a crucified man and even the instrument itself of his punishment. They are said to worship the head of a donkey, I'm going to say donkey, and even the nature of their father. And Tacitus recounts how the Jews expelled from Egypt wandered in the desert, exhausted and dying of thirst. When following a herd of wild donkeys, they were led to water. So in the temple of Jerusalem, they consecrated an image of the animal which had delivered them. Really? Again, this is propaganda. They're making fun of Christians and the Jews here. Okay? Even though Pompey, upon entering the temple, found its sanctuary to be empty, it must have been from the story, supposed to Tertullian, that the notion derived that Christians were, quote, devoted to the worship of the same image, and that our God is a donkey head. Josephus too is obliged to refute the same charge in against Appian. So this is the running gig, the running joke. You guys worship a donkey head, right? I love what Tertullian says here, though. Tertullian refers again to this notion that, quote, our God is actually the head of a donkey into the nations, where he accuses pagans of no better. Quote, you in fact worship the donkey in its entirety, not just the head. And then you throw in Epona, the patron saint of donkeys, and all the beasts of burden, cattle and wild animals. You even worship their stables. Perhaps this is your charge against us, that in the midst of all these indiscriminate animal lovers, we save our devotion for donkeys alone. He's throwing shots at these. This is great. This is great. You know what I mean? He also defends Christians against yeah, right? He killed him. He killed him with that. He also defends Christians against the charge of a Roman Jew who would carry around a picture directed against us with the heading Onokotis, meaning donkey priest. It was a picture of a man wearing a toga in the ears of the donkey with a book in hand and one leg ending in a hoof. Again, this is this running joke about we worship this donkey. Right? The earliest representation of the crucifixion is the Aluminus graffitio, scratched on plaster about 8200, and found in 1856 in the Patagonium on the Palatine Hill, possibly a school to train servants in the imperial household. One sees the caricature that the cross is low to the ground and in the shape of a T or a tau cross or crux comitia after the Greek letter rather than the Latin cross that traditionally is depicted. Indeed, Tertullian remarks, now the Greek letter tau and its own letter T is the very form of the cross, which he predicted would be the sign on our foreheads in the true Catholic Jerusalem. Set a mark upon the foreheads of the men. There is a bar to support the feet, and the hands are tied to the cross beam, which would have prolonged the agony of crucifixion. The Greek inscription scratched on the stone reads, Alexmenos worships his God. It's a mockery. They're making fun of Jesus. That we worship a God that has a donkey head. Has nothing to do with the depiction of the debased nature of man. No, they were having a good old time making fun of Jesus. That's what they were doing.
Right.
That's what that's about.
It's bullying.
That's it. That's it. So, yeah, that's it. Horrible argument. Horrible. He brings in the
Sunday, no less. Come on, bro. Come on, man.
He brings in a satire of the Egyptian mysteries, which is hermetic, not comedic. And then he throws the donkey graffiti and tries to tie all that together. I'm like, are you kidding me? This is bad. This is bad.
Lazy scholarship, my friend.
It's so bad. It's like you don't read your own sources, and then you do this patchwork of different sources to make this point here. It's strange. But again, he's hoping that people like me and CMB and the UA won't take the time to fact check this guy.
But bad luck for him. This is what we do for fun. So
this is what we do for fun on a Friday night, baby, no less.
What else would we be doing?
Right. So, yeah, man. So,
wow.
So, see, man, we're gonna actually everybody. We're gonna end this pretty soon, but the violence will continue at CMB's channel at 9:30, where we're gonna do part 2 of Dr. Mason and the Perrys versus the SDA. So, but before we get into that, CMB, you get the last word,
man. Don't listen to that guy anymore. Or do listen to him and just fact check it. Put it that way, right?
Yeah.
Really, we ain't trying to gatekeep anything like that.
Okay, we had free for anybody want to add on to that. Then we could get into who are the Israelites today. All right,
man. I think that was comedy, and they say that these camps be trying to say that the Mexican represent the donkey. Really, what they calling us is jackasses. You know that, right? That's what that little back and forth was.
All right. King J, what's up? You want to add anything, my brother? Sabio?
They praying to Jesus right now. Hey, they picked off Jabari so scandalous. They did it with ease, didn't they?
Yo, that shit was easy as 1, 2, 3, man.
Yeah, elite. They make that man look bad.
That shit is too easy. Too easy.
When is BK apologist going to debate Jabari?
My brother, why would I know that?
I know you in cahoots with them, so I'm just asking. Maybe you probably.
What am I in cahoots with?
Anybody still want to debate Jabari?
Facts is facts, bro. Everything the nigga teaches is fake, yo, and wrong and lies, bro. Come on, man. Stop the nonsense, bro. And you were part of the foolishness too, the Egyptomaniac foolishness.
So what about what the Jesus freaks teach?
Jesus freaks? I don't know. What are you talking about, Jesus freaks? People that believe that Jesus existed? Because you see, saying that Jesus existed, as far as my perspective, it don't make a difference to anybody. It's only to a Christian who believes in that theology or work in that stuff. Oh, let me take this phone call, y'all. Y'all can go ahead.
Hey, brother, how you know you an Israelite?
My people told me.
What information that your people was relying on?
I guess they people information. Who told you that you was an African?
DNA, culture,
so you rely on
a host of things.
You rely on white people to tell you who you are, huh? You still playing
No,
that game?
I'm relying on what I know.
How you know? You only know because what people told you so.
Genetics, the food, the culture that we consume.
So
African.
Huh? Give me somebody's culture. What African culture we got?
You said what African culture we have?
Yeah.
Well, how you think voodoo and
we don't do voodoo.
All those traditions reach to Americans?
We don't do that bullshit.
Who don't do
you
that?
Find that little pockets down, Louisiana type shit like that. But they do something else. We do root work. We don't really do voodoo. That's like some Haitian bullshit or something like that. We really don't get down like that.
So
we don't
the Bible was introduced
animals.
to us through slavery.
Listen, we don't sacrifice animals and stuff like that. We don't do that.
But isn't it?
They wasn't sacrificed in the Old Testament?
Are we from the same stock as the West Africans, the Haitians are?
Hell no. I don't know. I don't know about Haitians, right?
What
Because
you
I'm
mean,
not a
man?
Haitian. I can't speak on them. They have to speak on themselves. But if I had to guess,
No, you gotta look at
they're
where
the
the
closest thing to it.
slave.
They're the closest thing to an African in America. In Americas, yes. They got the same behavior, same kind of customs.
Come on, Kwame, come on. Where you at?
Where
you at, Kwame? You talk all this foolishness. Come on. You got the Israelite on here saying he's an Israelite. Now you got your chance. You could bring up your Abraham nonsense. Now you can get going. Let's go. Where you at?
Yeah, I wanted to know, brother, if Abraham was from Turkey and he came from Europe, or did your people come from Europe too with Abraham?
Some of my people got shipped to Europe. Yeah.
You got to word your question properly, brother.
He can't get it together. That's okay.
Kwame, come on, man. You got the chance to show and prove. Now you're failing already, bro. Talk all this shit.
He's not answering no direct question. I'm asking the brother. He said he an Israelite because the people told him that. So I'm saying, what?
Listen. Let's start here. Listen. Let's be fair about this, okay? Because where are you from originally? Who are you? Like, what are you?
I'm
asking, what are you?
I'm Jamaican.
Okay, cool. So I understand where you're coming from. So go ahead, proceed.
How do you prove that you're an Israelite? Like, what information or what evidence are you relying on to say that you're a Jew?
See, what you asked me is something like a woman would ask me. Like, how prove that you're a man? I don't have to do that. I don't got to do that, nigga.
That's something like a woman asked me. Yo, boy, you horrible, yo. You horrible.
Man, prove you a man. What? We the man. Hold on, look, check this out. Check this out, little man.
So you got
we are the man. Hold on, look.
evidence. You just
Are Black
believe you're a Jew.
Americans the man? Are we the man?
You just
Jamaicans
believe
the
you're a
man
Jew.
too, right?
You just believe you're a Jew.
I said I'm an Israelite. Come on, with all this Jew shit.
How do you prove you're an Israelite? If
I
people
don't
just
have
told you an
to.
Israelite, so if people told you that
How
you're a
you prove that
faggot,
you a
how
boy?
you just believe you're a faggot
Prove that
too?
you a boy. How you prove you a boy?
But to the dude that say he an Israelite,
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Judah, and Yehudi is the tribe who you should really be trying to associate yourself with.
But
Because
that don't translate to Jew. The hell you talking about?
What is
what?
Esther 3:8? What it says right there.
Yeah, hell you lost that.
You
Esther
lost
3:8
that.
says the word Jew, brother. So what are you saying?
Hey, look, if we want to shorten our name to something that somebody else took over, I'd rather throw it away.
So was it not
So
two
brother, you
separate tribes? So
can't
listen,
prove you're
was
an
it, no,
Israelite. You just believe
wait.
this shit.
Was
Jew
it
is
not
not
a was it not a was it not a northern?
Stop. Let's avoid that foolishness. Jew is just a short for Judah.
Mm-hmm.
That's
I
all.
get you on that. But
That's all.
it's been compromised though. It's been compromised at this point.
Family,
Yeah.
how do you prove to us? We are here. We got
I mean, listen,
people watching. Can you prove you
I'm trying to be reasonable. Can you prove that you a man? How do you do that?
No,
you get what
my
I'm saying?
brother,
You asked me to prove my lineage.
Get your information together, brother. Get your information together.
I can prove that I'm not. Listen, I can prove I'm not white. I can prove I'm not African. I can prove a whole lot of shit.
I believe you're a faggot. How you prove you're not a faggot?
No. Oh man.
Really? You talking shit?
Here we go. For the family, how do you prove you're an Israelite to the people that are listening?
Okay, by my customs, I'm circumcised. I grew up as this. I am this.
I'm circumcised. I'm not
the white man.
And you don't know who you are either. So what? He copied us. Didn't you just?
I know exactly
Listen,
who I am.
He just did this whole he did this video, right, showing how white people just try to cosplay us and pretend to be us. So what's your point in saying that? White people do that too.
Can you show and prove you're an Israelite, brother?
I've already done it.
How?
Prove that I'm not.
Here we go. I'm asking you.
All right,
you
then.
you're an Israelite.
I mean, shit. What you want? What you want me to? What you want exactly? What will be proof to you?
You see how the white Jews they got records.
No. Ralph, I'm asking you a real question.
Al Yehuda,
What will be proof to you? What will be proof to you?
Relying on to say that you're an Israelite? What is the record? What is the DNA?
I've already told, man. I've already answered the question like 2 times already. Garfield.
He don't know. He ain't got no DNA. He got
DNA
no
can't make you no damn Jew. What the? You think these little tests gonna tell you that you's a Jew?
I agree with you. That's fine. But
what the hell are you talking about?
What do you have to show us? What is it that you have? Was your father an Israelite? Did he practice?
He is still one. He's alive.
I'm asking you a question. Did he practice the religion?
Yes, he kept the word. He read the Bible. He did what he had to do. Yes.
Was he a Christian or was he saying he?
Did your father practice Yom Kippur?
No.
Did he practice Passover? Did he do any of the rituals?
Yes.
Israelite rituals?
Yes. We do this shit naturally. We don't have to rely on some book called past. We don't have to do all that shit. We do it naturally.
You bullshit, man.
No, we're not, because check this out. Even like on New Year's and stuff like that, right? We cook a certain kind of food. We walk through the house. The man got to go in. We do all kind of shit. Yes.
Listen, man, y'all could have a coherent conversation with each other and make sense.
We can, but tell me what will be proof to y'all. Y'all asking about Israelites, right? What will be proof to you?
Go ahead. Tell us.
I'm asking you because until you tell me what will be proof to you, then how can I prove something to you?
Like your family practicing Yom Kippur, Passover during slavery, things of that nature. A Torah in Aramaic, Hebrew, something. Give us something that your family.
We were singing way in the water during slavery, fool. What are you talking about?
What that got to do with Israelites? That ain't got nothing to do with Israelites.
What, Yom
crazy
Kippur?
as hell.
It's a Christian religious song. That ain't got
no. We don't do okay.
Ain't got nothing to do with that.
Whatever you say, man. Whatever you say.
Come on, man.
Yeah. Okay. Is that it though? I was expecting some real questions.
I'm still waiting how you prove you're an Israelite. Cause you got up here, you boasting like you know that you're an Israelite.
I don't have to boast. I just told you what it was. You can accept it or not. I don't give a damn.
Nah, we don't accept it. We think you lying.
I do. You think I care?
We know you don't care. You a Bible
All right
believer.
then. So what's your point?
So don't get up here if you can't.
Your chance, Kwame. You talk all this shit in the chat. Now you got to do it on the stage, and you punk it out. You Egyptomaniacs be fronting, yo. Y'all ain't ready for these Bible believers, man.
Hey, listen. They just explain how gay Egyptians was. They said all kind of gay shit that they do, and that's what he get down with. He's an Egyptian. Y'all turned out.
I mean, your man Abraham circumcised boys with his
No. You turned out. Y'all suck dick. Y'all hold dick. Y'all got all kind of pictures of y'all doing gay shit.
Come on, man. What you doing, bro?
My bad. I'm just saying, like, that's what you chose to get down with. That.
So you gonna get down with Abraham? You gonna have a man feel under your thighs? You gonna get down with that?
You keep. Hey, I told you to pull up what that thigh mean.
Man,
it's a euphemism for balls. You ain't hear that? It's a euphemism for balls.
It means the loins. It means the loins. What are your loins? What are your loins?
How does thigh translate to balls?
I got you right now.
How does thigh translate to balls? That don't even make sense.
I got you right now.
Go to the etymology of the word in that particular
let's go to the word. We gonna deal with it.
So, my brother, you circumcised boys with your mouth like Abraham?
No. Don't do that.
Use a gay.
Don't do that. Yo, you let me down, Kwame. Kwame, you ain't no real Egyptomaniac, man. You know these guys, they got it. They like cosmic. They got it.
Man, hey, Garfield, we getting our shit together, man. These niggas is weak.
Oh man, you let this dude talk all this shit, man. I'm not even interrupting, man. I'm not even beat your ass up, man. Y'all crazy out here. Look at the screen right here. Look at the screen. Place your hand under my thigh. What is under my thigh? The loin, the flank, the side, the loin. Under my thigh. See the word under, the preposition?
What's your point, though?
Which man are you allowing to put their hands under your thigh?
Have you ever heard the terminology sit on your hands? Like, relax, chill. Listen for a second. That don't mean nothing gay. You trying to make it gay. It's not gay.
Oh, it's a euphemism. He's grabbing the balls, the loins. What is the loin?
No. This has nothing to do with Egyptians. We don't do that.
Loins. What is the loins? Come on, let's talk. What is the loin?
I mean, that's one part. It say thigh, it say flank, it say side. And you know, on the Passover, the flank and stuff like that, that's what we eat. What you talking about?
Listen. Under my, why would they say it's called the Yarek oath? The Yarek oath is grabbing the ball.
Look, check this out. I know older black women, right?
No.
They say, go ahead and put some money up under my leg real quick so I can talk to you. You know what I'm talking about?
Why would you put your hand?
So you let another man fill up under your thigh?
Hold on. Everybody stop. Why would you allow another man to put his hands under your thigh? Then that's the first one. Then it says loin. Now, even if it says flank or side, why are you having this man touch your body? What is the purpose of that? Because it's an oath. He's taking an oath of secrecy. And this oath is you got to grab balls.
You got to prove that, man.
You got to talk. Bro, it's
so that's what the term called. I swear by my ball. I swear with my balls and all that.
There you go. It goes back.
Who said they swear on their balls?
So
what
it's
are you talking
the
about?
Israelite putting their hands on the people's
Shut
balls.
the hell up with that bullshit. We don't never say we swear on our balls. We say we swear on our mama. What the hell are you talking about?
There you go. You see, if you look at it on the KJV, right? It say, I pray thee thy hand under my thigh. You go to 24:9. His hand under the thigh of, why the hell are they putting his hands under the thigh of Abraham? He's supposed to be the first Hebrew. So you got this freaky ass religion that the nigga trying to come about. Then they collecting foreskins. Why are you collecting foreskins with David? For what reason?
Hey, look, it says right there, touch the socket of his thigh, the socket.
Hold on.
Oh, okay.
Hold up. It was
out of joint, was dislocated.
In my word, and I don't break them for nobody.
Nigga, we ain't no fucking Mexicans. I don't give a fuck about no Tony Montana.
Well, you care about Abraham grabbing balls, right?
Your hand, you got niggas grabbing balls all day, bro. You can't get out of this.
Man, whatever y'all say. What's the next thing?
It's called the Yarek oath. Do you do the?
Let's just say you right. Let's just say he's saying take an oath. Okay. You said what?
Do y'all do the Yarek oath? Abraham was doing it, brother.
I don't do none of that gay shit. So my people don't do all that bullshit.
So you don't follow what Abraham does.
So you're not Abraham then.
I'm Jacob.
My man said Colonel would have loved these days. So Jacob was touching niggas under their thighs too in Genesis.
Show me that.
It's right here.
Nah, show me that. See, you just making up shit now.
I'm not making up nothing.
Then pull it up.
I'm gonna pull it up right now. Right here. Hold on there. Let me get the versions for you. Hold on. Yarek oath. Let's see. I found favor in your eyes. Put your hand under my thigh. Hold on. Let me get to 3409. I got you right here. Let me share the screen.
You ever heard the terminology standing on business? How do you break that? You heard the terminology standing on business, right? What do you make of that? Yeah, what do you make of that?
That I'm serious right now. We gonna get it in.
Oh, but you can understand this if you try to.
Let's deal with Jacob. See? Of Jacob's thigh was out of joint or was dislocated. Hold on a second. Let me
that's he got hurt. Yeah.
Let me find the code for you. Jacob, which came out of his loins. You see the term again has to do with loins. See that?
Came out of his nutsack. What is you talking about?
All right, cool. I pray thee thy hand under my thigh. Let me find out who is talking here. Let's go to 4729. Who's talking?
Yeah.
Let's deal with Jacob right now. Because you talk about Jacob, right? So this is Joseph right here. And Jacob said to Pharaoh, the day of the year, hold on 1 second. So this is Joseph. Let me deal with Jacob for you, sir. Let me deal with Jacob.
I would appreciate it. Go ahead.
All right, hold on 1 second. Let's go to Jacob 32:25. Right here.
So you got men swear, you got men grabbing balls swearing, you got men on a rooftop kissing naked, and you got a man collecting 1,000 foreskins. Wow.
And we got a fake African talking shit.
Ain't nobody fake over here, brother.
Okay.
Who's this trying to come help you right now? James Corvus, what's on your mind?
Yeah, what's good, Garfield?
Was that some type of money that he was collecting? Like the foreskin was used as money or something? Like why was he collecting so much?
What are you talking about? You asking some dumb questions.
I got a question,
yeah, go ahead, James.
Yeah, so I got a question. So when you say loin, I looked up the word loin. You got two meanings, or you got a couple meanings. Which meaning do we know that it's talking about in the Bible?
The Bible is taught because it specifically says under my thigh. So it's actually a euphemism. It's a euphemism for the private parts of the Bible, of the body parts of the Bible. They don't use
that mean give me some money. So if you want to hear me talk, that's what it means.
Relax, man. Why you can't hold your tongue, bro? Because you have this mentality you're a fucking Israelite, so you better than everybody else. So everybody got to shut up when you talk. Your belief got your head fucked up, bro. You don't have no respect for nobody because you think you're chosen. You ain't chosen, nigga. Go tell the cops when they pull your ass over, you're chosen. When they beat your ass.
Says a Jamaican.
Now, anyway, let me say this. All right, let me say this. All right. Now they don't use the word to answer James' questions in the Bible. They don't use the words like vagina and pussy and penis. They use euphemisms. So what happened is when it says Jacob under his loins, it's not gonna say I touch his balls, but it's referring to his balls. His loins is where his seed come from. So that's what the oath is about, grabbing the balls. To be honest with y'all, it's just
wait. Show it says that he grabbed his loins.
Hold on, my brother. Hold on. I'm trying to explain to my brother what it is. All right, and I could bring out the scholarship on this. This is nothing. It's called the Yarek Oath. YAREK.
This is not Egyptian.
Nothing to not be ashamed of.
We can walk and talk at the same time. Pull it up while you're talking.
All right, cool. I got you. Yarek Oath. Let me just bring this up real quick. Yarek Oath.
We don't grab balls in Africa and swear on them.
Y'all hold hands in Nigeria. Shut your ass up.
And we don't collect foreskins for our God.
I've seen y'all holding hands in Nigeria. Y'all gay as hell.
Can't be gayer than David and Jonathan laying on a roof kissing naked.
Whatever, you talking about some white people, but y'all Africans gay as hell. The hell you talking about?
Wait,
so Mexicans or Asians or anything
David and
else?
Jonathan ain't Hebrews?
I'm waiting for Garfield. I really don't care about what you talk about, man. Y'all
Talk about holding hands. Ain't nobody grabbing balls, bro.
Shut your line.
Here we
Yeah,
go.
they grab balls and they sweat. You can't read.
Hey, everybody, you know what? Let me put everybody down. So because people are at home are watching. Let me leave James up and let me just read this for you, James, real quick. This is from the Christian website, Got Questions. And the reason why I'm reading from a Christian website, because this is a Bible believer explaining through the language what it actually means. All right. So I'm not disrespecting any Christian or any Israelite that hold to this position. What I'm going to say to you is that this is just what it is. You can't go around it. When I was learning the Hebrew, my Hebrew teacher actually taught me this. All right. In our culture, taking an oath usually involves raising the right hand or placing a hand over the heart or on a Bible. In ancient Hebrew culture, we find something a little different. In Genesis 24:9, hold on a second. Let me do this. Beautiful. Go ahead, Jets. All right. Genesis 24:9 describes an odd practice. Listen to the word that they're using. An odd practice that involved Abraham's servant swearing to obey his master's command to find a wife for Isaac. So the servant put his hand under the thigh of Abraham, his master, and swore to him concerning this matter. In Genesis 47:29, Jacob, he asks about Jacob. Jacob makes his son swear to bury him in Canaan and not Egypt. The same ritual is observed. Joseph is required to put his hand under Jacob's thigh as he makes the promise. It seems strange to us, but placing one's hand under someone else's thigh had a symbolic purpose. In both cases, the request is made by a patriarch nearing death. Also, both oaths deal with family matters. In the case of Abraham and Jacob, the family was blessed by God himself. Let me say this to everybody that's watching. The thigh was considered the source of posterity in the ancient world, or more properly, the loins or the testicles. The phrase under the thigh could be a euphemism for on the loins. There are two reasons why someone would take an oath in this manner. Abraham had been promised a seed by God, and this covenantal blessing was passed on to his son and grandson. Abraham made his trusted servant swear on the seed of Abraham that he would find a wife for Isaac. Number two, Abraham had received circumcision. Come on, Jets, come on. Abraham had received circumcision as a sign of the covenant. Our custom is to swear on a Bible. The Hebrew custom was to swear on circumcision, the mark of God's covenant. The idea of swearing on one's loins is found in other cultures. The English word testify is directly related to the word testicles. Jewish tradition also offers a different interpretation. But anyway, what I wanted to point out, it's an oath. They're taking an oath. I might bring out the whole thing that grabbing another man's ball. In today's society, we wouldn't accept that because of homophobia and whatever. Why are you doing grabbing a man's balls? But I'm saying if you want to adapt the culture, my brother, this is what they did in the past. And that was my point. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, that's all I was saying, man. It's just weird shit. But yeah, I don't understand his Hebrewism because it seems like he only talking about African Americans, but technically Mexicans and all these other people. If he's one West, it should be all the other people too. So I don't know why he coming at us. He might just be trolling. I don't know.
Kyle, go ahead, Kyle.
Yo, what's up, Garfield? And peace to everybody on the chat too. Well, I just wanted to say one thing. I've been listening to this for a while, and I've been down that path in the Hebrew with the whole nine. And what the fundamental disconnect is that to the Hebrew brothers that's on the panel, the disconnect is you're not necessarily learning about Hebrew culture, or you're not learning the definitions of words that you think you're learning. One of the brothers just said he looked up the definition of thigh in English. That honestly, that's irrelevant. Because if you really want to understand what that word is, you will understand what the Hebrew word is and what that means in context to that Hebrew sentence. And then you can see that, like you were saying,
break it down for us since you know so much.
No, I'm telling you what to do to better yourself. I'm
not no, break it down. No. Since you've done it, show it right now. Show him.
Why don't you let him finish, then you talk? It's just basic. You see, you ain't no Hebrew, bro, because you ain't got no patience. You definitely ain't no Hebrew.
So I can give you the steps to break it down for yourself, or that's not a problem. So you want to.
The Most High be knocking these fools out of commission. Pull up and show us how to do it right now, man. Take yourself off mute.
Hey, Garfield, was there euphemism used in the David and Jonathan story?
Off the that's a whole nother conversation. But if you want to bring it up, that's fine with me. I'm just saying he's mocking Egypt, he's mocking Africans, so we could also mock the people.
Africans. Yeah, we could do it too.
We could mock.
If they can do it, we could do it too.
So treat people the way they want to be treated. He want to get into this gay conversation. Go ahead.
Would you say that the David and Jonathan relationship was a homo relationship? Could it be called a homosexual relationship?
No, that was his homie.
Okay, you know what?
He was, that was his people. He was rapping. He liked his people. He like, damn, why y'all daddy trying to kill me?
So why was they kissing on the roof naked?
They wasn't kissing on the roof naked. Pull it up, faggot. Yeah, pull it up.
Why are you calling the dude a faggot though? Like what's
because he talking about my people. That's why. What the hell you think? What you think going on here?
You talking about Africans, bro? You showing a lot of.
I'm talking about everybody but us.
You're showing a lot of feminine energy, brother. A lot of
whatever you say.
Yeah,
you think I take advice for a Jamaican?
You gotta relax, man. You act like a boxing.
I ain't taking no advice from no Jamaican. Don't talk shit about my people. Pull it up. Kissing on the roof, nigga.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Because you're saying this is your people, right? You're saying the people in the Bible are your people. Is that what you're saying emphatically without a
That's
shadow?
correct. What's the next question?
Cool. No. I'm about to build on a series of questions to understand your train of thought, right?
I got you. Cool.
So if that's your train of thought, right? Would it not be beneficial for you, being that that's your people, to understand your people's context of their original culture, so that you could properly even understand?
I just told you to pull up and show me how to break it down. Since you know so much more about me than myself, do it.
And I'm saying I'm on my phone.
Do it right now. Do it right now.
If you can have the patience.
Ask to share screen and do it right now while you're talking. Walk out how you talking. Let me see. Yeah, you laughing. Don't giggle.
No. I'm gonna pull it up on my phone, then, because you must not.
Let's do it. Do it right now. Okay.
Now, for the family, I got a question.
What up?
Who are Hebrews to you? Is it only African Americans?
At this point, that's the only thing I believe. I used to believe that people in the islands was us. You know what I mean? I never believed in that Mexican shit or nothing like that. But the way it's looking now, no, most of y'all over there in them islands probably got the African shit in them.
Okay, but you know that African Americans are part of the same slave trade that the Caribbeans are part of, right? Just different destinations, just different stops. Some African Americans went to the Caribbean.
I don't believe in that one boat just made different stops. I don't believe in that shit.
No, it's not one boat. This is like multiple boats, man. This is the entire slave trade.
We're different people, man. You agree with different people?
No, I don't think we are. We got different cultures, but we're not different people.
You got your damn mind.
Okay, you believe the Irish and the English are the same people?
No.
You said no?
I can tell the difference between them, so no.
They got different cultures though, but genetically they.
I can look at their face. I can look at their practically and being the same as two different things. Listen to the words you're saying.
Okay, so you could tell
they're not practically Africans because they look like us.
Okay, all right. Well, I said on genetic, but you don't do that genetic thing. All right.
Yeah, man, I do genetics. I know they ain't part of my genetics. They don't even smell like us. They stink.
I don't know if you're trolling or like it's.
I'm not trolling. I'm being for real with you.
Okay, so you can tell the difference between a Caribbean and
yes.
Can you tell the difference between different people from the Caribbean, like a Jamaican from a Cuban or Jamaican from a Trinidadian? For real.
From a Haitian, yes, I could tell. Yeah, Trinidadians kind of look better. They kind of probably closer to us than any of y'all.
Well, both my parents from Trinidad.
Okay, then. So welcome to the family, nigga. What's your next question?
Hold on, who comes from Trinidad?
Me.
You know, a lot of our people got shipped to Trinidad from South Carolina. You know that, right?
What? Say that again, brother?
A lot of our people got shipped to Trinidad from South Carolina. Did you know that?
No.
You should look that up too.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, you should look that up.
Let me give y'all a pause 1 second. Let me just read this stuff that I have, this article that I have here on biblical euphemism for sexual activity. And please allow me, I'm going to leave y'all mics open. Let me finish reading this. All right. This is for the brother in the audience that's saying that there's a word for private parts and all that stuff that's dear. And we need to acknowledge that. The reader may find himself asking, as the author has, is that in the Bible? Whores and whoremongers, polygamists and bigamists, homosexuals and lesbians, incest, intercourse, circumcision, castration, menstruation, urination, masturbation, perversion, wet dreams, adultery, fornication, all are mentioned. Hold on 1 second. Let me take this phone. 1 second. Go ahead.
Hey Garfield, I pulled up a source with David and Jonathan homoerotic relationship in the back. I don't know if you could pull it up.
Shit. Oh, and yeah, I see the source in the back. This is Kyle again. I was trying to pull that information up for the brother to help him out with like defining Hebrew words, but what I could do is, because I'm a mod here, I can put the lexicon in the back chat or in the regular chat, so you can pull it up. So
Do y'all go out your way to look for gay stuff?
No,
this is what it seemed to sound like. It's kind of sound like y'all go out your way to look for gay shit.
A lexicon is how you define words. I'm not even.
No, I'm talking about the other dude. I'm talking about the other dude.
Well,
he go out his way to look for gay shit.
Forget about that. Let me and you just talk right now, okay?
All right. What's up?
How you doing, brother?
I'm doing well, brother. How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. But what I was trying to help out is to give you some advice on how to define Hebrew terms. So when you're looking at terms, like for instance, if you go to the Blue Letter Dictionary, right, or Blue Letter Bible, and then you click on the different verses, and you will see a word there, and it has definitions, right? These are English definitions of how we
hold on, my brother. Sorry to cut you off. Let me just finish reading this, and y'all could get into whatever you got to get into. All right, because this is important for the people that are watching. I don't mean to cut y'all off. Y'all in the middle of something, but let me just finish this right here. Why sex in so sex is mentioned in the Bible in one form or another was closely interwoven with the beliefs and practices of the Bible people. As one writer has said, the Hebrews circumcised the penis, they did not amputate it. Why does the Bible say Adam knew his wife? Asked a young man in Sunday school class. Someone answered, it seems obvious he should know the woman to whom he was married. Most people realize, of course, that the expression Adam knew his wife means he had sexual intercourse with her. For as a result, she conceived. To say Adam knew his wife rather than had to say he had sex with her is an example of euphemism, the substitution of an inoffensive expression for one that may offend. A story is told about Harry Truman giving a speech before a delegation of farmers. I grew up on a farm, the president said, and I know that farming means manure. Manure and more manure. A friend of the president's wife leaned over to her saying, really, Bess? You should teach Harry to say fertilizer, not manure. Mrs. Truman shook her head and replied, good Lord, it has taken me 30 years to get him to say manure. All right, so that's that. Often euphemisms are used as substitute words for the sexual organs. A few of the many listed a dictionary of euphemisms and other double talk for the female organs are field, ring, furrow, cavern, pit, garden, swine, slit, hole, trench, sheath, conus, little boat, vulva, mousetrap. For the male organ, tail, stem, column, pole, pike, groin, hanger, nerve, stake, stopper, javelin, tree, obelisk, shaft, rod, awl, dart, beam, vein, private, plowshare, prick, weapon, bat, bone, horn, picker, cock, mouse, tool, Peter, and Dick. All right. In the Bible, euphemism for the sexual organs include such terms as secrets in Deuteronomy 25:11, stones in Deuteronomy 23:1, loins in Genesis 46:26, thigh, Genesis 24:2, privy member, Deuteronomy 23:1, fountain, Leviticus 20:18, and the place of the breaking forth of children, Hosea 13:13. As the basis of an analogy, Paul spoke of the various parts of the human body, including the head, eyes, ears, nose, hands, and feet, and our uncomely parts, 1 Corinthians. Elsewhere, the Greek word used here is translated shame. Hold on one second. Translated shame, unseemingly, and is directly linked with the word meaning the pudenda. It seems probable then that the Paul's analogy included the sexual part of the body euphemized into expression uncomely parts. Biblical euphemism for sexual intercourse, many of which are listed in Hastings' Dictionary of the Bible, include the following: Adam knew Eve and she conceived. Go in unto my maid, obtain children by her, a man to come into us. Jacob went in unto her. Abimelech had not come near her. Thou shalt not approach to his wife. When I came to her, I found her not a maid. I went unto the prophetess, and she conceived. Thou hast humbled her. He took her and lay with her, the manner of as the earth. The expression lieth carnally, Leviticus 19:20, is from two Hebrew words, one meaning to lie down for the sexual act, and the other to ejaculate semen, the word commonly translated seed. A similar meaning is evident in the euphemistic phrase, if any man's seed of copulation go out from him. When a woman becomes pregnant, she has conceived seed. Or is taken with the man. If she miscarries, her fruit departs from her. Euphemism for a woman's menstrual flow include flowers, the custom of women, and the manner of women. So the bottom line to why I'm reading this, and I'm going to put it in the chat, so if anybody watches this in the replay, they could grab this and look at it, is that the word under thy thigh is referring to a euphemism for the private part, or for the area called the balls. And you don't have to take it from me. Take it from the people that deal with the language and understand it. Now, it sounds crazy to us today, but that's just a tradition from the past. All right? If people want to accept it, you accept it. It's not about me and nothing like that. It's about the information. And it's a euphemism. All right? So again, you won't see the word P-U-S-S-Y or vagina. You won't see none of that in the Bible. You won't see.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Story. I'm not interested in anything homosexuality. This guy brought up gay shit in Africa, and I'm just putting out the homosexuality in the Bible and in the Israelite culture. I don't care about homosexuality. That's not even my point of contention.
Oh, by the way, though, hold on. By the way, though, grabbing the private part wasn't a homosexual act. It was an oath. I need to be honest. If I'm being honest, when they grabbed the balls of Abraham, it's not a homosexual act. It's the act of a sworn of secrecy. It's an oath, the Yarek oath. It's a real life thing. I gotta be honest. Now with David and Jonathan, that shit sound kind of weird. I'm just being crazy. I'm just being upfront. It sounds weird. All right, but as far as the Yarek oath, grabbing the balls, it's not a homosexual act. It's an oath.
You ain't got to get sensitive about the Africa stuff. Y'all do hold hands in Nigeria. It's a Muslim thing. Even the Arabs do the same thing. This is just what y'all
do.
Hey,
Garfield, can you pull up the source I put in the back with the David and Jonathan?
Sure. Anything y'all want to talk about, man. It's free for all right now. Hold on. Oh, I brought up the wrong link. That was my brother Kyle being a good guy, trying to help y'all understanding the Hebrew. Kyle is too epic nice, man. Fuck Kyle. He too nice.
Well, thank you.
He too goddamn nice, man. That's that cancer.
Hey, that's
That
I'm
cancer.
trying to be good cop, bad cop, man. You the bad cop. I'm gonna be the good cop, man. I'm gonna get a nigga a bottle of Sprite and some McDonald's and see if he snitch, man.
Yo, you can read it, bro. I ain't reading this gay shit, man.
I'm on my phone, so I can't see all the words.
Let's get past the gay shit. If you say Africans are not
I
gay,
mean, you
okay,
brought up the gay shit, so
cool.
let's talk about the gay
Okay,
shit in the
cool.
Bible.
I take
You
it
brought
back
up the
then. If
gay
y'all
shit
not
in
gay, y'all
Africa,
not gay.
so let's
Okay.
talk about
No, no, no,
the
no, no,
gay
no.
shit in the Bible.
They've been talking about Egyptians being gay forever.
Well, David and Jonathan been gay forever too.
Okay, I
So
mean,
let's read how they
okay.
kissed. They kissed naked and they took
Go
off
ahead.
robes.
Let's see this because it's not in the Bible. This is just some commentary shit. So go ahead and read it. Get your issue up.
I can't read the whole thing. I'm actually on my phone, so I can't read the
Use
whole
them
thing.
African eyes for something. Buck them out and look at it.
What are you, like a gay specialist, bro? You know which scripture to pull out for the gay shit?
You see what I'm saying? That's that African shit. Read
No,
your
it's
shit. You brought it up for a reason.
not African shit.
The opening sentence of the blog by SMU was started as a Christian university
Stop
conveyed.
right there. A damn blog.
I'm on
Man,
the wrong
stop it, man.
source.
We
Oh,
not
let
about
him
to read
read
this.
it, man. Come on, let him read, bro. Come on, man. You say your show, man. Come on, man. Let's go. Go ahead,
You
Kwame.
brought up the gay shit in Africa like it's no gay shit in the Bible. So
Come on, man. Why are we getting so emotional? Read the shit, bro. We need facts here, man. The people
Okay.
leave it. Come on, let's go.
Wait, let me make sure I'm on the right source. I had pulled up a couple sources. Yeah, this is the one. Where David and Jonathan in a homosexual relationship. I preached on 1 Samuel 18 this past Sunday, and I received this question. In today's society, in corporate life and government, advertising, and even some churches, there's a push to accept homosexuality as a person being true to themselves and how they were made, which is not what the Bible teaches. Unfortunately, I have individual point me to 1 Samuel 1:18 to 3. The relationship between David and John, to example of a such relationship would you please to explain what the scripture mean when it say that they were knit together as a speak of Jonathan's love for David, and why is it definitely not an example of the Bible condoning a gay relationship? The great question. This is a great question. The Jonathan and David relationship has been used as a pro-homosexual argument for a long time. While the word used for love, Hebrew, ahav, can be used to mean romantic love, as in Genesis 24:67. It's also used of other relationship, parents, child, Genesis 25:28, where it has a combination of preference. A slave for his master, Exodus 20:21 verse 5. A love for God, Exodus 20 verse 6. The love of God's people are called to have for each other, Leviticus 19:18. The love God has for his people, Deuteronomy 10:15, and human love of sin. I don't know what verse is that. It's also translated as friend, like, and dear. It's very versatile word, just like our English word for love. I love my wife. I love the Giants. I love soup. Please do not take me to mean love the same way in each of these statements. The context needs to dictate what the word is communicating, and is no different in the Bible. And the knit tool of 1 Samuel 18 is very helpful in this regard to understanding what it means for David and Jonathan. The word knit, Hebrew, quashar, I believe refers here to a covenant David and Jonathan make, which is previewed in 1 Samuel 18 and then detailed in 1 Samuel 20. In the Bible, Kashar is used to speak of applying together or joining together in league against someone. This is only placed in the English translation of the word knit. Here are some examples of how the word is used elsewhere. And his servant Kashar against him and put him to death in the house. In Second Chronicles 33 verse 24, his servant Kashar as a conspiracy struck down the. Let's go down to the word translate variously as conspire, bind, tie, join, plot, and make conspiracy. conspiracy. This is a spot where translation contains interpretation. Using the word knit to can be understood to imply that it speak of the love they have for each other, and can make it seem as if a romantic love might be in view. I like the NSAB here where it is translated committed himself to. Why you committing himself to somebody? The issue is what the Bible does not say. It's nowhere said that in any kind of romantic relationship between them. And of course it does not say that there's not. But the burden of proof would be on proving some kind of homosexual relationship. They are nowhere said to have sex together. And the Bible doesn't shy away from talking about sex and sin. See Genesis 19:30 to 38. And about David sin, see Samuel. Am I even reading the right? Hold on. Let me make sure I'm reading the right one.
You didn't kill yourself with your own source, nigga. You's a dummy. What's the next
You know
thing
what
we
a
talking about,
euphemism
man?
is?
No, you's a dummy, man. It's a dumb nigga.
And you let the come on,
They
man.
clearly told you that it. Listen, you ever heard I love my niggas. I love my people, nigga. What you talking about, nigga? You ever had a gang? You been in gang?
I
You
ain't never
love your
laid naked
set.
on
You
the
love
roof
your
of the man
people. What are you
before.
talking about? You hate Africa because you in
I ain't never
America.
laid naked on
We
the
love
roof of the
America,
piss of the man
nigga.
crying before.
You's a hoe. That's all this is. We
So
not
you a
hoes like y'all.
sucker. You a faggot.
Yeah, you killed yourself on your own sword. How I feel?
Shut up, faggot.
See, I proved that you was a fag.
Hold on, let me get the right source. Hold on. Give me a second.
You can't get right.
Oh boy, give him time to check the gay files. Yo, Truth Story, you're doing too much. Somebody block Truth Story for me, please. The groin is the bottom chakra. Ramza, get out of here, man. Ain't nobody trying to hear your bullshit today. Listen, man, if y'all ain't got nothing to talk about, I got some videos I want to play and let's get off the air.
It's cricket. It's cricket. So I represent it for my people, man. Go ahead and do your thing.
Come on, Kwame. How you gonna have an Israelite come on here? You talk all this shit in the chat. Jesus ain't real. The Israelites are fake. They come from Turkey. All this shit. And bro, come on, man. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, bro.
Hold on, let me find it. Well, you can play the video.
You got some gay hidden files. Hurry up.
Yo. Yo. Come on, man.
He just save up on gay sources. Like this what you do? Okay.
I tell you.
Him reading this right here, he just made himself look so damn dumb. Golly. All right.
Man.
He said they made a pact together. They made a deal. Yeah.
Come save him, man. This is horrible.
I'd rather talk to Jabari. I want to break his ass down because he been lying to our people for a long time. I want to make him look stupid on public TV.
All right, who are the Israelites today? Anybody want to start that off? Who are
my
the
people?
Israelites today?
The niggas in America.
The niggas in America. So the niggas in Jamaica, Trinidad, Barbados.
Yes. The ones that know they're not African. Like over in Africa, right? You got a whole lot of Africans over there, right? But the ones that's not African, the Israelites.
That don't make no sense.
The ones in South America, the Israelites. Not the Mexicans. Like these camps been messing up. No. It's the nigga Mexicans. That's the Israelites.
But them nigga Mexicans come from Africans.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
Y'all your damn money. Just like it's a difference between me and you.
Bro, you already said I was your people. My family from Trinidad.
Oh, well, shit. I mean, I don't know.
But
who
we
I'm
say
talking
that.
to. Are you
See,
African?
here's the thing that my dad
Are you
actually
African?
says he's a Hebrew. My dad actually says that.
Exactly. Did we say African though, or we say
Yes,
Hebrew?
he does, because he said he descended from an Igbo African.
See, somebody lied to him. He might. You know what, man? I tell you what, right? They said we scattered throughout the four corners of the earth, right? I highly doubt that it's a large percentage of
What
us
does the
over
four
there.
corners of the earth mean? That's an idiom. What does it mean?
It means that we've been pushed off into different sects of different heathens.
No, but four corners of the earth. What does it mean in 2,000, 3,000 years ago? What does it mean?
I would say America, man. Like if you really pay attention to history,
no Bible writer knew what America was, bro.
I'm about to answer your question.
No Bible writer knew America. Four corners of the earth. I'm gonna give you an example because I gotta teach y'all Israelites because y'all act like y'all know shit. Y'all don't know.
I was trying to answer your question, but go ahead and teach.
They don't know nothing. Four corners of the earth. Let's take a look at it.
Yeah, that kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier about understanding the cultural context of the writings instead of interjecting your own context because you're just saying America. Understand the context of which the writers were referring to so that you can understand completely what they meant and not have to worry about or lean on your own understanding to use the Bible as a quote.
See, that's something else that's crazy as hell. Not to lean. I understand when God says don't lean on your understanding because he got everything together for you, right? But when I hear a man say that, like, don't think for yourself, I don't trust that, man. There's two different things going on here.
Well, you do know you can think something wrong, right?
I know that. Exactly.
That's
So you agree that you could think that you African, right?
And
you could be wrong, right? You agree with that? Yes or no?
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Oh no, I was answering them brother question. My bad.
I can hear you. What up?
No, I was saying yes, I could think that, and I could be wrong. But could you also be wrong about thinking that you're a Hebrew?
No.
Okay, see that's the difference. See, I'm not.
I said I'm an Israelite. Hebrew is just a terminology, a language.
Okay,
I'm not a Bantu, right? Bantu is a damn language. It's not a people.
Yeah,
but
but
they
whatever.
think they're people. I'm an Israelite.
I'm not trying to argue the semantics of it. I'm just trying to make a
All
point
right.
so we can be on the same page. So if you think you could be right, and I think you could be right, and I think you could be wrong, you think I could be wrong, how do we prove these things to be fact? So that's the part that's missing because you believe.
I mean, I hear
Go
what
ahead.
you're saying. I think I guess you got a feeling in your soul. If you feel like you're an African, then you're an African.
All right,
I know I'm not an African.
Everybody stop talking. Everybody stop talking. I want y'all to look at this article right here, right? This is a Wikipedia article, and it has the sources and everything. I want y'all to pay attention to something. All right? And this is important. Pay attention to this carefully. Kings of the four corners of the world, right? This is something that's used. King of the four quarters of the world, king of the heavens, four corners, or king of the four corners of the universe, and often shorted to simply mean king of the four corners. What happened is, in Sumer is where we first find this, right? But when it says four corners of the world, what do they mean, right? Map of the four
They mean
corners.
standing on your square. You know what I'm talking about?
My brother, I'm going to say it again. Wait until I'm finished. Since a Hebrew Israelite doesn't respect or understand English, maybe I need to learn Hebrew.
I speak American, but you're right, though. Go ahead.
All right. Now watch this. When it says four corners of the world, what does it mean? Because now this is like an idiom from the Sumerians. And we know there's Sumerian stories or Akkadian stories in the Bible. So when somebody writes the four corners of the earth, what do they mean exactly? So let's take a look. Let's scroll down a little bit and look at this list right here that we have. So kings of the four corners, we have in the Akkadian Empire, we have Naram Singh. Kings of the four corners, we see it in Babylonia again. So we see a tradition. We see it in the Assyrian Empire, Middle Assyrian, the Neo-Assyrian, the Neo-Babylonian. So these are words and idioms that are used within the context of these cultures. So what I'm asking my brothers and sisters is, For you to understand this, it takes somebody who has actually know what ancient Near East history does. And this is let's look at one second. Let me look at this ancient Mesopotamian royalty. Let's look at this right here. King of all people. Let me see if the list is here. Hold on. Nobody interrupt. Let's wait for a little bit. King of all peoples. Here we go. This is the article right here. I found it right here. So if you look at the title, the English translation of the title, you see great king, king who has no equal, strong king. Then you come down to governor. Then you're going to talk about the four corners. You're going to see glorious king of the land, king of kings, that Jabari like to talk about, king of kings and lords of lords, that foolishness. They have king of all people, king of all the four corners of the world. So the four corners of the world is right here again. Does it mean that this King Naram Singh, who is in Mesopotamia, that he ruled all the world, all to America, throughout Africa, throughout Asia? No, it's a terminology. It's an idiom that the culture used. It don't mean he ruled the entire universe or the world. Just like Sargon, he's called king of the universe. Does that mean he has spaceships like Dr. York and can go to planet Risk? It doesn't mean that. You need to read the Bible in context. So you see, when you Israelites argue stuff, I just simply laugh because y'all look crazy. But anyway, before I go, let me introduce the queen of the Dagger Squad, the Mother Earth here, Mika One. What up?
Lord Garfield, you funny. No, I'm just here listening. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear, sis. What made you jump on? Must have bothered you or something?
No, I was listening to the Israelite, right? And I want to know that, okay, I'm walking down the street and minding my business, and somebody stopped and be like, hey, did you know you're an Israelite? What would he say to me to make me think I'm an Israelite?
Are you referring to me?
Yes.
Where are you from?
Where I'm from, I'm American.
No. Where are your people from?
Where my people from, we all over the place. We're from Jamaica.
So what country are y'all from?
Country? We from Jamaica, we from Cuban, and it could go back to all the way to Africa.
Can or does?
Everybody go back to Africa.
See, I mean, that means everybody's African, so ain't nobody African. But if somebody told you that, then they looked, I don't know. It depends on who you're talking to. Some people, they just trying to recruit hoes. I don't know what they're trying to do out there in New York.
They trying to recruit. No. They trying to recruit what? What hole? So you calling the Israelite?
I'm not calling you that. I'm just saying, like, a lot of times you will have brothers on the corner just trying to grab any broad and tell her so she can listen. You know what I mean?
Use a lot of white words to describe our woman.
Okay, say I'm American, right? So and you tell me I'm an Israelite, what would you have to prove to me to make me think I'm an Israelite? Because my parents never told me
wouldn't. I wouldn't want to make you think it, right? Either you're gonna gravitate to it or you're not. And then if you don't,
but that's not how that works. Because Israelite, it's supposed to be like, you know, you are this thing. You are this thing.
I mean, I'm not trying to recruit you, right? Like, in this day and time right now, if you standing on not being an Israelite, you know what I'm saying? If you really think you're not, then you're not.
No, but you have to. Who proved to you that you was an Israelite?
My people told me this.
What did they say? What did they say to make you like turn on the light? Like, oh, I'm an Israelite. What did they say?
They didn't have to say anything. We've always done these things. We always told us we was God's chosen people. We've done all this. This is kind of like a normal thing. You know what I
mean? It's not going through.
I mean, but you, like, how can you prove to me that you're actually a Jamaican?
My parents.
All right then. So I got the same shit going on. You agree?
So no, but it have to be.
No. Why is mine different than yours?
No, it
has to be. Why is mine different than yours?
Because yours.
If my people, I told you, my people told me the same thing.
You're not leading nowhere with what you're saying. You're not saying.
I'm not trying to lead you, so you confused.
No, you're confused because you can't tell me how you became an Israelite.
I'm not. I don't. Tell me how you became a Jamaican.
I just told you my parents.
I told you my parents told me I'm an Israelite. So what's your point?
Do you know what an Israelite is?
Yes, do you?
No, you just.
If you don't know, so you don't know it. So I guess you're not it.
Okay, I don't know it. Can you tell me?
All right, then you're not it.
That
I mean, it's simple. You ain't even got to get a headache about it. You're just not. You're just not it.
Answer no questions, bro.
I answered your question. What you talking
No,
about?
you didn't. You just try to use the same thing I say.
You said, "How can I convince you that you're an Israelite?" I said, "I'm not trying to."
Okay, I didn't say convince me, but
Yeah, I'm not trying to sell you. I'm not trying to sell you on my lineage.
Israelite.
The hell?
Come on, I'm probably an Israelite, you know, and I'm
No,
trying
you
to
probably
find
are.
out from you if I am or not. Okay?
Okay.
So could you show me? Could you point to something? And be like, this right here says you are Israelite. Can you say, yeah? Come on, save my soul.
So no, I'm not pasteurizing. I'm not. I can't save you.
Okay, you
No. I can't save you.
Hey, brother, I do have a question though. So, what is Israel? Where do Israelites come from, and where is that place on the map geographically?
I think it's here, to be honest with you. I think it's the continent here. And I was telling like Garfield, like a lot of people think it's over there in Africa, but they carved that up, and that's very recent. All them names, the Niagara River, we got a Niagara River here, towards Canada and stuff like that, man. Like, you know, it depends on what kind of information you're trying to dig into. You know?
Okay, that's what I thought. I thought that
You know what's going on. Either you know what's going on or you don't.
Well, let me ask you a question based on what you just said, right? Because I've heard this a few times by different Israelites in my tenure. So you believe that the Americas was the original land of Israel, and if so, I understand that completely, right? But when you get the text that the book that the Israelites were in, the text themselves were found in the place what would be the land of Israel and Egypt and
Says
stuff
who?
like that. Says the people that went on the archaeological.
You know how many
tours and found
artifacts they got of type of Hebrew artifacts all up over here? You know that, right? I know you know that.
No, I do know that they found some fake ones. Like, have you researched those things?
Man, don't stop it.
Like Bat Creek Stone. Just look into it. I'm not telling you anything. I'm telling you to look.
Why Kyle keep cutting out?
I think he's on the phone.
The Most High, he's trying to stop the awakening, so the Most High shut him up. He's trying to stop the awakening.
The Most High shutting a whole lot of shit down today.
Dude supposed to be the chosen people, and he supposed to be opening eyes of those who don't know, and yet he's just don't know anything.
Whatever you say, sweetheart. How am I gonna try to convince you of who you are if you don't believe in yourself?
Hey, your parents lied, bro. You ain't no Israelite, bro. Parents ain't lie. Let's look at
you are not me. Listen, you're Jamaican. Stop saying what I am.
Let's do this. Let's do this.
Let's do it.
All right, the Lost Lunar
Let's
Stone.
get it over with.
Is this a legitimate stone?
I don't know about all this.
This is a Lost Lunar Stone. You said they found.
I know several black churches in the South that got. We wrote Hebrew all in our churches.
I'm not talking about.
I don't know if this is real or not. This is a picture. I don't know what this is.
Last week, bro. Why are you bringing up last week information that we already debunked, though? There's no Hebrew on the pew, bro.
Goodness.
But hold on. Let me ask you this: would you agree this is Hebrew on this text right here that I'm showing? Would you agree that this is Hebrew?
No.
Or Hebrew. Okay. What do you think this is? It's definitely.
I don't know what this is. I'm looking. This looks like backwards letters. I see a W. I see an X. I don't know what the hell this is right here. You reading?
Crazy as hell, yo. Well, listen, let me do this.
I'm smart as hell, nigga. Trust me. Don't try to pull no fast one on me.
Let me do this. I'm gonna help you out. Let me help you out.
Okay. So you gonna help me, huh? Okay.
Help you out. You see, you act like you know everything. So let's look at the pews of the first African
Baptist. I never said that.
You said there was Hebrew in the church, so I'm bringing up the
pews.
I
said I don't know everything, but proceed.
No, you said there was Hebrew in the pews in the church. You said that.
Yes, I did say that. Go ahead and pull it up.
Yeah. So this is what we watched last week.
Show me. That wasn't no pew. That looked like a rock or something.
All right, I got you. Don't worry about it.
We got embroidery all. What is you talking about, nigga? That's what. See, when you a Jamaican and you're not actually like a Black American, like you kind of be off. You kind of be lost in the sauce, kind of. You know what I mean? Y'all really don't know us like y'all think y'all do.
Wait, what camp is he in?
I'm not in no camp. Why I gotta be in the camp?
Because you're not learning nothing. You don't know anything about.
I mean, if you want to join my team, just say that. But I'm not in no camp.
But you don't have no team. That's your problem. Because
do you want to join
off
me?
the top of your head. You don't know.
Do you want to join me?
You don't know anything about the Israelite. Go under the ISUPK.
You gotta show me how you look first, and then I think about it.
Show me how you look.
Trying to flirt with me on TV. Show me what you look like.
You trying to pick up dudes? You trying to pick up?
He's funny.
You trying to pick up
funny.
dudes?
I can say that.
You trying to pick up dudes? Oh man, I tell you, you got caught out there, sis. Hold on, let me find this right here. And you know what's his name? Gave me the damn thing last week, and I damn forgot, man. Dang.
That's the Most High on your ass.
Hold on.
with the focus mainly being on Hebrew and Arabic. Now, when I make videos on the pews, I often get a reply from someone about how I'm beating a dead horse. So I want to make clear that just a little over 2 months ago, the We Woke Now channel put out yet another video on the pews, arguing that the case for Hebrew is stronger than the case for Arabic. And I hadn't yet gotten around to commenting on that video, until now that is. So I'm not just harping on an old topic by myself. Rather, I'm responding to something that proponents of Hebrew on the pews have themselves been recently promoting. And the main focus of this video will compare Kelly's proposed Hebrew reading to a couple of proposed Arabic readings. What Kelly has proposed is that a pew has solitreo script, and with text that reads Yisrael Yom, which Kelly translates with a bit of an apparently unwitting Germanic syntax as Israel's Day. And the proposed spelling of Israel has it spelled with 5 yods and a zayin, but no center aleph. Moreover, his proposal also quietly has the word yom being written with a regular mem rather than a mem sofit, which is to say a final mem. And we'll get into this in more detail as we go on. Moreover, the Good Doctor's reading will be compared to 2 proposed Arabic readings, one of which posits that La ilaha illallah, which is to say there's no God but God, or there's only one God, that appears on a pew, and yet another proposal which proposes that Ilahinas appears on a pew, Ilahinas meaning the God of mankind or the God of humanity. And Ilahinas is proposed for the same pew that Kelly proposed the Hebrew reading for. Now, to set the tone, I'd like to begin with a clip of something Kelly said in another show, and I'll share links to all my sources in the video description. But this first clip will run for about 35 seconds and fair use.
He wrote about, right? Not the history that, many want to superimpose on us, with this whole nonsense about, one group, some people want to try to say that pews are paying homage, to Shahada, while others want to say that it's Quran passages on the pews, which I can emphatically, which I've already done with the main pew, prove that it's not going letter by letter, not this nonsense of trying to superimpose writings on the pews. And
all right, I wanted to interject here because I sensed a bit of irony there, as the Good Doctor complains about superimposing writing on the pews, but it'd actually be helpful if he tried to highlight the relevant pew itself to see to what extent his proposal fits. Whatever the case, As for going letter by letter, as he put it, the case for Arabic has done precisely that, right? This is discussed in my video titled, Has the Case for Arabic Been Transliterated? Which I'll also link to in the video description. But that aside, let's play one more quick clip from that show. And this one will run for slightly over 20 seconds. And again, fair use.
I'm going to share some of the professors, some of their comments, not just one, not just two, but I'm going to show multiple professors that makes it clear on the very pews that are in question that it's not Arabic, no matter how many want to twist things around and try to make it whatever they want it to be. They're going to make it clear that it's not Arabic.
All right, real quick note on certain professors saying that they don't see Arabic on a particular pew. Just to be clear, I myself was the first to show as such. I was the first to bring out different professors who denied or said that they didn't see Arabic on the pews, right? I showed the opinion of Mohsen Gudarzi, as well as the thoughts of Janar Dali. And Janar Dali, or Kanar Dali, but Janar Dali was part of the team that produced the wildly popular Study Quran. However, if all it takes to rule out a language is professors saying that they don't see that language, well, then by that standard, Hebrew falls as well. You see, Richard Saracen said that he didn't see Hebrew on the pews. Jafri Khan, the Hebrew chair at Cambridge, who's among the best suited to discuss this question, said that there was no Hebrew on the pew he saw, which is the pew that Kelly proposed Hebrew for. And most humorously, Kelly and Brown themselves trotted out a secret scholar whom they claimed was as prominent as Jafri Khan. And the email they showed from that secret scholar has him declaring that he did not see any Hebrew on the pews. So if Arabic falls by this standard, then so too does Hebrew. But the good doctor isn't using even scales. Moreover, as I'll touch on in this video, Kelly has held these languages to different standards. A proposed Arabic reading has to meet a strict standard, while a proposed Hebrew reading, or Ge'ez, or Amharic, or Aramaic reading can be measured by a much more lenient standard. Now, if you're looking for skeptics regarding Arabic on the pews, you don't have to look any further than me, right? As I've said many times in the past, I myself remain skeptical about Arabic appearing on the pews. But despite that, I still say that if there's any language on the pews, the strongest case so far has been for Arabic. And that's the challenge for the good doctor and his supporters. If we hold all languages to the same standard, which language has the strongest case? And with that, let's now return to the good doctor's most recent video related to the pews. And I want to pick this up at about 1 hour and 38 minutes into the video, in which Kelly discusses the claim that the Shahada, or part of the Shahada, might appear on the pews. Note that where this picks up, Kelly is in the midst of discussing the Bilali Diary, an Arabic text written by a slave in 19th century Georgia. So with that in mind, let's play the clip and fair use.
So before we read the second paragraph on page 598, I want you to listen closely to the words of the PBS staff from a Q&A session held on Clubhouse immediately following the premiere of the Black Church, This Is Our Story, This Is Our Song. This is where it really gets dicey. Listen with intelligence.
All right, I just want to interject here to make clear that he's going to play the voice of one of the producers of the PBS documentary, The Black Church, in which she's discussing what the Harvard linguist Boubacar Diakité felt he saw on the pews.
So I did just find the email. So the scriptures, the ones that we sent him of the pews, the side pews, there's like one that looks like a squiggly line is Muhammad is his messenger, and the other one that he translated was no God but Allah.
Now, the Henry Louis Gates staff said, according to Boubacar, that the pew in question, along with another pew, says Muhammad is his messenger and no God but Allah.
Okay, so at this point, we have a linguist from Harvard, Boubacar Diakité, affirming that a couple different Arabic phrases appear on the pews, one of which is La ilaha illallah. There is no God but God. And from there, the good doctor is going to return to the Bilali Diary. Now, this will be a bit of a longer clip, so I'm going to play it at a slightly higher speed, but listen to his reasoning here. and fair use.
Now let's read the second paragraph on page 598. It says, at the end of the section on washing, the diarist or copyist seemed to diverge from copying a text or recalling it. With folio 5R, he lapsed into his own brand of piety. Over and over, perhaps 7 times in the following 5 folia, he wrote, "O God, I bear witness that there is no God but God." Usually, he added to this phrase, "and Muhammad is the messenger of God." Now, is this strictly a coincidence that we see almost identical quotes from the Bilali diary and what the PBS staff quoted? Is it strictly a coincidence that the quotes from the diary and Muhammad is the messenger of God truncated to Muhammad is his messenger, and "Oh God, I bear witness that there is no God but God" truncated to "no God but Allah"?
So by asking if this is a coincidence, Kelly was trying to insinuate that something nefarious is afoot, that there's some sort of conspiracy. But what he failed to realize is that this juxtaposition between the Bilali diary and the proposed reading for the pew, which was put forth by Boubacar Diakite, that this juxtaposition actually works against past appeals to history and the surrounding context. You see, these sort of arguments about what about history and what about the surrounding context previously came from Kelly's side, from people like Benaiah Israel and others. So consider this. An Arabic phrase which was proposed for the pews was also found among other slaves elsewhere in 19th century Georgia. So let's think about the significance of this. Let's compare the relevant Arabic phrase to Kelly's proposed Hebrew reading. The Arabic phrase, La ilaha illallah, is one of the most well-attested phrases in human history, and it was even found in the writings of a slave in 19th century Georgia, which is roughly the same time period and location in which the pews were marked. Meanwhile, Kelly's proposed string of characters, Yisrael Yom, in which Yisrael is spelled with 5 yods and a zayin, but no center aleph, and Yom is written with a regular mem rather than a mem sofit, that string of characters is completely ahistorical, and it's not found in any source. And so, of course, it isn't found among any writings produced by any slave in Georgia or anywhere else in the Americas. You see, Kelly and his cohort used to try to insist on appeals to history and surrounding context, arguing that what is more common in the surrounding environment should dictate how we interpret the pews. But notice how they utterly abandon that sort of reasoning here. Beyond that, note that the good doctor and others in his circle used to insist on appeals to scholar. So let's also note that the Arabic phrase has been proposed by Boubacar Diakite, who was a linguist from Harvard. Meanwhile, Kelly's proposed string of characters has not been proposed by any linguist, any scholar, or any professor. In order for Kelly to pretend like there's a better case for that string of Hebrew characters than there is for the Arabic phrase, he would have to abandon not 1, but 2 of his side's previous modes of argumentation. In short, he and his supporters have moved the goalposts. But whatever the case, at this point, one would be within their rights to ask where either of these alleged readings might be found on the pews. So let's get into that now. While I don't know for certain which pews Boubacar Diakite proposed readings for, I have said in the past that this pew has markings which look a bit like the Arabic phrase La ilaha illallah. However, if that was intended by the person who made those markings, it is arguably quite sloppy, quite different from how others might write that phrase. So let me color code the different words to make clear precisely which portions of the Arabic text correspond to which markings on that pew. And as you look at this, we should ask the question, what are the main weaknesses here? I would propose that there's at least 3 problems. First, what is supposed to be a lam and alif do not cross each other, as is typically the case when writing in Arabic. And here I'm referring to the red text and the blue text. Second, what is proposed to be an alif seems disconnected from what is proposed to be a lam. And third, the ha at the end of ilah and Allah they're open rather than taking the form of a typical loop in how, the final ha is typically written. And here I'm referring to the purple text and the green text. However, on the other hand, all these features can actually be found in different instances of handwritten Arabic. And to show this, I'd like to take a look at a handwritten letter that the Shi'i cleric, Grand Ayatollah As-Sistani, who's based in Najaf in Iraq, a handwritten letter that was written by that Shi'i cleric in Iraq. And I'll share a link to this in the video description. So let's take a look at the text of his letter, which is written in Arabic. And I want to zoom in on 2 words in particular. First, note the word al-Islam at the top right of your screen. Notice that in the first instance of lam alif, the lam and alif do not cross, as might typically be the case. Rather, it seems like the lam is written and then the alif appears over the part of the lam which trails off to the left. So it looks more like this. Beyond that, Notice that in the second instance of lam alif, the alif doesn't connect to the lam. And then let's switch to the word Allah at the bottom left of the screen. Notice that the final letter, the ha, is not a closed loop. Rather, it's open. In short, it looks more like this. So with all of these features in mind, if we return to the pew we were looking at, to make this proposed reading more clear, we only need to change the style to be a bit more like, for example, Sistani's writing or his handwriting, where the final ha is open rather than a loop and the lam alif does not cross. And perhaps so too, we can disconnect the alif from the lam. Now, again, one might argue that if this was intended as reading La ilaha illallah, then it's a sloppily written instance of such. Nonetheless, I'd say that it's at least a plausible reading, and it seems it was backed by a linguist from Harvard, that being Boubacar Diakite. But now we should turn to the question of where Kelly's proposed reading can be found. The good doctor proposed such for this pew. As I noted earlier, he's never attempted to highlight that pew, but he has offered a certain drawing, which I'll put above the relevant markings. And again, the good doctor claims this is Solitreo script and that it reads Yisrael Yom, which he claims means Israel's day. At the top right of your screen, I've placed the relevant string of.
Now, fourth family, is that Hebrew? Fourth family, going once, is that Hebrew?
I don't know.
That's on the African church that they're talking about.
I don't listen. It's no African damn church. Stop trying to be funny.
Church is called First African Baptist Church, nigga.
They renamed it,
nigga. The guy don't know nothing.
He don't know nothing. That's what they call it. First African Baptist Church. What are you talking about? 1777 or some shit like that. What are you talking about, bro? Get your history and your facts right. You popping all type of bullshit. You said there was Hebrew on the church.
I'm talking about the church that had embroidery, not this dry rub shit you pointing to. And he said he didn't know for certain.
The same church. First
He said he did not know for certain. Didn't he say that?
Who said that? Who?
Ain't that what he said? The white boy that's on this the Arab that's talking on this.
Ain't no Arab talking. What I'm saying to you is this Hebrew?
Yeah, it is a damn Arab talking on this shit.
Is this? Forget about that because you're trying to change the subject. I'm asking you.
I don't know what that is, man. That look. I don't know what that. It look like Islam to me. I don't know what that is.
Now that's being honest. So now you're going around saying that there's Africa. There's.
That's the wrong church. That's embroidery. You ever seen crowns and how? What are you talking about? Not this shit. What is this shit you pulling up?
Bro, I'm gonna ask you a simple question. What's the name of the church you're talking about? What's this? What's
I have to look it up, man. I have to look it up.
Nigga, you don't know shit. You talking
I don't remember. What you think? I'm an encyclopedia?
Dude, you need
to have to look it up.
Popping shit all day. You don't know nothing. That's why I sit back and I'm laughing. I'm like, Kwame, you let
this is what you use to disprove what I said.
Hold on a second. First,
you died on your own source, Garfield, because he wasn't even sure what he was talking about.
This church, I just showed you, and I asked you, brother.
Let me ask you a question. Can I ask you a question?
No, you're not gonna ask me.
What's the reason why even Arabs and Jamaicans and Africans trying to tell us that we are not them?
All right, let me give you a timeout for a second. I want everybody to look at this. This is the First African Baptist Church. That's where the pews are, where the controversy about being Hebrew. That's where it is. All right, this is it. It was constituted in 1777. First African Baptist Church. He don't like that because it's called First African. You see, the people who went to the church knew who they were. It's called First African Baptist Church. This is where the pews are. This is what my brother Abu is talking about. Whether he's an Arab, white, if he's Jamaican, Trinidadian, American, whatever he is, I don't give a fuck. The information, the truth of the information I'm dealing with. Now look at this right here. The First African Baptist Church, they're claiming that it's Hebrew. Some people say it's. I mean, at the end of the day, all you got to do is take the eye test. What do you see? Do you see Hebrew? No, you don't. I asked you. You said no. And they have the embroidery at the ground. Is that West African stuff, man? Oh man, bro, come on, man, come on, Reverend Lyles and all of them. Oh man. Pastor Lyle with the British when Savannah was evacuated and migrated to Jamaica. He came to Jamaica and preached, man. Shout out to him. He went to the country of Jamaica, man. See the holes in the floor. This is what you're talking about. The holes in the floor are in the shape of African prayer symbol known to some as Bakonga cosmogram. That's what you're talking about. Come on, what are you talking about? Oh, this is crazy. It's called the first African. Once he heard that, he don't want to be involved in the conversation no more. You don't want to be involved in the conversation because it says first African. You African, bro.
No, you kicked me off, nigga. Don't try to make it seem like I ran.
No, I didn't say you ran. Did I say you run?
Don't act silly with me.
I didn't say you ran.
They renamed that damn church that.
No, they didn't.
We weren't talking about this African. All right, man.
Oh, man. Let me pull it up again.
We have churches that's embroidered. Not this. I don't know what that is. Like they use something to rub off the oil off the wood or something like that. We got embroidered Hebrew in our churches down south. Okay. What are you talking about, man?
This is what you're.
And you use this Arab to try to disprove me,
bro.
So what is your purpose? What's your purpose of trying to tell me that I'm not who I am?
Nigga,
what you gonna gain from that?
I ain't gotta listen.
What's your gain? I'm asking, what's your gain?
I'm getting a check. That's what you're trying.
I know. So just admit that then.
I ain't admitting shit because
you. But you can't stop it though, nigga. You can't stop it.
What? What am I stopping?
That's the whole thing. You ain't stopping nothing.
You said the first African Baptist church. They named
what they say. What they say. One monkey don't stop no show. Believe that.
Yeah, I hear you, brother.
Yeah.
The first African Baptist church. That's what we're talking about. Our history. What they talking about.
What you talking about?
Was organized.
You speaking that Irish shit again, ain't you?
Hold on 1 second. Let me do this for the family. Hold your tongue a second, brother. Hold your mouth. Have some discipline. I'm going to put it on the screen again. First African Baptist Church was organized in 1773 under the leadership of George Lyle, Reverend George Lyle. The 1773 organization date for the church makes it that the first African Baptist church is older than the United States. In May of 1775, Reverend Lyle was ordained as a pastor, and December 1777, the church was officially constituted as a body of organized believers. 4 converts, Reverend Andrew Bryan, his wife, Hannah Bryan, Kate Hogg, and Hagar Simpson would form a part of the nucleus of First African Baptist Church early membership. In 1782, rather than risk enslavement, Pastor Lyle left with the British when Savannah was evacuated and migrated to Jamaica. He became the first American missionary 30 years before Adoniram Judson left for Burma.
Why didn't they call him African? They called him an American, didn't they?
He was born. They call him.
You don't understand what's going on, Garfield.
Hold on 1 second. They call him the first American missionary because he's from.
Why didn't they call him African? He fled from an first African Baptist church. Why they didn't call us as African?
Ask him why he named it First African Baptist Church.
I guess pity, because he couldn't be a nigga. He had to say he was something else.
Yeah, you could hate all.
That's why. That's why, nigga.
All right. As my man said, you ain't got no show. That's why Young Dolph show.
I ain't tripping, man. I'm just talking to my people, man. You got to realize that we're not Africans one day, Garfield.
But you ain't got no information. You still ain't provided church. Let's provide the church. What are you talking about? Let's go. Let's get it. Where's the church?
It's a reason. It's a reason you decided to procreate with us.
I'm gonna ask you a question. I'm gonna ask you a simple question.
What's the question?
I procreated with African Americans. That's what.
No, you procreated with a Black American woman, not no fucking African American.
Show me where it says Black American on the census. Where does it say that? It says African American. It says Black.
Anyway, man, what's the question?
American. Come on, man. Where is the church you're talking about? I'm talking about First African Baptist Church.
I don't know, man. You know what? You're right.
Savior Kwame, come on, come take your mans on, yo. This is your mans, yo. Achala, what's up, bro?
Yo, what's up, fam?
I'm good, man. I'm good.
Hey, you got the Hebrew brother still on here?
You ain't no Hebrew brother.
I'm still up here, man. What up?
Hey, fam, you said you are Israelite, right?
Correct.
Okay, so we're gonna go on your Bible real quick, okay?
All right.
So let's go to so if you are Israelite, why I don't find your Y chromosome in Leviticus 24, verse 10 to 11?
What the hell is it? Y chromosome? What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, because you said you're Israelite, right? So if you're Israelite, you come from Jacob, right? So that means you will have his DNA. You will have his Y chromosome, right? So all I see is Egyptians
Are you
in these
looking
camps.
for a Y chromosome in the Bible?
Nah, I'm
These are
being
modern
funny with
terms. You
that.
do know that, right? These are modern
Yeah,
terms.
but if you say you are Israelite, how come are you? That means you are Egyptian now, right? Because
No,
according to
nigga.
these texts I'm about to go by,
No, ain't no
all I
fucking
see is
Egyptian.
Egyptians.
I don't
So
care what
where
you
are
see.
you?
Hey, if you read that
Where
same
are you?
Bible that you're talking about, God destroyed the fucking Egyptians.
Nah, he never
So how
did.
the fuck can I be a destroyed Israelite if I'm an Egyptian? Nigga, make up
He
your
never
damn mind.
did. Let's go to first. Okay,
The
so you
hell
ain't
you
got no
talking about?
answer for that one, right?
You
You're
ain't
too
got no
emotional,
sense.
brother. So let's go. Let's go to First Chronicles. Let's go to
Good.
First Chronicles 2, verse 34. You
I'm
need me to
listening.
read it?
Yeah. I ain't got no Bible on me right now.
Well, I ain't got no Bible on me either, but I'm
All
quite
right, then how you
sure
getting
if you
shit? Pull it
go,
up on your phone. Obviously, you've been waiting to get this off.
I'm
Go
on the
ahead.
phone. I can't pull it up on the phone because I'm on the phone. I try
See,
to
me
get on my
too.
laptop to check in, right?
I
But
got
my
you.
laptop acting weird
Garfield,
right
pull it
now.
up.
So I had to pull up the
Prove his
phone.
point, Garfield.
Because once again, that's another Egyptian being a Judahite.
You a Jamaican, ain't you?
Nah, I'm from the Virgin Islands, St.
Hmm.
Thomas.
Okay. Oh, you might be a nigga then. Okay.
Man, hey, bro. That word, nigga, Negro, all that. Do
You
you know
ain't
where
got
it
to like
actually
it. I
came
hear
from?
you.
Do
You
you know
like
where it
St.
comes
Thomas though?
from?
You like St. Thomas better?
Do you know where it actually come from? Well,
You
let's
said,
deal
do
with
I
your
know where you
Bible,
come from?
brother. You
Actually,
said you are an Israelite. I
I'm
don't
an Israelite. I don't
see.
know what you are. I said you might be
No,
one of us.
you're an Israelite by a belief, right? Not according to your
No,
Bible, though.
by blood, by DNA.
Nah,
Now pull
ain't
up
no
this Y
blood, ain't no
chromosome shit you
DNA,
was talking about. Pull it up.
ain't no DNA. All your genetics show that you are West Africans.
Disprove me.
You have. I can, if I was on my
You can't,
laptop, I
nigga.
will. Oh, yes, I can. Oh,
You
come on,
can't
so you
even
think
prove
this
them
is
faggot ass
process?
niggas over there that's in that fake ass land is Jewish people. You just talking, nigga.
Hey, brother, you're not an Israelite, man. Like I said,
Yeah, you
in
failed at
First
your mission,
Chronicles
nigga.
2,
Next
verse
question.
34, you know what I'm saying? All I see is Egyptians in these tribes. Egyptians in the tribe of Dan,
Look up
Egyptians in the
Leviticus
tribe.
24 and 10 and explain this to me if we the same people. I did this the other day on the show. Pull up Leviticus 24 and 10 and get some substance to yourself.
10, verse 11. That was an Egyptian man,
Leviticus
okay?
24, verse 10. Yeah, go ahead.
24,
Leviticus
10, and
24,
11.
verse 10.
There
Yeah.
was a lady from the tribe of Dan. Her husband was an Egyptian, and they had a son. Okay, and the son died under the law. So that lets me know
That lets you
Egyptians
know that
are
they are not the same people, right?
Israelites.
With your smiling ass. I see all them fucking teeth,
Hey,
nigga.
hey, bruh, they are the same people. You know why?
Shut your ass up.
Ham, Noah, Ham, Shem, and Japheth come from Noah,
I
right?
don't care
So
what you say, man. You
that
trying to
means
attach
they
us to
got his
Africans? I'm not with it. I'm not going
chromosome
for it.
and they got his DNA.
Who are you coming from? Where you coming from, bro? Hold on a second. Kemway, what are you saying, Kemway? What are you saying?
I'm saying that nigga's a bitch. I don't even know why he on the fucking panel. Like that nigga's a straight hoe. What's his name? For the family.
You said it right, bitch.
Until you can
Now,
show
what's your
me,
issue,
until you can show
motherfucker?
yourself. Shut the fuck up, bitch. While I'm talking.
I got you. I'll mute it. I'll pull him down. Go ahead. Say your point. Let's be respectful, though. Let's not fall into that trap that
I'm
he's trying
not
to say.
being respectful to that bitch ass nigga, man. But anyway, your imaginary was at when we was getting enslaved in this country. You were African American. You not no fucking Hebrew. You not no fucking Egyptian. None of it. I don't know what fucking type of crack you niggas is smoking. Where the fuck you niggas came from? Nigga, you's a bitch. That's your ethnicity.
Damn.
Man.
Sabio, you have something to say, Sabio?
Hey, Garfield, I just want to come in for that, man. I'm out, man.
All right,
I
cool.
enjoy your show, bro.
Peace and love, bro. Yes, sir.
Peace.
Yeah, what up? Can y'all hear me clear?
I could hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, man. I don't know, man. All this culture vulturism is different, and it seems like all these culture vultures got a different way to usurp the culture from the Levant. None of the doctrines agree. They don't agree on most of the Bible. Like, how can y'all be these people and y'all don't even agree on the shit? Like seriously, make it make sense. Y'all want to be some desert goat herders from the Levant so bad that y'all make up stories that don't even make sense when y'all making them up. You up on this channel disrespecting black people, African Americans, because you don't want to be from Africa. Well, take your ass to Israel, over there where they fighting for the Gaza Strip, and fight for the Gaza Strip, nigga.
Mm-hmm. All right. For the family, you got a response?
Yeah, I don't take no man with a list serious, man. So anyway, what else we got going on here?
Oh, so your mental state is so low that you worrying about
No. I said I don't trust any man with a list. You got a list. Something didn't happen to you back in the day. It's okay.
No, actually, I had a speech impediment growing up as a child. So yes, I do.
Yeah, you got a think impediment too. You know that, right? You can't think right.
Your daddy, you faggot.
Why you gotta bring up my mom shit?
Come on, Savior.
No, he disrespected.
You getting mad? See, I told you he's a girl. This is a girl right here. This is a girl in a boy body.
If you can't have an intelligent conversation, bro,
I ain't even cussing them out. Look at him. I ain't even cussing them out.
The problem is that you don't have any intelligence to have a regular conversation. That all you can think
try
about
me then. Try me right now. Come on, little girl. Try me right now. What you want to talk about?
Then why aren't you in the Levant? Why aren't you over
in
Israel fighting for the Gaza
Bring up
Strip?
a conversation that you think I can handle. Let's get past this. I already told you what I think about
I'm asking you a clear question. Why aren't you in the Gaza Strip fighting for Israel?
Because those are not my people over there.
We're not your people. We're not.
Do I look like a dumb Ethiopian to you?
I'm not.
Do I look like a dumb Ethiopian to you?
I'm not Ethiopian.
So why would I be over there trying to help them fake ass people with their fake ass land?
You see, do you see how stupid you sound?
Do you see what you saying?
Israel has been there for thousands of years. That land is not new. It was not just gifted to them in 1947.
Is this it? That's all you got? You supposed to be so smart. You be over there on Cuba trying to talking cash money shit, nigga. You not that smart.
I'm smarter than you.
Then prove it. Prove it now.
I'm proving it. First off,
no. Prove it now. Bring us something that you think I can't smack your ass down in.
I already have. You haven't answered my question. Why you aren't over in the Gaza Strip fighting for Israel?
And shit. You done calmed your little bitch ass down. Talk to me about something.
You don't want whining. So again, I'm going to ask you. Do you honestly? Let me ask you this. Since you gonna dodge that question, do you honestly believe? Hold up. Do you honestly believe that a woman came from a man's rib?
From his nutsack, yeah.
No,
the most tender rib. Part. Listen, I'm about to explain it to you, right?
From the rib.
Yes, I say yes.
So Eve came from Adam's rib.
Correct.
At this point, I'm
flesh of my flesh, blood of my blood. Correct.
At this point, I'm smarter than you.
How? Because you listen to white people, you're smarter than me.
Came from a rib. Eve came from a rib. Woman came from a rib. For real? When does that ever happen?
On my bone.
Time out 1 second. To my brother, what you call it? To my brother SKBOSD game, brown skin color people in Spain spoke only Hebrew from the book Jews and Moors in Spain. Why don't you come on the panel and bring the source and let us evaluate it? And even how would you know why would it say bronze skin color people? You made that up. Come on the channel. This is what happened with all these people in there. You read a source, and because it says something, that means, oh, 100% believe it because of that. I could bring out sources for talking about Portuguese Jews being white. So that don't mean they're white. Like how we look at white today, you got to look at it in context, beloved. So if you want to have a conversation about Hebrews and the Jews in Spain, how how does that attach to you? How do you attach yourself to the Jews in Spain? Because the Jews in Spain have nothing to do with African Americans. It's
That's
in the
not
book.
true.
It has nothing. The Jews in Spain have nothing to
That's
do with
not
it.
true.
Go ahead. So you break it down.
They brought the damn Hebrews came over here with this little punk ass white boy, so-called Christopher Columbus, translating Hebrew to us. What are you talking about?
Hold on a second. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Let's look at what you're saying slowly. All right. You're saying that Christopher Columbus came over and translated Hebrew. You said to
No,
us.
he came over with interpreters from Spain.
Hold on.
All right.
What does that prove?
That the people that he's talking about and this little message that he's trying to tell you is that we're the same people that's over there in
Hold
Spain.
on. The people that he's talking about, who is the he?
Us, man.
Us. Okay. So you're saying that Christopher Columbus spoke about Hebrews?
He grabbed some niggas and brought them to the Americas to talk to other niggas, try to get a situation together.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he brought people over here. He brought a translator who could speak Akkadian. He could speak Arabic.
Hebrew.
Speak Hebrew.
Yeah, all that. You know, we're
Different
some smart motherfuckers. You know that, right?
Fine, that's fine. But I'm trying to figure out, what does that have to do with anything?
Because
what does that have to do with you? I'm trying to figure out your point. Come on, let's bring it. You got all this information. Let's go. You see, I beat up niggas like you every day. This is like an exercise for me because y'all don't know shit. Y'all fronting. Y'all don't know shit. And I'm going to prove it right now. So he brought people over here who could speak Hebrew. And what happened? Who did he speak to that new Hebrew? And by the way, the word Moors don't just mean black or dark skin. It has another meaning. Y'all need to grow up, man. It's not, you see, that's why, you see, the problem is y'all cannot research. So when you can't research, you can't figure out shit on your own. You have no methodology. You just sound stupid. Now look at this now. Columbus interpreters were useless natives. Natives did not speak or understand Hebrew. How does Garfield know this and can talk so boldly? Because Gonzalo Fernandez de Oviedo in General and Natural History of the Indies, Book 2, documented that they could not understand Hebrew or any language. They had to use sign language because they couldn't understand Hebrew or any language that the guy spoke. Columbus brought them with. So you saying that they brought Hebrew niggas to speak to people over here? Well, I guess the people over here was not Hebrew because they didn't understand one effing word. What you talking about? This shit weak, yo. This shit weak. This is like a little exercise. Come on. Go ahead, Kwame. Where Kwame at? What's Sabio? Y'all could talk, man. These niggas ain't ready for this shit, man.
It's like they try to force everybody into this narrative, even people in the Americas who knew nothing about this culture. Like, what is wrong with y'all?
Let me do this fool in the audience. And I'm going to call you fool for a reason because you're talking foolish talk. The word more don't have to necessarily mean black. It has several meanings. You have to use it within context.
You had
so let me use this. Let me use this word. Hold on a second. Let me share this right here. This is from Wikipedia, and you could fact check this. This is Moors. Look at what it says on the screen. I don't have to read it, by the way. And by the way, look at the people in the right corner of this picture. These are the Moors and what they look like. Those look like black people, as you call them today. You don't know the color scheme that they used to use from the medieval time period. You got to understand when they're using black and white, it's like a caste system at times. You got to understand it in context. They call rabbinical Jews black. Why did they do that? You see, you have to know what the context of what they're doing. You just want to make up shit and think like you know stuff. The term Moor is an exonym. What is an exonym? An endonym is a common native name for a group of people, individual person, geographical place, language, or dialect, meaning that is used inside a particular group or linguistic community. First used by Christian Europeans to designate the Muslim populations, not black people. It was once used to say that they're Muslim populations, you're Moor if you're a Muslim. So that means all Africans who are converted are Moor. So to be honest with you, Noble Joe Ali is the only one that really has a claim outside of that Moabite nonsense that I don't agree with. I don't agree with that. But I say this to say this to all people that's listening. You got to have a methodology. You're saying more means black. I'm not saying more does not mean black, but I want you to look at what it says here. It designated the Muslim populations of the Maghreb. What is the Maghreb? The North African cultures, Libya, Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, Al-Andalus, which is in Iberian Peninsula, Sicily, and Malta during the Middle Ages. Moors are not a what? A single, distinct, or self-defined people. The 1911 Encyclopedia Britannica observed that the term had no real ethnological value. How do you respond to that? It had no real ethnological value. Europeans of the Middle Ages and the early modern period variously applied the name to Arabs, Berbers, and Muslim Europeans. So look at this picture right here. This is the Castilian ambassadors attempting to convince Moorish Almohad king to join their line. Look at this picture right here, family. Which one of these are Negroes? If we're looking at doing it by lookership. You wouldn't consider these people black, but they're Moors. He's a Moorish king. So when we see the word Moor, we got to be careful and evaluate it, family. You can't just jump out the window. Oh, Moors, there's Moors, and Moors mean black people. Blah, 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 blah. It's crazy. Look at this. In the Philippines, the long-standing Muslim community which predates the arrival of the Spanish now self-identifies as the Moro people, an exonym introduced by Spanish colonizers due to their Muslim faith. Now, I'm not saying the word Moor doesn't mean black, but look at how some of the Moors look. Look at the Moors. Christian and the Moor playing chess, book of games. What are we doing? Alhambra. Look at this. Are these people you'd call black today? Look at these people right here. Would you call these people black? These are Moors in Spain and Portugal. Look at this fighting right here. These are Moors again fighting. Where are the black people? Where are they at? This is the Moor. The Moors request permission from James I. These are the Moors right here. They don't look like me and you. Context. Jesus. Y'all crazy, man. Yeah, I bet you won't come on my panel and teach that. You won't come on my panel and teach that. You will not come on my panel and teach that nonsense. Crazy out of here. What's up, Kimway?
Man, my fault for blowing up and cussing like that. Usually I don't even get down like that, but homie was out of pocket. And I don't even really care if people I don't care what people practice as their personal faith, you know what I mean? But if you start to take your personal faith to the point where you're downplaying and overriding that to the plight of my people in this country, we got a problem. We got a problem. I can't even let you live for real. Fuck all that.
It's not even really downplaying. It's acting like our history doesn't exist. It's trying to replace our history with a history that's false.
Facts. And that's really the thing. You can't prove none of that.
It's so bad they want to replace the history.
And the thing that killed me when Garfield asked him the logical question, so if you was here, you can prove it. He didn't know any of the answers.
Of course not. Because all he got is belief. You can't have answers when all you have is belief. Where you gonna get answers from? From your beliefs.
Who's paying you, Garfield? Nobody needs to pay me, bro. You just don't understand. You see, that's why you're arguing in the chat. You're arguing. Moors have different meanings. Yes, you're correct. It could mean slave. It could mean whatever. It just depends on the context that it's used in. It's just like the term black and white. And the great, one of the greatest historians ever, man, John Henry Clark always pays homage to J.A. Rogers. He, a matter of fact, he made a few errors with that too, with the black-white. That's why the Israelites like to use J.A. Rogers, because he took it literal. When you see black and white in Europe, it don't necessarily mean black or white. And as a matter of fact, another dagger regarding Columbus is Columbus said who the lost tribes were, and he never said the Indians were the lost tribe. He said the rabbinical Jews in Europe were the lost tribes of Israel. That's what it says in his writings. So y'all faking the fucking line on the sources on top of it. Y'all crazy, man. Y'all don't want this work, man. Y'all scared. Y'all scaredy cats, man. Now this fierce the guy, fourth the family is back. What's up, fourth the family? What happened now?
No, my phone died, man.
Hey, the most high told you to stay away.
Talking to so many hoes, you know what I'm saying? It just kind of died on me.
Have a good.
I
can't tell with all the gay shit you was bringing up earlier.
Have a good day, bro. I'm done with him today.
Hey, Garfield, you ever seen the debate with Harry Rosenberg and
Polite?
Huh?
And Polite?
No, what's the guy that teach that Israel's in the Congo and he got the book that got Kyrie in trouble? No, I forgot his name.
Oh, Ron Dalton and Rosenberg?
Yeah,
no, what he told Rosenberg? That he fake?
They had a debate, and I guess Ron Dalton was saying that the Sephardi Jews was black, and Harry Rosenberg made a good point, because you know the Sephardi Jews, they wrote a lot of stuff, like the Talmud and all that stuff. So hello, you can hear me?
I can hear you, bro. You clear?
Yeah. He brought up a good point that if the Sephardi Jews are the black Jews, then why you not teaching what your ancestors wrote? And I thought that was a very good point. If they claim
they like to brought about Yahya the Negro. Yahya the Negro was not black. He was called Yahya the Negro because he took over the place when the Portuguese controlled. That had to do with black folks who were living there, because the first slaves went to Europe. They went to Portugal. So he was documented because they took over the area, just like Africanus in Tunisia. When he took over Africa, he got the name Africanus. It is the 2nd century BC because he took over the area that was known as Africa at the time.
Right. I thought that was very interesting because I never really hear somebody try to.
I talk about it all the time on Brother Berean. Talk about it all the time about the Talmud and what they taught. They taught the Talmud they didn't believe in Jesus. They believed that Jesus deserved to die and all that stuff. So why would you want to associate yourself with those people?
Right. I thought that was interesting. I never heard somebody drill that point to them. It was the Sephardi Jews was black, so why are you not reading what the Sephardi Jews were saying?
Come on, Jets. What y'all doing?
Aren't you having a conversation soon with Ron Dalton? Or
he refuses to have a conversation with me because he said I don't believe that Israelites are the Jews. African Americans are Israelites. And,
I was actually on a panel that he was on with he did an interview with an African brother. I forgot his name. He said out of his mouth, he said he's open to debate you, Jabari, or Shaka.
He's lying. I got texts in my phone right now between me and him. How are you gonna say that? He refuses to debate me.
Oh wow, so he just lied. He said I'm willing to debate anybody on the topic, and all they got to do is contact me, and we can set it up.
You should have tagged me, man. You ain't got my email. You could have emailed me and said, "Come on the panel, bro."
Yeah, I should have hit you on Cash App or something like, yo, Garfield. So come on the panel with Ron Dalton.
He don't want me on no panel, man. That dude don't want me on no panel. Niggas are scary Negroes. That shit is crazy.
I never knew that he was pushing that Israel's in Congo, because I see a lot of the Israelites support him. So I'm like, how y'all support him and he's talking about Israel's in the Congo?
Yeah, that shit is crazy because a lot of them, it's just a scam. He's in Africa now, so I need to cater to my audience. It sounds good to an African that, oh, Israel, this book that we love is referring to us here in Africa. It sounds good.
Right.
Brooklyn Magic, bro. That shit is garbage, yo. Garbage.
Yeah, what he's doing is it should be illegal. I'm not even gonna lie. What he's pushing is.
Let's ask any Israelite that supported. What point do you agree with him? Because he's teaching Deuteronomy 28 could apply to all, like to the people in Australia, to the people in Europe. Yeah, he killing the One West doctrine, but they support him because the Kyrie argument put them in the limelight, so they like him for that.
Yeah. I never knew that's what he was teaching. I thought he was coming from like, yo, they came from Israel. I didn't know he was pushing this Congo nonsense.
And there's an idiot, yo. Idiot. Don't know the language, don't know DNA, just talking mad shit.
They eating that shit up though.
He always gonna mess it up.
You got any upcoming lectures or interviews you got coming up?
I got a bunch of interviews I gotta put out, man. I got so many interviews, man. I just ain't had the time, man. I've been so busy. That's why I come on Sundays now. I come on Sundays every Sunday, but I'll be busy during the week, yo. Damn, Cincinnati killing Carolina. Come on, Jets. Come on, man. I hate this coach from the Denver Broncos. I hate the Denver Broncos. I hate their coach. I hate everything they stand for. I hate Denver Broncos.
What's the difference between what Ron Dalton is teaching and what Vince Bantu and the Bizrock? Is there a difference, or is it kind of like the same?
Nah, you can't compare Ron Dalton to Vince Bantu. Don't violate Vince Bantu like that.
No, I'm not talking about as far as they credentials, because I know Vince Bantu is kind of decorated, but I'm talking about as far as the doctrine.
Nah, the Bizrat, you see how you catch Vince Bantu with the Bizrat is like, what were they teaching at that time? So you look at the Africans, if you want to say Africans were church fathers or Africans is this, what were they believing? Most of the North African groups, in my opinion, were Donatists. So they wouldn't claim being a Donatist today. You know, it's the same question like the brother you brought up about when he was debating Ron Dalton, Rosenberg. It's the same question with these Africans. If you want to say Africans had a lot to do with the church and all that stuff, that's up to you. Well, let's think about it for a second. If the Africans had something to do with it, what did those Africans believe? And you see they're fighting and arguing because you had like around 10 different councils before the Council of Nicaea. So you see what they're arguing about. What they're arguing about as a Christian, you wouldn't believe that today. So they can't claim those people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
What's your thoughts on when they say...
My brother that says, where is Deacon and Assad? I mean, they know what it is. But at the end of the day, you won't see them call me out. They'll call everybody out. They're not going to call Garfield out. Because they're smart. People are smart. They're not stupid, man. They're not, people are smart, bro. People ain't stupid.
What's your thoughts on the Coptic church in West Africa?
I did. A matter of fact, Kimway had brought out the video a couple months ago. He had brought it, and I said, "Yo, I watched this video with this lady."
Yeah.
And but I always had that in my back pocket. I didn't really want to push no Christian because there's no Christian kingdom in West Africa. That's the issue I have. Then there's a kingdom, not under Islam. You know what I'm saying? Just like when we see the Arab writers write Jewish kingdom, there's no Jewish kingdom in Arabia. I mean, when you look at the research of Jews and Christians, we're not saying that none was there. There definitely was in West Africa, but just to say that they had a kingdom, that's a whole other conversation.
Right, and hence there goes the problem, right? Because so you got that, but that doesn't mean that you're gonna find exactly, you know what I'm saying, what people are claiming to be Hebrew Israelisms. Even the lady, Dr. Bleer, I think.
Blair.
She mentioned like she's using Christian as a placeholder. You know what I mean? Because she doesn't even really know how to classify whatever it is that these people were believing. You know, so I think for people to try to run with that is definitely a little bit iffy.
You don't think there's no similarities to what they're teaching about this mystical Coptic West African tradition and the whole in the Hebrewism basically, or you think it's something totally different?
I mean, what evidence do they have though? You know, and that's what they was asking the brother, like, how do you know you are Hebrew? And if the best thing you can mention is customs, you know, that's not really doing much.
I think when we look at the information and evaluate it, I mean, I have you see, one thing I gotta say, Kenway, when I look at it from a philosophical position, right, and saying that Jews are West African, I'm looking at it like, obviously before the trans-Saharan trade, we wouldn't find that much. They had no reason to be in West and Central Africa because to them that part of the world didn't even exist. Is once the Ghana trade started to pick up, like around 500 AD, they started saying, yo, where y'all getting this gold from? And then they started doing the trade. That's when they got involved because the trans-Saharan trade, they had a financial investment in it. And that financial investment allowed them to come to the Saharan desert, but they weren't let because of the Arabs. They weren't allowed to go below. So in certain exceptions, they were allowed as families to go into Mali and go into Niger and all that stuff. But before that time, Berbers were the ones that were traveling. They were converted to that religion and they were bringing the stuff down to West and Central Africa. So you will hear stories, Jewish stories and all over because of trade. And that's just what it is. They were merchants. They were trying to make money. They even had even the Balearic Jews, when they did the Catalan Atlas, they said, yo, y'all got to get to here. This is where Mansa Musa is. And this is where this gold is. You got to get this gold. And the Africans was standing fast on their square. They're like, we're not going to tell y'all where the gold is. So y'all could just bounce us and go get the damn gold, go to the trees and all that, whatever they were doing. And
Golf, I mean, a country. I think you need to do a lecture on the merchant Jews and that whole thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it because I got a debate with the Orthodox more coming up, so I'm gonna do that. Shout out to Joel Armstrong, $10. I tell you what, people won't read that genetic history of Jews. Get your wig split. Or you talking about the wiki? Even the wiki article is a killer. But yeah, the Coptic was in West Africa according to the artifacts. But go ahead, brother.
I think that would clear up a lot of things, and that would connect a lot of the dots because a lot of them like to say that the white Jews took over our religion and things of that nature. I think if you do a lecture, like, it would kind of connect the dots and show like a continuation of the culture of the Jewish culture.
Yeah, and one thing though with Jews in general, and I gotta say this to everybody, they're the most documented people in history within the common era. I don't know about the BC era, because you know Egypt was well documented, Assyria was well documented, the Hittites were well documented, so and Greeks were well documented. So I wouldn't say the BC era, but in the common era, they're the most well documented people. I'd even put it over. I'll say even better than the Arabs, yo.
I give you credit because you were the first one that brought to the community the Al Yehuda text,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And the whole they was banking in Babylon and how they was tax collection for the Persians.
Mm-hmm.
You could see all of that in Elephantine because they was holding different Persian stuff in Elephantine and stuff like that. And they was guarding their stuff and things of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
In the grain business in Alexandria, you people got deep pockets from way back.
Right.
What's that line you always say?
Right?
You always
something crazy. Yo, in Algeria, right? they was called the Rothschilds of their day, bro. When the historians writing about them, yo, they had a mad synagogues in there, and then one of the Jews killed the Arab dude. That's why Miguel, you know what I'm talking about, Kemway? That's why Miguel put out the hit, say, yo, we gonna kill all them fucking Jews. We gonna kill all of them niggas. This is why he did it, is because he did it because
I'm not familiar.
Yeah, Miguel, he put it. Hold on, let me show y'all right now. I'm gonna show y'all. Hold on, let me see if I can show it on the screen real quick. Yeah, Miguel put the hit out, and when he put the hit out, he said, yo, I'm gonna kill all these niggas, yo. Because yo, he
tired of it.
But guess what happened? The guy who was like the mayor or the judge in Mali said, nah, we ain't following through with that. Because yo, they know the money, them niggas brought in the money.
Yeah.
They brought in that money, bro. So I ain't messing with them people, yo. That money is good. So they said, nah, we cool. But they did 100 years later destroy the community within Timbuktu that the Jews had built, the Sephardic Jews had built. But you see, it goes back to which Jews, because you have commentary about Jews in the Arabic sources. But those Jews, what happened to them? They either left or they went somewhere else. They're so well documented. People got to realize and recognize the greatness of these people. When you look at different manuscripts, I got manuscripts in Afghanistan that I've looked over. I got manuscripts in Egypt that I've looked over. I've looked at letters, medieval letters, that book where the guy's writing and they're saying, yo, I got to divorce my wife because I ain't coming home for 2 years, man. In other words, I'm going to find some new pussy where I'm at. So this is how the Khazarian shit fucks everybody head up, because them Jews that became that color, remember, they trace back the roots of them dedicated to 4 white women, the Khazarian wives, because those were European women. Because remember this, Kemway, me and you, we go to Egypt, right? We left West Africa and go to Egypt, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we go to Egypt and trade. We want to have sex. We gonna be horny and shit. So we gonna find women within that culture to screw. And that's what Jews, they traded. They got Port Jews, they got Bukharian Jews, they got all type of Jews that I read upon every day. And them Jews, wherever they go, they screw in the woman of that culture. That's how they got so light skinned. People gotta recognize that. We gotta recognize that. Real talk. We gotta recognize. So the Jews, I love the fact of how they documented stuff. We could trace their history for the last 2,200 years. Those are Jews who traditionally from Second Temple Judaism and stemmed off and went into rabbinical Judaism and all that stuff. We could do all of that. We could do all of that. But I got something for you, Mika. You're gonna be like, Goffy, why you holding this back? I got a specific genotype that African Americans have that white people rarely have. They can have it, but they rarely have it. And the reason is they trace back to Western Central Africa because of certain things. This is why all right, Mika, you got to admit this. When we take blood tests and they check our white blood cells, sometimes we have what's called a white low count. And people think that we have an infection when it's natural for African Americans. It's natural for me because I have that gene too. It's natural for me. 80% of Caribbean people got the gene. And then white folks, they have a specific gene that we can't have. Yo, I'm going to drop it on you, man. I dropped it on Cedric. We was in the back chat, and I don't know nothing about science. And he was like, yo, G, you got it. You're right. You got it. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to drop it. I'm waiting for debate. I'm going to drop it in this debate with Orthodox more. I'm going to say, we know who we are based off of how we're made up. How we are made up. We know who we are. We are black people who stem from Western Central Africa. And if I could prove 80% of Caribbeans and over 70% of African Americans, that kills our whole doctrine of Hebrew Israelites. Kill that whole doctrine.
Quick work. That's definitely quick work.
Yeah, but people gonna always say they're looking for who they are. They gotta be somebody that's Asiatic, yo. That shit is crazy. You gotta be Asiatic, bro. I was one of them niggas, man. I can't even front. I thought I was Asiatic at one point. My man Rob Wall, we thought we was
an Asiatic black man.
We thought we was Asiatics at one point. Yep. We thought we was Asiatic. I got a whole whole article, whole presentation. I'll probably do it on Myth Vision and on what's his name channel about the Rastafarianism. I came to find out that a white man is the one that created that King's List for Selassie. That shit is a
wow.
A white man created that shit. You know what he did? He went to the Egyptian records. This is why they got the Egyptian Sneferu in it, and they got old records from other kings, Greek kings, and all type of records from the Greeks. Bro, yo, that's a dagger, bro. Then I got the research on the Geese in the written records of them in their Geese, and how their records show that their storylines come from the Arabs.
Oh wow!
Ain't no Judaism in the BC era for these Ethiopians.
That's devastating.
Telling you. And then we're gonna take the name Ethiopia. I mean, it's in my book, Ethiopian and Ethiopia. We already know that the Ethiopia is a front.
Yeah, the Candace reference just debunked the whole that Ethiopia thing. The Candace reference.
Yeah,
to me.
Definitely does. And you know the Christian church in the dictionary, the Strongs, they got it wrong. They're saying it referring to regular Ethiopia. So when I'm arguing them and they pull it out, I can't even say nothing. I'm like, damn, they fucked it up.
If I'm not mistaken, I think the eunuch, didn't he come from the courts of Candace? So I'm not sure.
Yep. And that Candace is Nubia. He's from Nubia.
Yeah, the term Candace is a Nubian reference. So it don't got nothing to do with Abyssinia or Giza or that area.
Yo, you know what's one of the main daggers in my book, man? I was reading my book over and I realized it. There's no archaeological evidence of housing in that region during the time of when Menelik would have lived. There's no king, there's no house, there's no buildings or structures, nothing. So where was he coming from if he was? Because, you know, they found Punt. Punt is like where Somalia is. But the era that Somalia, where Punt is more like a factory type spot where you're remaking stuff because they was trading with Egypt. So we have that from pre-dynastic up to Queen Nefertari, I think in the 1400s BC or whatever it was, where she sent a group of people over there. But we see that they're doing that type of factory work, manufacturing stuff, but there's no place for anybody to live. They found no records of that. They found temples at that time in Arabia. They didn't find nothing right there. So Menelik and that tradition is more probably like a Sabian tradition, which is Arabic. And this is why in Ethiopia, what we call Ethiopia today, in the BC era, you have the temple of Yeha. And they're worshiping an Arabic god called Al-Maka. So Al-Maka is being worshipped. And then we have the King's List where we're showing men and women ruling at the same time in Arabia. And they're not connected to nothing with regular Nubia. So we know who these people are. We know everything about them. And their culture mimics. Matter of fact, the what do you call it? The Musnad, or the language that they're writing, the script, is from the Arabic script in the BC era. So we know where those people in Aksum and Demit and whatever, what they're doing. We could document that. We have it documented. Nothing before the 8th century BC, we have people living in what we call Ethiopia today. Nothing. So that Menelik shit is dead.
Yeah, that's devastating.
That shit is dead. And I'm Jamaican, so you know I gotta hide. The Rasta say, you ain't coming back to Jamaica, G. I'm like, I'm coming, but I'm gonna be on the West Coast. I'm gonna be in the vacation spots hiding.
Golf, I wanted to ask you something. I don't know if you could pull it up. I wanted to know what's your thoughts on this.
You talking about Saif Ibn Dizayan?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me pull it up. All right, what's he up to? He reigned from 571 to 575 in Yemen, Sana'a, Yethan. Okay. His courage, Jabari, narrated both views. You
could go to the where it says reign, like right under early life.
Damn, Jets, y'all crazy right now, man. Y'all gotta kill these niggas. What you say? Looking for early life, okay.
Reign, where it says reign.
That's where I'm at.
Yeah, you right under where it says where it's talking about Khosrow.
When Khosrow asked him to prove his worth, Taif convinced him that they were related by their fair skin colors as opposed to the dark color of the Abyssinian people. Okay. O king, it is my white skin as opposed to the black, for I'm closer to you than they are.
There you go right there. They said they was white.
I don't want to fall into, because this is a pre-racial concept time period. So I don't want to fall into the white, fair skin and the white and all that stuff. I don't want to fall into that trap.
Oh man.
I don't want to. I don't want to fall into that racial, because race was a social construct. It's recent. So we can't, I don't want to do anachronistic understandings to that. Then I'll be making the same mistake the Hebrews be making, the Jews be making, the Israelites be making.
What else could they be? What else they could be talking about in that paragraph?
Oh man, I don't know. Do you claim, what type of kinship do you claim with me? He answered, O king, it is my white skin as opposed to the black, for I'm closer to you than you are. The latter agreed to Said's request on condition that Yemen be a vassal state of the Sassanid. The general warriors was sent alongside Saif and a fleet of Tabiari reports that at least 8 ships sailed. I don't think it's about skin tone at all. I really don't. It just could be about.
But he's talking about the Ethiopians in Yemen. I think
I know, in Abyssinia. Yeah, I know. I know. Come on, Jets, take the lead, man. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Go ahead, my kicker. Woo! We up. 9-7, baby. Shout out to the Oxumite rulers. They're doing the damn thing. What happened to Rasta Peter? Peter is there. We have him guns drawn and everything. He ready. He ready. He ready.
That's the white roster, right? That you be having on your show.
Yeah, that's my secret weapon, man.
He actually believe. I give him props though. He actually believes the stuff that he be saying though.
What time is it? Is it 6 hours? All right, we good, man. We could get off the air. Hey, peace and love, man. Who are the Israelites today? I don't know, because I don't believe anybody can be an Israelite. But I wanted to hear what people got to say. Nobody wanted to jump on, but it's all good. We out of here. Peace and love, family. We out.